Hey, good morning, everybody. I don't know if you'll be able to hear James, but James is here. We're having a minor technical issue. Hey, there he is. Russ Dog gets the belt today. Congratulations, Russ Dog.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Joe's also here, of course.
Of course.
Of course. Wade Jones.
But of course.
You ever seen that video? I think it was after the Heats. Is it after their first title in the 1-06? So, this woman is doing this presentation and she's talking about Dwayne Wade. And then she goes, his name, of course, is Wade Jones. It's so good. What's up, Troy? Good morning. Good morning, Johnny.
Thanks, Russ Dog.
What's up, Warren? What's up, Adam? Chris is here. West Sac, Lance.
I got my Cabo hat on today, Kyle.
Oh, it's Cabo season. What up, Mrs. Mac? Hey, Brian. I feel like I said hi to Johnny already, but we'll say hi again just in case. David, what up? Zabo, what's good?
Thanks, Leezy. I love these hats.
We're crossing our fingers in my riches for Kyle era.
The Bart Bridge hats.
Bart Bridge is the best. Salute to Bart Bridge.
I have a bunch of them.
If anybody from Bart Bridge is watching, hello.
Hello.
Send hats.
Send hats. Insider hats.
Hey, Randy. That's what James is saying. James is done for the season.
Yeah.
Mario, Bryce. What's up, Drew Pollard? That's ridiculous. No, they swept the White Sox.
The A's are so hot right now.
Also, they are not the Sacramento A's. Don't call them that.
Call them that.
They don't want to be here.
And I don't want to hear them
Tara?
say West Sac all the time. Here in West Sacramento.
Well,
just say Sacramento.
I got yelled at on the internet because remember that whole thing I had never seen the beam being lit. And I had decided that maybe it's because I was in Sacramento. But one night when I was in Sacramento, but I was at Drake's Barn, they won and the beam went up and I took a photo and I was like, hey, I was in Sacramento and the beam got lit. The curse is broken or whatever. And somebody's like, you're not in Sacramento. Like, oh, okay.
Wow. Like when I travel, I say I'm from like slightly above Sacramento. Like Sacramento.
I agree.
Area.
They're the West Sacramento A's, but they don't want you to call them that. They don't want to embrace the city. Good morning. A happy Friday, everyone. 13:20 a.m. on the radio, the free Odyssey app. You download that app, search ESPN 1320. You can listen to us anywhere in the world. James Ham is here. Joe Brazil is here. I'm Kyle Madson. Jiffy Lube is omnipresent. They sponsor the program, and we're hanging out with you until noon. Of course, everybody on Twitch and YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Everybody in the chatty house, hello, good morning. Hope everybody's doing well. And the James Ham and Kyle Madson Show podcast. If you're listening to the show on the podcast, hi. Hope the future is going well. James Ham back. Yesterday you were down at Golden One Center covering exit pressers. We'll talk about that for a little bit. But I want to go back over and continue digging into a bunch of the stuff we talked about yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Because the conversation we had yesterday was very centered around the basketball game that the Kings lost on Wednesday night. But the conversation now is, how does this thing move forward? And I think the biggest concern I have, and this is the point I think a lot of people have made, and I want to continue to make it because I think it's important. Our buddy Kirk Henderson from Mavs Moneyball said that the Mavericks are trying to do a mirage of transparency by Nico Harrison doing a behind closed doors, invite-only press conference or press roundtable. It feels like what the Kings have done since their play-in loss is trying to give the mirage of stability. where
Oh,
they
yeah.
immediately fired Monty McNair. Hours later, have Scott Perry hired. And this feels to me like they're trying to move this thing in a direction where they're going, hey, look, everything's fine. Everything's good. We know what we're doing. We got a handle on this. And to me, I said this yesterday, I have no reason to give them the benefit of the doubt that they have a handle on any of this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's completely fair, Kyle. I mean, in all honesty,
and that's not a Scott Perry thing. It's pick a GM.
Yeah. We had a situation a few years ago when Kevin Johnson was elected mayor in Sacramento, and he got elected, and like the next day went to the mayor's office with a tape measure to start measuring the room for his desk, and like looking at drape like panels, like to see what drapes he'd want. And like it got really awkward because like
that's very strange.
Yeah. So I mean, Heather Fargo was still the mayor at the time, and it was like this weird situation. It's just weird to have literally be in the locker room when the news breaks that your general manager has been fired, have players ushered out of the room to go like, hey, get dressed right now, Domas, get dressed right now, Jonas. We need you guys upstairs right now in headquarters. We need you right now. Let's go.
And from what I understand, did so after Monty McNair spoke with the team in the locker room.
He spoke with the team after the game. Then all of the players went to the practice facility is next door in the headquarters, basically.
Mm-hmm.
They got everybody in a conference room, I assume, or maybe on the floor. I'm not sure which. And Doug Christie, who is the interim head coach, does not have the job, could not tell them he has the job, spoke to the team, and were like basically told, like, yeah, Monty's been let go. And it's not the whole team. It can't be the whole team because a lot of these guys already left. Like, we're talking, I don't know, 45 minutes, an hour after the game. Some of these guys got dressed, took a shower, got out of there. Like, bye.
I don't want to continue. Like, I really don't want to continue harping on the processes here, because that was the thing with Mike Brown being let go. Like, it makes on paper, it makes sense, but it's how it went down. And I don't want to keep on harping on how all this stuff goes down, but it's indicative of what the problem is. There's not an actual plan, because if there was, Monty McNair's not speaking to the team after the loss and then getting fired literal minutes later.
Yeah.
That's not happening. Your interim head coach, who may or may not be the head coach next year, is not the one telling the team, some of the team, this after it just.
Well, Kyle, there's clearly, we keep seeing the symptoms of an underlying disease.
Mm-hmm.
These are all symptoms,
Mm-hmm.
symptoms of chaos, symptoms of mismanagement, symptoms of just flat out not having a real grasp on owning a basketball team.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how else to describe it. Again, we'll get into this a little bit as we go along, but like my experience with Scott Perry was so positive in the 3 months he was here.
Sure.
And again, I see people blowing up like, oh, did you see what his 4 draft picks did? Did you see what the free agency signed that summer? Oh, everyone wanted to applaud what he did that summer. It's like, you can't judge a guy by a 3 month, not only 3 months, on the job, but also 3 months as the number 2. Like, that wasn't his team.
Sure.
It was Vlade's team. He was an assistant
Sure.
GM. And there were 2 other assistant GMs. Like, if I'm not mistaken, Peja Stojakovic and Ken Catanello were both there as well as assistant GMs. So he was one of 4 people in a front office. But at the same time, like, there is something to Scott Perry that I fully respect and I'm on board with.
Sure.
The fact that you fired a GM, though, at 10 o'clock at night and had news break that another one had been hired at 8:30 the next morning.
That's it. That's the problem with this whole thing.
Yeah.
It's not who they hired. It could have been Calvin Booth. It could have been freaking, who's the guy in Oklahoma City?
Sam Presti?
Sam Presti. They could have hired Sam Presti.
Well, if they hired Sam Presti, everyone would be celebrating the streets of Sacramento.
But no, it's still, there would have been this, because that would have been a coup to get, I understand it's a bad example, but a person of that caliber, like this, that is not my problem. My problem is that you've done this. You have no idea who your head coach is going to be moving forward. And my worry, and again, I might be wrong here.
Mhm.
My worries are very often misplaced. I understand that. That is, I'm self-aware in that regard. My worry is that this is another move or set of moves with an eye toward just make the playoffs. And I can't stress enough, and I apologize because we're rehashing a lot of what we talked about yesterday, but I can't stress enough how different the Kings need to look moving forward. And I don't think there's a shortcut to contending or a shortcut to the playoffs where you're a legitimate contender in the playoffs. I don't think there's some shortcut to that. And that's what this feels like. To me, this feels like, okay, well, hang on. If we get Scott Perry, who we know, and we know that he can be a GM and he's well-respected, okay, we'll get him in here, and then we'll figure out the coach, and then we'll make these small tweaks, and then we'll be right back. We're going to skip the part. Like, no, you failed. Your window closed. It is very, very difficult to now open a new window with this same kind of core group. There needs to be a restart. You got to go back to square one here. And I'm afraid, and maybe they will. Maybe Scott Perry will. But I'm afraid that that ownership's idea here is this move is not the best thing long term. This move is the best thing to immediately fix and band-aid what the problem was this year.
Yeah, I mean, I totally get that. I mean, I've just got much bigger concerns.
Okay, what's that?
My concerns are that we had some sort of battle last offseason, right? Where there were people who didn't want to re-sign Mike Brown, and there were people who did want to re-sign Mike Brown. You ended up, Monty McNair and his group won out, and they re-signed Mike Brown. The cracks in the foundation were already there, right? You get 31 games into the season, you fire Mike Brown.
Right.
That, again, is not a Monty McNair thing. And to be honest with you, I'm pretty sure it looks like he refused to have a press conference for a move that he didn't want to do.
So, okay.
But then here's my biggest issues. You allow a lame duck front office that's done, that you know is cooked, and that you are already starting to move on from. You're already, I mean, we're talking 2.5 months ago, you're already planning for who's next, which we know who it is. It's Scott Perry. I brought this up a month and a half ago.
You've been talking about Scott Perry.
People got all angry and said, why do you keep bringing up Scott Perry? It's like, because I'm telling you what I'm hearing. I'm not telling you, hey, Scott Perry's the guy. We got to go out and get Scott Perry.
Right.
I'm telling you that, like, Scott Perry is being mentioned again, and I'm hearing it all day long. Right? And if I'm hearing it, you don't think Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox are hearing it? You don't think Wes Wilcox heard it 3 weeks ago when he bailed and went to the University of Utah? He didn't go to the New York Knicks. He didn't go to the New Orleans Pelicans.
Right.
He went to the University of Utah to take over as a college GM, which is a new thing.
He did not take that job to advance his career. He took that job to get out of Sacramento.
Well, because he knew what was coming.
Right.
Okay, so, but now here's the problem. Why, if they were not here long term, if they're not going to be the ones who clean up the mess, why would you have them be the ones that trade De'Aaron Fox? Why would you have them be the guys that rerouted your franchise in such a dramatic way that will have ripples for the next 5 to 10 years?
I want to pause you there because you might have info on this that I don't, and I okay. Are we certain that was a Monty McNair driven move? Because that to me screamed, this is what ownership wants to do. Ownership badly wants to make the playoffs now. They don't want to trade De'Aaron Fox, where in my brain, this is the fake thing I've come up with. There's the front office with Monty McNair, who had this whole trade package centered around picks and young players. And then ownership said, no, that's not good enough down the road. We need to make the playoffs now. And Zach LaVine is on the table. That's the win now.
No, I agree that's what happened.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happened. Like, this was getting Zach LaVine is an ownership decision. It was not a Monty McNair decision. It was not a Wes Wilcox decision. They were the facilitators of the trade, but I do not believe wholeheartedly that they were the ones that actually were the ones pushing that idea. Zach LaVine wanted to come to Sacramento last season before he got hurt. His agent tried to push him to Sacramento. Everyone tried to push him to Sacramento. The ownership group here in Sacramento wanted him, and Monty McNair said, not doing it. I'm not doing it. We don't have the salary cap. That will kill us financially. We will not be able to do it. And so it didn't get done. Like, Monty won that battle, but it was only a matter of time. I mean, this is the third time realistically that Vivek had tried to go out and get Zach LaVine. And so when this whole thing unwinds, like, yeah, like the postmortem is bad, but if I'm Monty McNair, if I'm Wes Wilcox, and I've got someone saying, hey, we want you to do something, and you're looking at this and saying, that's my record. You know, we talk about records out there, like, you know, Doug Christie as an interim coach now has a record as an NBA head coach. He's 27-24. Mike Brown has a record. An interim coach who takes over for a couple of games, he doesn't really have a record, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have a win-loss record.
David Adelman's 3-0 or whatever.
Yeah, but players themselves don't have, you know, win-loss records.
Right.
But general managers have there's a list of all of their transactions that is readily available to anyone that wants to look for it.
Right.
You can go see, and when you look at that transaction at the end, I don't want that transaction on my record. And if I'm only here for a couple more months and I know it, and I'm already looking at this like, this thing is going south, and I've already seen the coach get fired that I did not want to have fired, and now I've got the best player and they're trying to trade him, I would have said, I'm out. I don't care what I'm good to go.
We'll mutually part ways now.
Let's mutually part ways right now. Go ahead and give me some money, and I'll leave the door. I'll leave right now, and you can have this on your record,
right?
Not my record.
Yeah.
But that's not what happened. So this goes down as a Monty McNair, Wes Wilcox transaction. Maybe they think they got the best they could out of the situation, but like
the other question that comes up for me is, you talk about the Mike Brown firing. Why did Monty then take sole responsibility the way he did when he finally did do that press conference? Because, and I say this, I'm not naive to the fact that he's kind of trying to save his job. So he's not going to go, wasn't my decision. He's obviously not going to do that, but he just went, mine. Like, full stop. It was my decision. He got asked I think you asked him point blank, whose decision was it? And he said, mine.
Because that's a job. It's to fall on your sword.
You can give a word salad answer.
Yeah.
You can say,
we've heard those.
Right. You can say, organizationally, we came together and we decided that this was the best thing to move forward. You can do that instead of just going, I did that.
Yeah.
Like, he took that. And now we find out yesterday from Sam Amick and Anthony Slater that, hey, actually, you know what? No, he didn't. All right. It's really, really difficult for me after, and it might just be the feeling of knowing like, man, they should be playing tonight.
Yeah.
The Kings should be playing. There's playing games tonight. The Kings should be playing one of them. And maybe that's where, maybe in a month, the dust will settle and I'll feel different. But all of this, everything that's happened for the Kings since the horn sounded in their loss on Wednesday seems to be heading down the same track they always head down.
Yep. There's an underlying disease.
Yep.
And we just keep treating the symptoms.
And there is a long way to go. Maybe this all changes. Maybe the spread gets flipped and they do the right things, and we'll be here. We'll talk about it. And if we're wrong, we'll be the first ones to say we're wrong. But man, it feels like they're going down that same track. We'll continue talking about this. We got to take a look into the roster. We'll look at some of the stuff we looked at yesterday while James was out. We'll continue doing that today. Your A's, your Sacramento A's are red hot. They won 3 in a row. They swept the Chicago White Sox. Tyler Soderstrom can't keep hitting home runs. We might get to that. And we'll take a look back at the Monty and West era. Plus, the NBA postseason begins this weekend. We've got predictions and all of that jazz coming up. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil is here. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Back in a second on here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, James. Hi, guys. Yeah, he is. Smoking the ball. That home run he hit last night was a freaking tank. Yeah, this is a good point. I'm gonna save that, Ash. I wanna respond to this on air because I think this is a really good point. Hi, JT. Joe Brazil, everybody. Joe Brazil. Hey, there he is. Thanks, dude.
my King stuff on.
Appreciate you. Somebody brought up yesterday in the chat something about when can we switch teams, and I meant to respond to that and I forgot. The thing with the whole, we want to switch teams. I don't know if anybody remembers Nate Goodyear. He was at the other station back in 2015, 16-ish. I did radio with him in college, and we did a ton of shows together. We hung out all the time. And he would always bring up, why can't your sports team be like a relationship? When a relationship is bad, you leave that relationship and you go to a different one. And you can try that, but there's no, like, Joe, you're a big Kings guy.
Yeah.
You could today go, I don't want to be a Kings fan anymore, but you're never going to love another team the way you love the Kings.
That's the point.
That's
the point.
You're trying to separate yourself from this pain.
Yeah.
Pain sounds so dramatic.
This
sports pain.
Sports pain.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to separate yourself from that. But the fact is the joy that you get from walking up to Golden One Center for game 1 of the playoffs, joy you felt, you'll never feel that with another team.
Not with another team. So absolutely not.
You can, if you're a Kings fan or an A's fan or whatever decrepit franchise, you can go, okay, cool. If Jesse Tapia can come in and go, I'm going to not be a Dolphins fan anymore. Okay.
No, at the end of the day, no one's going to stop you, but you're going to lay down at night and it's not going to feel the same.
Exactly.
It's just the truth.
I could today, we talked about this with the A's. I can go, cool, I'm going to be a Padres fan now.
Yeah.
A big Padres guy now. The Padres win the World Series.
Dude.
If the A's won a World Series while they were in Oakland, I would have cried, bro.
Yeah.
That would have been like that, one of the happiest moments of my life.
Yeah.
And I will never feel that for any other team. So yeah, if you're a Kings fan and you're like, yeah, I want to quit. Okay, go ahead. But you're going to be back when you'll be back.
I'll keep receipts. Don't worry. Don't worry.
If you want to say right now, I'm giving everybody the free reign to do this. If you want to say right now, I'm done being a Kings fan, you may say that now, but I'm leaving the door open for you. Like you can leave this house.
Yeah.
I'll leave the door unlocked.
You'll leave the door unlocked?
Yeah. And next October, game 1, you'll be back on the couch with us.
You will be. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean,
can you tell that person to hang on for a second? The person that's on the phone.
Absolutely.
Just pick it up and say, hold on 1 second. Yeah, and then put him on hold. Okay, now you can jump back in.
I mean, it's a given, but what a lot of people need to realize is that this is part of it. This is what makes it so sweet once it does happen. And I get it, how frustrating it is to be a Kings fan, but this is what makes it that much better when we turn things around, So.
Yeah, man. That's it. Being a sports fan is 99.99%
agony.
Yeah. Oh.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That sounded hello, it's ESPN 1320, the Insiders. James Ham, Kyle Madson, Joe Brazil. Talking a lot of Kings today as the post-mortem continues. But that sounded so funny. If you're watching on the stream, you didn't catch this. But if you're listening on the radio, I hope you also might not have caught it. I'm not sure when no, it was just me. I was the only person. You and I were the only person.
Yes. So I make sure that you guys aren't on air until you guys aren't in program one until I am saying that we're back. Like, I would never put you guys on there before.
Sure.
Yeah.
Which is the right thing to do. But I wasn't sure when you started. So I wasn't sure if anybody heard James go agony. And then if anybody's familiar with the song, I even heard that. If anybody's familiar with the song Pretty Savage by Blackpink,
okay,
that's the song that came on. So if you're familiar with the song, think of how it started. Ding, 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 ding. It was that, and then just right into this hard ass beat right after you just went agony. It was really, really funny.
Sweet.
I enjoyed that a lot. Yeah, we were talking at the break. Somebody in the chat yesterday said, "When am I allowed to quit being a Kings fan?" And it's literally any time.
Right now. Yeah, you can.
We will never. We talk about this. Fan how you want to fan. I saw somebody, Leonard, say people should boycott until things change. Bro, if you want to boycott, go for it. Not going to tell you you're right or wrong. Do whatever you want to do as a sports fan is the right thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's your pride. This is your enjoyment, your joy, your pain. However you want to process that is cool. But we're talking about it. You'll never, if you want to quit being a Kings fan, or when the A's left Oakland, you want to stop being an A's fan, or the Sonics left Seattle, and so you're never going to be a Sonics fan again. You'll never pick up another team. You might say you pick up another team. You want to quit being a Kings fan right now, and you say, "Hey, I'm going to be a Pistons guy. I'm going to be a big Pistons guy now. I buy a Pistons hat and a Pistons hoodie and a Pistons t-shirt, and I got my Cade Cunningham jersey. Let's go. Let's rock. Can't wait for next season." You're not going to care about the Pistons the same way you care about the Kings.
No,
you never will. So you can go do that. Go for it. But I'm telling you, I promise you, that joy if the Pistons ever hoist a trophy is going to pale in comparison. It is not even going to be close to the joy you would feel if it's the Kings hoisting that trophy.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, my sons, like my oldest has asked me a couple of times, is it okay to not be a Kings fan anymore? I'm like, yeah, I mean, actually, no, it's not. Like if you chose a team,
your kids for sure.
You chose a team and you got to stick with it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same thing. Like if for me,
mm-hmm.
if you ask your kid, you want to play soccer? He says, yeah, I want to play soccer. You sign him up. You get 3 weeks in and he's crying, doesn't want to go to the game anymore and wants to quit soccer. No.
Yep.
You are a teammate now.
Mm-hmm.
And your teammates are relying on you to be there.
Correct.
And you will show up.
Yep.
And you will be there. And you will have your cleats. And you will have your shin guards. And, I don't care if you comb your hair or not, but you're going to the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's just how I've always handled stuff. And, it's tough for people to you're right. Everyone does get to be a sports fan, however they want to be a sports fan. I envy Aaron Miller and our big boss, because he's moved around so many times
mm-hmm.
that he gets into a market and he's all in.
He absorbs the culture.
Yeah. So like his Florida Gators
mm-hmm.
Win the national championship. He's all excited about that. Right.
Mm-hmm.
But he's also like an Arizona guy, and he's also now he's a Sacramento guy, but he's trying to choose his teams. And so like, I envy his ability to like be sort of a vagabond fan,
mm-hmm.
like just kind of roam and be whatever fan that you want to be wherever you're at.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just not how I've ever been. And, like I like that there are a ton of Chicago Cubs fans in Sacramento. You go to
there are Cubs fans everywhere, it turns out.
Well, of course, you go to an A's game and there were so many Cubs fans, and they're real Cubs fans.
Oh, dude, like dyed in the wool Cubs fans.
Oh yeah.
And they're just everywhere.
Oh yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. My buddy Denton lives up in Portland. His dad grew up in Chicago, so he's never lived in Chicago, but his dad taught him to be a Bears fan and a Cubs fan. That's what they are.
They went 108 years between championships.
Oh yeah.
And they had a lot of brutal losses in there. So look, here's where I know it sucks right now with the Kings. I know it hurts. I know that they fell short of expectations. And that it looks like they might be on that same track. But look, man, we're going to work through this together. And next October, we're going to be excited again.
Hope springs
So,
eternal.
Yeah.
Yep. And so if you want, go ahead, Joe.
Time heals all.
That's it. That's it. So if you want to punt right now,
That's it.
stay locked into ESPN 1320. Don't leave us. We're hanging out. But if you want to go, I'm indifferent. I don't like. The Kings. I can't right now. All right. We'll see you in October.
Well, and that's why, like, I know there's been a lot this season specifically. A lot of people are like, "You're so negative," whether it's on the podcast. Like Sean, Brendan, and I have been called out for being way too harsh, way too negative. Here on this show, people have said, "Oh, you're so negative. You're so negative." You know, I think on Reddit, like people are going off on me and Matt George all the time for our negativity.
That's me.
It's you
It's
just
me.
on Reddit.
Yeah.
So I don't do Reddit. I don't even know. Like
I don't either. I know what people send me from Reddit.
Well, I don't even try to pay attention to it at all.
Yeah.
Like I don't go Google my name at all.
No.
But here's the crazy thing that
That sounds like a nightmare.
like since last summer, where have we led you astray? Where have we been wrong? Where did I not tell you that if you're going to go into this next season with a lame duck head coach, bad things are going to happen? Even when you signed him, like this thing is tenuous at best. I told people here very clearly, if you fire Mike Brown, there's a good chance that De'Aaron Fox is going to ask out. And once De'Aaron Fox asks out, if you think anyone is going to be able to save that season, they're not. And Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox are going to get fired. The season ended like 48 hours ago, less than 48 hours ago. All of that's happened.
It's all happened.
Like and it's not that I'm gloating. These are realistic things that
That's it.
were easy to predict. And if I was intellectually dishonest with you and wanted to sit here and say a bunch of crazy nonsense that just had no chance of working out, like pie in the sky stuff, then like I wouldn't want to listen to that. So were we negative? No, we were honest. We were truthful. We were telling you what was going to happen. And I know people get so upset about it, but it's like, tell me where we were wrong, because there is like, this thing is on a dark path and we could see the dark path from a mile away. Kept yelling, get off the tracks.
I'll say it, because they weren't they had too many good individual players for it to fully fall off the rails.
Of course.
I thought there was a chance that it might really get bad, where they're winning 35 games kind of thing. And that didn't get there, but I mean, 40 and 42, just because it's not 35 and 47 doesn't mean 40 and 42 is some major accomplishment, you know. It went sideways. And now we're sitting here after the season talking about the new GM, and we're going to get into the roster and how you need a pretty significant overhaul with the roster.
Oh yeah.
So it's I mean, it's where it's at, man. Don't quit on the Kings though. You're not going to be happy if you try and pick a new team.
No, I totally agree. And you know, like the hiring of Scott Perry today, or yesterday, it has not been officially announced, just so everyone knows. We don't have a date for when we have a press conference with Scott Perry, but it's probably going to be Monday or Tuesday, something like that. Like, look, Scott Perry was here for 3 months once before. And in that 3 month time, he was part of a group of people who made 4 draft picks, because the Kings had they had 2 first round picks that year. They turned it into 3 first round picks and an early second. They also were able to get Bogdan Bogdanovic to come over that year. So, I mean, we can analyze the draft picks now and say, hey, drafting De'Aaron Fox, followed by Justin Jackson, followed by Harry Giles, followed by Frank Mason, followed by, signing Bogdan Bogdanovic. It didn't all work out. But to be honest, that was the most exciting time for Kings fans that I can remember. not only did you get 4 blue chippers, 4 guys that everybody knew their names. Everybody knew their names.
Mhm.
Justin Jackson just won the national championship in North Carolina. Harry Giles was one of the most exciting young players just with a knee injury. Frank Mason had taken Kansas all the way to like the
Mhm.
Final Four. Bogdan Bogdanovic, everyone had heard about for a couple of years. Like De'Aaron Fox was a bona fide star,
Mhm.
right? Then they go into the free agency market and they get George Hill to sign a 3-year deal. Coming off, it worked out to be one of the worst transactions ever. George Hill was probably the biggest free agent name this franchise has signed since Vlade Divac. George
Mhm.
Hill was coming off a career year. He was absolutely spectacular. He was supposed to be the bridge to get De'Aaron Fox up to speed
Mhm.
and take over. George Hill got here and didn't want to play anymore and wanted to go hunt all day. Like the Kings made a mistake with a guy who they thought wanted to be part of something. And no, he wanted the paycheck and he wanted to go out and shoot pheasants and deer. That's what he wanted to do. Okay. But Vince Carter, Zebo was so good that year.
Yeah.
And what you're trying to do is just hold together a young group of players.
Mhm.
They had 9 first and second year players along with Zebo and George Hill and Vince Carter. Vince Carter was spectacular. Like he was so good as a mentor for young players. Like, did they work out as far as did they win a bunch of games? No,
Mhm.
they didn't win a bunch of games. Those were all short contracts to get you to the next phase of Kings basketball. The next year after that, they won 39 games with Dave Yeager running that young group up and down the court like crazy.
Mhm.
And so, like, I don't think Scott's record, like, if we're going to analyze his 3 months here on the job, you can't say, oh, he totally botched everything. It's like,
Mhm.
no, it was a bad team he put back on the right path. And it wasn't that long that they recovered. And they could have continued to recover, but they
Yeah.
kept making stupid mistakes along the
Right.
way.
You have to. The process there was good.
Yeah.
It's the Rockets process. The Rockets had a bunch of and the this is the point. The players weren't as good as what the Rockets have.
Yeah.
But the Rockets had a bunch of young players and said, okay, we're going to surround them with veterans. We're going to get on this track, and then we're going to use those veterans to help develop these young players, and they're going to move forward together. And then eventually we'll dispatch these veterans, but then our young guys will be veterans at that point, and we can like that's the plan. I like that process.
Mhm.
You just got to find the players, and if they can figure that out again, if they can find that path again, that's Scott Perry's biggest job. And I see you guys on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to jump in here. I see you guys on hold. We will get to you for sure. But that's the biggest thing with Scott Perry and the new regime, the new front office. They have to find a different path than the one they're on.
Oh, yeah.
Because if the expectation is, hey, what can you do with this group? Can you make a couple of tweaks here and there and keep us or get us to square 4 instead of square 1? If that's the goal, I don't the path isn't there.
Okay, so
There has to be something different.
I don't think that Scott is coming in to tear this thing down to nothing. I think he's here to try to make the difficult decisions and try to move the franchise forward and try to fix and get back to. We heard Domas talk about, I want to get back to what we look like in year 1, like where you're building something and you're winning 48
Right.
games, but you're starting to, you see a path
Yes.
forward, right?
Yes.
I think that that's what his job is, to get them on the right path.
I agree.
And I think that he was brought in because the first 3 months he was here, he was such a pro, and everybody that was around the team. Again, I mentioned this yesterday. Go look at Pete Youngman's statement about Scott Perry that he put out, about his time in Sacramento. Like, just there was an adult in the room. There was somebody who was serious and understood the game and understood how to talk to everybody around the league, understood how to get players in for draft workouts that the Kings had never been able to get in for draft workouts. He added instant credibility to a front office.
Mm-hmm.
Your hope is that right now he is going to add instant credibility again, but none of that matters unless you empower him.
That's
and
it.
you get
That is
the
it.
hell out of the way.
That's it.
Empower him. Let him clean up the mess that you made.
Mm-hmm.
No one else.
Mm-hmm.
You can put pin whatever you want on Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox. Those dudes don't work here anymore, and you're still the owner. you've got to let this guy do his thing. And if you don't, then, again, there's no repercussions. That's the problem.
That's it. And that's my worry. And that's why I keep saying this is not a Scott Perry take. This is a Vivek Ranadive and Kings ownership take. Like, bros, exit. Like, get out, move. Let your GM trust yourself. Say, I'm going to hire this guy because I believe he's the best person to fix this team. Not, I'm going to hire this team because he's the best person for me to watch over.
Yep.
I understand ownership is going to be always going to be involved on some level. They are the ones signing the checks. They have final, like ultimate stamp. I got it. But you also have to trust yourself to hire the right guy and then go, okay, I'm going to give this guy some runway. And there has to be an understanding. And this is what I mean. I wasn't trying to say they need to tear this thing down to the studs. I do think everything needs to be on the table, but obviously you're not going to get rid of all your players in one offseason. So there has to be some runway here to dig out of, okay, the Kings are in a hole right now and they don't really have a ladder. So you got to figure out how to get out of this hole. So, okay, let him figure that out and then give him some runway. If the Kings don't make the playoffs next year, it can't be, okay, I'm stepping in, get out of the way, Scott. Here's what I think we need to do. No, this is going to take a little time.
And if Kyle,
give your front office that time, give your coaching staff that time.
If they don't make the runway, if they don't make the playoffs, it's because you're the one who had them sign DeMar DeRozan. You're the one who had them trade for Zach LaVine.
Yes.
Take responsibility for your role and where this team is.
That's it.
Straight up.
That's it. Get out of the way. Let your front office work.
Yep.
And if 3 years down the road, it's not going the right direction, cool. Now let's move on. But if the goal is, hey, we got to make the playoffs next year, that'd be nice, obviously. And that's every team's goal. But if the mandate is make the playoffs or else, that's not going to work.
Nope.
That's not going to breed long-term health for this franchise. So I really, really hope that they're doing the right things this time. Okay. I see on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, I've got Dan and Daniel. That's fun. We've got Dan and
Daniel.
Don and Daniel. That's good. We got Don and Daniel on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. Would love to hear Kings fans' thoughts on this. 916-909-1320. We'll get to Don and Daniel when we come back with your calls, and we'll continue breaking down what's going on with the Sacramento Kings. And we'll look ahead to the NBA playoffs because those start this weekend. James Ham, Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madson. Jiffy Lube's the sponsor. We're the Insiders. We're on ESPN's 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. I can't believe how often I stumble over ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, but it's because I look at this screen over James's shoulder, and I just kind of check the boxes and I make sure, because that's got the station and our name and the sponsor. And so I just use those as my visual cues as I'm doing my out to make sure that I hit everything. And I just always look up there and for some reason just stumble on it.
My man Jimmy Spencer's out here on Twitter talking about his 72-hour fast. He just finished his 7. I don't think I ever want to do that.
Yeah, 72 hours is crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so Brian, here's the problem. Tech guy, if this is the case with tech guy, get out of the basketball business. Like straight up. If that's a tech guy thing, because I do agree that going out and having a GM search, having one guy win the job and then going to the other guy and saying, hey, we want to offer you a job as well to be the number 2 and creating a tension, I think that's a tech guy thing. And it's got to stop. Like, Doug Christie needs to hire his own coaching staff if he's going to be the head coach. And again, you just hired a general manager. He needs to hire his assistant GM. It does not need to be your idea who that assistant GM is. Let Scott Perry cook. Let him find his people. Let him bring in people he trusts, because that's how you find success. Like this whole idea of allowing people in the building with nefarious like climbers, it's not conducive to any other world except for maybe the tech world.
The McAfee show is just insane.
I don't watch.
I watch whenever it's just on our TV here, and man, dude found a lane, and
Everybody
drives
is
like hell,
sweaty,
good for him.
and half the guys are wearing tank tops or have their buttons too far
Everybody
unbuttoned.
is sweaty is a hilarious way to describe the Pat McAfee show. It's spot on.
It's so good.
That is
Yeah.
spot on. That is so funny.
I mean, like literally, Tom Cruise has never made a movie where he's not sweating out the entire time, and you're like,
Facts.
dude, why are you sweating so bad? But that doesn't mean they're not good movies. Like, I can't
In
deal
Top
with this.
Gun,
So.
he has a glisten the entire movie.
Of course,
Not one scene is he not glistening.
no.
You know when you work out and then you shower too quickly after you work out and you get out of the shower and you're still
You're
a little
sweating?
sweaty?
Yeah.
That's how Tom Cruise looks all of Top Gun.
All day long, every day. Risky
Ridiculous.
business, same exact
Sweaty.
thing. Yeah.
Aldrin J asked my plans for Sunday, having Easter dinner with my family. I think my in-laws will be there. And then I have game 1 of a playoff series to catch.
It's funny. My wife and I were like, hey, neither one of us like were invited to something with our extended family, with our like my in-laws or my wife's or my parents. So we're like, hey, we're just gonna go to Truckee for the weekend.
I love that for you. That
Yeah.
sounds great.
The boys are like, hey,
Good stuff.
whatever. We'll
Good
be back on Sunday.
Yeah, good spot.
The boys still expect Easter baskets, even though they're one's 21 and one's 17.
Give me candy and money. Like, yeah, I'll take that.
Yep. Legos.
I was gonna add something else. Did I star it?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madson. The NBA play-in tournament wraps up tonight. Dallas is in Memphis. Ja Morant is questionable with his ankle injury. And then Miami is in Atlanta. Actually, Miami-Atlanta is the first game. Dallas, Memphis is the second game. Both of those games will air right here on ESPN 1320. Coverage begins at 4:00. Atlanta and Miami might be a game where that's one where I wouldn't blame a team if they're like,
Miami?
either team.
Okay.
If they just
But you're the Heat. If you're the Heat, you're the team that like can sneak in through the play-in and go win for some reason. I don't know why they win. They win. Oh, I mean, I know why. It's great
culture.
coaching and culture.
Mhm.
The Heat culture. It's South Beach. Like they lure people in, like the sirens, like crashing on South Beach.
I'll fully buy into the Heat culture thing if they make the playoffs and beat Cleveland.
Okay.
No Jimmy Butler. Andrew Wiggins, their third best player.
Oof.
You got to go into Cleveland and win 4 out of 7 against a 60 whatever win Cleveland team.
Yeah.
You can play 5 more games maybe. I don't know. I'm not looking forward to Miami and Atlanta. That's my point. I don't think either of those teams are going to be super motivated to make the playoffs.
Okay, but I think if you're a Kings fan, you should be watching these games very closely because it does actually matter.
It does.
Which is stupid. It's stupid and weird that it matters.
The Kings draft pick is on the line tonight.
It is. This is
That's
it.
How, hang on. Let me redo this. Let me redo this whole thing. That's how I need to frame this. That's better. Hang on one second.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham is there. Joe Brazil behind the glass. I'm Kyle Madson. We are hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey. Play-in tournament wraps up tonight. Both of those games right here on ESPN 1320. Coverage begins at 4 o'clock with Miami at Atlanta, Dallas at Memphis. And before we dig into those games, big night tonight for the Kings because their draft pick is on the line.
Kyle, this is huge. It's absolutely tremendous.
Yeah.
There is a weird way in which the Sacramento Kings can still retain their pick. Oh? Here's the sequence of events that must unfold.
All right, hang on.
Here they are.
Let me get my buttons ready. Okay, here we go.
In
Step
order.
Step one. Because there's something that needs to happen in each game and then an additional event. So here we go. Step one.
I want to say something and I'm not going to. Step one. You cut a hole in the box.
Stop.
What's in the box?
Step one. Very clearly. The Miami Heat play the Atlanta Hawks. The Miami Heat win. The Atlanta Hawks at 40 wins fall into the NBA draft lottery. That's step one.
Oh, okay.
Step two. I'm not going to say anything else other than this. Step two. If somehow the Dallas Mavericks show up against the Memphis Grizzlies and beat the Memphis Grizzlies, the Dallas Mavericks now move into the top 8, which makes them lottery ineligible.
Takes them out of the lottery.
And drops the Memphis Grizzlies and their 48 wins into the lottery. So now the Kings go from the 14th spot to the 13th spot to the 12th spot. They'll be in a tie if these two things happen. If Atlanta loses and if Dallas wins, the Sacramento Kings would be in a tie for the 12th spot in the draft lottery. There will be a coin flip to see who gets the 12th pick,
which is step 3,
and who gets the 13th pick. If the Kings beat the Atlanta Hawks in the coin flip, because they have identical records, the Kings would be the 12th spot in the draft lottery as long as a 13th or 14th didn't move into the top 4 and push them into the 13th or 14th pick. They would keep their pick. So I'm saying there's a chance, Kyle.
There's a real chance. And it's going to be the coin flip heard around the world because that coin flip between the Kings and Hawks is to determine whether the Hawks get that pick.
Oh, the Hawks are going to be so pissed at themselves. They are.
They needed to lose one extra game.
They needed to lose one extra game, and they can't lose this specific game.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to have, again, I love Quinn Snyder. You're going to have Quinn Snyder go in there and give, his rah-rah speech.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to have their front office walk in and be like, all right, look, guys, here's the deal. We really, really need you to win this game. And they'll be like, why? Well, because if you lose this game, we could lose the Kings draft pick, and we already traded our draft pick to the San Antonio Spurs, so we won't have a draft pick.
I don't know how much that motivates players, but it's certainly I can't there's no way the coaching staff operates with this in mind. They're trying to make the playoffs. You've come this far. They're not worried about this draft pick right now.
No, the front office is worried about the draft pick. Everyone else is worried about the game.
Right. Yeah. It wouldn't shock me if the front office is very quietly like, oh, hey, kind of.
Well, and to be honest, I think Miami is a really tough matchup for Atlanta because you know why? Because there's a plant. Sacramento Kings gave up 2 second-round picks to trade Davion Mitchell to the Toronto Raptors, who would then waive Davion Mitchell or trade him to the Miami Heat. And with the Miami Heat, he will stop Trae Young, and the Kings will get their draft pick back.
Ugh. Gross. It's so gross that this is the cover. I hate this.
But it's possible. It's possible. Not only that, the 12th pick has a much better mathematical odds of moving into the top 4 than the 14th pick.
Yeah.
And the Kings don't lose their pick until after everything is said and done
Right.
with the draft lottery.
Right.
So there is a way, though. There is a small glimmer of hope, which is exactly what we've been telling you for like 2 weeks. All this like, oh, and they have no pick. Well,
they might.
Like the other thing is like, well, I'll just real quickly, if they do lose their pick, if what I just said doesn't happen, they do lose their pick. It's not the end of the world, because that means as of July 1st, they have every one of their picks from 2026 until 2032. They have their 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Their 31 has a pick swap with the San Antonio Spurs, but they also have additional picks in 27, and they have additional pick in 31. Those are both unprotected picks, one from the Spurs, one from the Timberwolves. And on top of that, as of July 1st, if that pick is gone, that means the Kings now have their 2026 and 2027 second round picks back as well.
Yeah.
So Scott Perry will have a ton. He will have 9 first round picks. He will have a bunch of second round picks to play with and to go to try to help improve this roster.
Speaking of improving the roster, let's get out to Don online. Oh no, we just got. Is it Don or Daniel? Don? I think it's Don. According to what you gave me, it's Don. All right, we got Don. He wants to talk about the Kings build moving forward. So he's going to be watching the play-in games close tonight. What's up, Don?
Yeah, hi guys. Thanks for taking my
Go
call.
ahead, Don.
I think we need to start like a Kings fan parlay where we bet on all three of those things happening to keep our pick.
I wish we could. That'd be great.
Yeah.
I don't know how you get the coin flip in there. But anyways, I was listening to the Kings Beat podcast a couple weeks ago.
Great podcast.
Hey, I'm on that.
Yeah. Candlestick Chronicles, also a very quality
Another good
podcast.
pod. Thanks, Don. Checks in the mail.
But one of the things you were saying, James, that scares me to death is, if we do lose our pick this year, it opens up all our picks to trade. And the problem with that is, I don't know. I feel like DeMar DeRozan, for argument's sake, let's just say that was the first mistake because he didn't fit. And then you traded for Zach LaVine and his, $45-50 million contract. And that was mistake number 2. And I think the worst thing you can do when you make some mistakes is you keep doubling and tripling and quadrupling down on that mistake to try to cover it up. So if you go forward and let's say, just for argument's sake, it's Kevin Durant, and you trade a bunch of picks and contracts to make up to go get Kevin Durant, who couldn't even make the playoffs with Phoenix, a more talented roster this year, to try to cover up those 2 mistakes. Well, now you're not just damaging your franchise for 2 years like you did with the Zach LaVine trade, because that's going to be hard to build around that contract. You could be trading up picks, 6-7 years down the road and really damaging this franchise. So I hope they don't do that. I hope they strip this thing down to the ground and start rebuilding, kind of like OKC did.
Thanks for the call, Don. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay. So my concern is this. Well, actually, it's not even my concern. I'll just be honest with you. Vivek is not going to green light them tearing anything down. He's just not. Like, to go all the way back to the basics, they're not going to do that. NBA guru Zach all the time. Hey, what can you get for? How many first round picks can you get for Domas? How many first round picks? Like, it doesn't matter, because the Kings aren't going to do that. They're just not. Like, he's driven up ticket prices so high. Not only that, but he gave away his minor league baseball stadium to the what were the Oakland A's to the A's at this point. And so now he's brought in more competition for his sports dollar. He's not going to reduce ticket prices. So he's not going to go all the way backwards to have a horrible team. He's going to try to, whoever's coming in, it's with the idea that they will try to recapture whatever it was that made them good 2 years ago and try to get this thing back on the right track. I just don't think he's ever going to greenlight a full rebuild 100%. And that hurts for fans that want rebuilds, but it's just not, I deal with the realm of what is likely or probable to happen. I know there are a lot of people out there that want this, but I don't like even go down that path because I don't think it's an actual real thing that could happen.
Yeah, and I don't. I agree. Mostly in because of what you said, but also it would be really, you don't want to just start giving players away and giving stuff away and taking back bad contracts and doing all that. You can do that, but this is not the NFL where you can turn things around in a year.
Mhm.
You're now setting yourself up where you're talking 4, 5, 6 years of being bad. Look how bad the process Sixers were for a long time.
Oh yeah.
Look how bad OKC was for a while. And OKC got the thing that always gets glossed over with OKC. I got you, Joe. The thing that always gets glossed over with OKC is that they had star level players that people wanted and would give up big time assets for. And then when they acquired SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, there was no thought that, wow, hey, this is going to be one of the best two-way players in the league and he might just be the MVP. Or he's going to be the MVP.
No, they were giving Paul George was the star of that trade.
Correct.
And it yielded so much.
Right.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that they tanked and hit on a bunch of draft picks. I mean, they hit on some picks, but they got Lou Dort undrafted and they had all these trades. So it's not super easy to take that route.
Nope.
I don't. And the bigger thing is what you said. I don't think the Kings ownership, I don't think is necessarily interested in doing that. All right. We'll keep talking playoffs. We'll keep talking play-in. We'll have some playoff predictions coming up for you here in a bit. Plus, what does a refresh look like? What does this restart or revamp of the Kings roster look like? We'll try and take a look at that next. James Ham, Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madson. Jiffy Lube's the sponsor. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. I feel so good about my underdog lineup tonight.
Hello, everybody.
What's the weekend looking like for the Chatty House? Anyone got anything cool planned? What's going on?
Great question.
Real quick, I did see a couple people asking about what ended up happening at the River Cats game. Let's just get to it. Real snappy.
Oh yeah, we never covered. God, yeah, 4-day tease.
My buddy,
The Glizzy King.
you know what? I think that's what he's going for.
The
So
king
yeah,
of
that's
Glizzy.
okay. He had
Nobody is better at putting wieners in his mouth than that guy.
than that guy. Yeah. Anyways, third inning, I haven't even like settled into my seat yet. I got two, and because I'm hungry,
Of course.
so I have two hot dogs.
And it's $2 hot dog. So ordering
Yes.
two is
That's a reason.
the right move. Yeah.
That's fair.
So he opens up the first one. He's like, "Oh, these buns are really big. Like this is not going to be easy." And then, yep, I know.
Complaining about the big buns right off the bat.
Absolutely. And so I don't even finish my first hot dog yet, and this dude is 4 hot dogs complete. We'll say that. And it is the third inning.
That's more than a Glizzy per inning.
Well, I
That's
think
crazy.
we
His
got in.
Glizzy to inning ratio
Is
No,
was
it was
skewed.
insane.
It was insane. And I'm pretty sure we got there at like the bottom of the first too. Like, so it was.
Oh my Lanta.
Yeah. He killed the 7 easy. Kind of anticlimactic end there, but it wasn't very suspenseful. Like it was too easy for him.
Did he
Yeah.
have
we
to do
got,
like that Kobayashi shake?
Yeah. We got to
But,
start coming up with new challenges for the Glizzy King.
Yes. So I remember we were driving down there and we were trying to explain to him that he's now put himself in a situation where he has to at least try to do this because there's people that are counting on him.
The
to do
9x9?
Just like as we were driving down there, we were like, you've already committed to this
Absolutely.
today. And there's
Absolutely.
people that are counting on you around Sacramento and you need to do it.
We would have shamed him mercilessly if he had not.
So I'll have him call in a couple of days or something.
Yeah, please do.
He's actually a big Kings fan, and this is not his whole shtick, his whole spiel. Spiel.
Shield or
Shtick?
shtick?
I think I try to say both.
Yeah.
Shtick,
Yeah, don't
spiel.
say that. Never say that word again.
Sorry, my apologies. But he's
Just
actually
making
the
up
one that got
words.
me into the Kings, funny enough.
Nice.
So shout out to him. But
Is he a beer guy?
yes, huge.
That's the holy grail. 9 beers, 9 dogs, 9 innings.
We'll go for it.
Perfect. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're hanging out with you until noon, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And at noon, we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock, and that is when play-in action begins right here on ESPN 1320. We have the Miami Heat at the Atlanta Hawks, going right into the Dallas Mavericks at the Memphis Grizzlies. Both of those games will decide the 8 seeds in their respective conferences, and both of those games will decide which team will lose in 4 or 5 games in the first round.
And whether the Kings will have their draft pick or not.
And whether the Kings have their first round pick or not in this year's draft. You were at Exit Pressers yesterday.
I was.
Last year, it felt like there was kind of an overarching theme. Was there an overarching theme to yesterday's press conferences? Like, did you get the idea? And I know that we may not have seen it necessarily in the answers because even if this is not, I cannot state enough how much I'm making this up. If Domas gets up there and goes, let's say for a moment, Domas wants out. He's done with the Kings, doesn't want to be here anymore. He's not going to get up on the podium and be like, yeah, I don't want to be here anymore. That's just not how this works.
Nope.
Or it could be any player. It could be DeMar, or Zach LaVine, or Keegan Murray. Doesn't matter. So they're not just going to get up there and say that. They're gonna answer questions. So I'm not asking about the answers. I want to know the vibe. Was the vibe as dour as it is out here?
No.
With us normies?
No. I would say the night before, like the DeMar DeRozan talk in post game was pretty hard. It was hard.
Yeah, for sure.
And look, I've said this, but there are a lot of things that I don't love about watching DeMar DeRozan when he's on the basketball court. But he's always been a good dude. He's always been a pro's pro behind the scenes. And his realization that he had just finished his 16th season and that his time in the NBA is like approaching an end was hard to watch. And even when we talked about it the next day, he even made the comment. And he's like, you guys as sports reporters, like you guys can keep doing this. You can do this for as long as you can. There's nothing that stops you from
right.
Getting to keep doing what you're doing. He's like, but with us, there's only so much time we have as basketball players. Yeah. And he's like, a lot of the people I grew up idolizing, they didn't get 16 years and they certainly didn't get 17 years, which is, next year for him. And so just sort of that realization that, unfortunately, like just to be real, is that DeMar DeRozan squandered a year of his career in Sacramento. He just did. He squandered a year that he thought that there was potential for him to do good things here. And, they talked about it before the season, getting to the Western Conference Finals and all that stuff, that's where they thought this team was. Well, this thing came undone. He's never been a part of a team where a coach gets fired midseason.
To be fair, I also kind of thought the Kings might be in that conversation.
Yeah, I think
So I
we
don't
all
think it
thought
was
that they would be
outlandish.
much better than
Mhm.
what they were.
Yeah.
I don't think Western Conference Finals, but I certainly think that first, second round of the playoffs was on the table.
Yeah, for
It
sure.
just didn't go that way,
Nope,
right?
didn't.
And so for him, like he said, I have no regrets, but you can say that, and like he has regrets. Like you have to have regrets. Like I try to live my life with as few regrets as possible. But that doesn't mean that you don't like sit there and say, look, I think that they're, like I could have gone somewhere else and had more success this season and still be playing. And I think that's why we get to games like the final game where he's looking around and like, man, you guys just don't have it. Like, what is going on? Why am I the only one out here playing?
Mhm.
And that's why you get a moment where he shoots 26, 28 shots, whatever it was. Like, because he's trying his best to win. And it might not be the most conducive to winning, but that
Mhm.
doesn't mean he's not trying.
Yeah, I want to while we're just talking about this and DeMar DeRozan's season in general, I really want to make this very clear. Because somebody said something to me on the internet that really kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And I just want to try and make this clear once again. What you just said is spot on. DeMar DeRozan was doing what he has always done to try to win games.
Mhm.
The problem was not DeMar DeRozan, the player, in a vacuum. The problem was that DeMar DeRozan, the player, in a vacuum, did not fit with what the Kings roster was best at. What he does as a player to maximize himself and his team did not fit what the Kings needed from that player to maximize the rest of them.
Yeah.
It's not a DeMar DeRozan problem. It's a fit problem. And the fit didn't work.
No, I totally agree with everything you said.
I know that's not it, right. And I know that's separate from what you're talking about. I just wanted to take this opportunity to once again, like DeMar DeRozan is an incredible player.
Yep. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
1,000%. It didn't jibe with what was best for the Kings.
He was the wrong player to sign.
Yes.
And like we can talk about like, RIP Rory, like the Kings getting hard capped by trading for him and everything else that happened there.
Mm-hmm.
Like it didn't work and it hurt you. And you should have seen that it hurt you. And not only that, but it slowed the progress of Keegan Murray. It like made De'Aaron Fox less effective as a player. And realistically, it's not that he doesn't like DeMar, but the play style is one of the reasons he didn't want to be here anymore. Like I don't want to be in a play style where all of a sudden, like we're an ISO team. That's not what I signed up for. That's not who we are. And so like, there are a lot of things that happen with that signing that and that's why it's such a delicate balance between like going out there and trying to find talent, but also trying to find, the best player available versus fit, and in this scenario specifically, the Kings would have been better off like chasing like 8 different guys that are much worse basketball players than DeMar DeRozan than they were chasing him. But when you got your owner wanting to have a walkout of DeMar DeRozan at Golden One Center during the California Classic and is putting all this pressure to close the deal, and that's so you can literally do a walkout and have him sit courtside at the California Classic, like that means your system is broke. You should have, and again, that's why
not a basketball decision.
Well, it's not a basketball, and that's why as a general manager, you have to say no so often to people above you, and you have to hold a hard line and say, I'm not doing that. And unfortunately, we learn here the hard way. And again, it's not about DeMar DeRozan. It's about the Kings choosing a player that did not make any sense for their roster one iota.
Right. And they didn't, and because they couldn't bring in DeMar DeRozan and say, okay, now we're going to surround him with the right pieces.
Yep.
It was square peg, round hole.
3 years.
If DeMar DeRozan went and played for the Rockets, a team that really struggles to score in the half court, and can surround him with Amen Thompson and Tari Eason and Jabari Smith Jr. and Alperen Şengün and Steven Adams and all these dudes that just have this defensive presence, right?
Yep.
Cool. That's not the Kings.
No.
And again, that's not blaming DeMar. It's not blaming the Kings had their own problems. It's not blaming the Kings roster. It's not blaming DeMar. It's just like, so I just wanted to make that really clear. in case we don't get to talk about DeMar DeRozan anymore.
Yeah, that and look, when you sit here and you talk about for 3 years the Kings needing length and athleticism, and length and athleticism at the 3 and the 4. That is it's something I have said 1,000 times. Every other team that beats the Kings has that exact thing, and you do not address that need. Not only did you not address that need, you brought in a 6'6", 35-year-old small forward who hasn't been known for his defensive acumen in 5 years. It was the absolute counter player to what they needed. You have a flow offense, you bring in an ISO player. You need more 3-point shooting, you bring in a guy who averages 2.4 3-point attempts for the last 5 years.
Yep.
Everything that you did that you put into that specific player, you literally would not make that trade in 2K. If you're looking to build your roster and you see all of the attributes that you want from a player, they are not DeMar DeRozan. They are actually, every one of his attributes are counter to what you needed as a franchise. And again, it's not about him. It's about you making that decision to bring him in.
A good example of this, the other way, is the Clippers with Paul George. A little bit different circumstance. So try and follow me here. The Clippers went, hey, we can max out Paul George, or we can let him walk. And let him walk. They said, we don't want to do this anymore. You're going to be gone. And instead, that opened the door for James Harden to just be James Harden.
Yep.
Whether you like him or not, the best version of James Harden is one where the offense revolves around him. And he had a very good year this year. That opens the door to bring in a Derrick Jones Jr. and gives him a role. It opens the door to bring in a guy like Chris Dunn, and it gives him a role. Amir Coffey's going to have a defined role. Norman Powell will have a defined role. It's not, oh, Paul George is going to take up this oxygen now because he's Paul George and he needs the ball. It's like, no, everything kind of falls into place. And so the Clippers brought in worse players. Chris Dunn, a worse player than Paul George. I know Paul George had the injury stuff and wasn't great this year, but going into the year, Chris Dunn, worse. Derrick Jones Jr., worse. More than James Harden doesn't sound great, but man, it was really effective this year.
Yeah.
And the pieces just fit together. Ivica Zubac was sensational this year, working in the pick and roll with James Harden and benefiting from a James Harden centric offense. So man, that was an example that really jumped out to me.
No,
dude, if you put Paul George on the Clippers instead of Derrick Jones Jr., the Clippers aren't the 5 seed right now. They're not winning 50 games.
No, not at all. Yeah. And so here's the point, to drive home your point. James Harden last year averaged, last year, James Harden averaged 16.6 points per game. This year, 22.8. He went up 6.2 points per game. I'm not done. This is what's crazy. Norman Powell finished the season at 21.8. Last season, Norman Powell averaged 13.9 points per game.
Man.
So his points per game went up 7.9. Still not done. Where is he? Ivica Zubac, 16.8 points this year. Last year, 11.7. Went up 5.1 points per game.
Man.
You took out one piece that averaged 23, 24 points per game. Those shots got distributed to other players. Everyone got better. That is why people who want to give up on Keegan Murray should shut the hell up. You put one player that, by just his presence, made the players around him worse. And that's not to blame DeMar DeRozan, but it made the players around him worse. And you take that player out, I think the Kings could have Keon Ellis take a jump like that. I think Keegan Murray can take that jump. I think all those people that want Domantas Sabonis to average more than 19 points per game, that would have been possible. There would have been more shots, more opportunities for others.
I have a lot of takes on this. I can't give you them right now because we have things to do. One of those things is this awesome underdog lineup I built tonight. Yeah, dude. I stayed away. I did not stay away from the Western Conference game, but I've got a 4-player lineup tonight. It's Underdog Daily Fantasy. Pick higher or lower with their pick'em game. You pick higher or lower on at least 2-player stats. You win up to 1,000 times your money. Your entry. They've got this profit boost token going for the NBA playoffs, not the play-in, the playoffs. So you start off a playoff series by using your game 1 profit boost token that they'll give you, 40% profit boost. So if your lineup is going to win you $100, now it's going to win you $140. Game 2, you get a 50% profit boost token, all the way up to 100% profit boost token for game 7. So if you have a game 7 lineup that is going to win you $100, your profit boost token will make it $200. They're doing that for you for free. You don't have to pay extra money. You don't have to do anything. That is what Underdog's doing for the NBA playoffs. Here's my lineup for tonight with the play-in. Good first lineup. If you're not signed up for Underdog yet, do so. Promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Here's the lineup. Write this down. Tyler Hero, higher than 26.5 points. He cooked against the Chicago Bulls. I don't trust the Atlanta Hawks to play much defense. Trae Young, lower than 11.5 assists. I don't trust the Hawks are not good. Trae Young is an individual force, is amazing. The way he was ejected from last game, maybe he locks in and has an awesome night. But if he does that, I think he's going to be scoring the basketball. I don't think he's going to dish out 12 assists. So I'm going lower than 11.5 assists. Alec Burks, 5.5 points. I'm going higher. I need Alec Burks to knock down 2 threes. I feel good about that because every time I watch Alec Burks, he steps on the floor and lights it up.
Unless he's in the Sacramento Kings jersey when he was horrible. Outside of that, yes.
Kings and Warriors legend Alec Burks. I'm going higher than 5.5 points. And then Max Christie for the Dallas Mavericks in the West. This number feels like a trap, but I fell into it. Higher than 3.5 points.
Oh.
That feels exceedingly low to me.
Yes.
Which, typically, when I tell you that, like, man, that number feels low, then go low. Because that's what they want, but man, I'm going higher. I need Max Christie to get me 4 points. I need 2 buckets out of Max Christie. Or 2 buckets, or 1 bucket and 2 free throws out of Max Christie. That's all I need tonight. Need to cook. Max.
I'm here for it.
Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KYLEM, KYLEM, to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KYLEM, KYLEM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. It's so insane that that's how they wrote the...
Yeah.
Like, you couldn't get underdogfantasy.com/promo rules or whatever. I don't know. I am going to run the...
All right. Alec Burks played 13 games for the Kings in the 2018-19 season when they needed a backup point guard. In 13 games, he scored 22 total points. He was 0 for 6 from 3, 9 of 20 total from the field. He was not good. Okay, so NBA guru Zach, Sabonis Monk keep talking about wanting a good point guard. How do we do this without giving up Keegan? You do it by trading DeMar DeRozan or trading Zach LaVine. That's it. Like, you're gonna have to give up draft picks. Giving up draft capital is not idiotic. The Kings have 9 picks over 7 years, and to be honest with you, their success rate with first round picks is probably like 23%. So we can talk about that, but you know, like, they have extra picks. If you don't think the San Antonio Spurs 2027 unprotected first round pick has value, you're crazy, and you can probably get a very, very good player along with DeRozan for that pick. So like, they do need a point guard. That's it. We'll see. Who would I trade, LaVine or DeRozan? I live in a world where number one, DeRozan is spelled with a Z, and doesn't have an E in it at the end. But also, sorry, Rust Dog, I'm just being sarcastic. But also, I live in a world where you can't trade Zach LaVine, and that's because he makes too much money, and nobody's going to trade for that contract. 46 and 49 million. You might be able to move him in the last half of his second year. But I also, like, I've talked about this before, I think there's a very good possibility the Kings ask Zach LaVine this summer if he'll opt out of the final year of his deal and give him a 3-year extension or something at like 120. Maybe that works. Maybe it wouldn't. Marcus, you asked who would be my ideal point guard. Man, I don't know. It's too early. The Kings have to figure out a way to address so many things. I want a guy who can play in the pick and roll. I want a guy who can shoot the 3. Oh, Kyle's not back.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. I'm James Ham. Kyle Madson will be back in just a moment. There's Kyle Madson walking in the door right now. We're back, Kyle. We're back.
Yeah, we are. Hey, Joe, do the thing again. Sorry. No, I'm joking.
We are, of course, brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
Nice.
Hello.
No, you're crushing it. Keep going.
Oh.
I ran into Damien, and I was chit-chatting with Damien because I thought my mental clock was off. That's it.
That's all right.
We're
good.
Rookie mistake
And
on
now,
me.
back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube
Oh,
on ESPN 1320.
Huh.
Nice, Joe.
Look at that. We did not know Joe had that in him.
I had no idea. It's his radio voice, his broadcast voice.
I would have just done it in Keegan Murray voice.
We glossed over it the other day. You do a very good Keegan. You have a very good Keegan impression in your bag.
I try to do a good version of Keegan. I just go out there and do the best I can. And, at the end of the day, try to give effort.
If it was like, because you're not an introvert, if your voice was 25%, if the impression was 25% more introverted, I think you would nail it.
Oh yeah, I'm not an introvert.
You're definitely you're projecting a little too much, but other than that, dude, it is a very, very good Keegan.
That's funny.
Anyways, we were talking a little bit about the NBA playoffs today and the play-in, and we'll get to the postseason, we'll get to the predictions, but you brought up Keegan Murray specifically, and then Domas, and the impact this season might have had on them and the impact of having DeMar DeRozan on the team and just kind of the singular offensive force that he is and how much that affected them. I'll buy that a little bit. But my concern with Keegan started before this year. And again, this is not, we talked about this yesterday. Keegan is not a bad player. That is not my thought. My concern is that we have to drop Keegan's ceiling pretty dramatically. But it sounds like you're not there, and that the potential exit of DeMar DeRozan in the offseason will put Keegan back on track where his ceiling is this dynamic all-star two-way player. I would love to see that. I am a big Keegan guy. I would love to see that. But for me right now, the ceiling's just been lowered pretty significantly toward, okay, you starter on a title team. If he's eventually on a title team, I think he could start. He'll be an awesome defensive player. Some of the stuff he did defensively this year was outstanding. But what we believed of Keegan offensively was, man, we're talking last year, going into last year, man, he can get him up to 18, 19. He hit a couple more threes a game. He's up to 20 a night. And that's just in year 2. And let's watch this ascension. The ascension hasn't happened. And when you're coming off your 3rd season and you're 24 years old.
Yeah.
I have a hard time believing, just based on what I've seen, that ascension is still coming.
Okay, so here would be my rebuttal.
Please.
First of all, young player, again, we've talked about this in the past, not just a young player, but a player who's still growing into his body and everything else, right? I think, number one, he's taken incredible ascension as a defensive player. So he's shown the ability to improve as a basketball player without any question, right? It's just, it hasn't been on the offensive end.
Right.
And that's where things have gotten stagnant. He was a better rebounder this year than he was the year before.
Yep.
His 3-point shot came around as the season went on, but again, kind of a weird year overall. and I'm going to blame a lot of his shooting numbers, his 3-point shooting numbers, on the fact that opportunities just weren't there. Like, he shot like basically 1.9 shots less per game this year than he did the previous year.
Shots or threes?
Shots overall. I mean, this is a player that, 2 years ago, last year, averaged 15.2 points per game.
Mhm.
His natural ascension should have had him at 18 points per game this year.
Mhm.
But then you brought in a guy who shoots 17 times a game.
Mhm.
And there's no way to recover for Keegan Murray from that.
Right.
Like, all of the shots we look and say, okay, who's going to give up shots? It ended up being players that you didn't expect to give up shots. Like, Keegan Murray didn't have shots to give up. Him at 13 shots per game, 12.8 shots per game were the right amount of shots. But you brought in a guy in DeMar who averaged 17 shots a game versus a guy in Harrison Barnes who averaged, I think it was a 9.8 last year.
Mhm.
So like 7 shots per game just disappeared.
Mhm.
And the rest of these guys, again, Domantas Sabonis shot right around 12.8 shots per game. I would like to see him take an extra 1.2 shots per game, be at 14. Is this per 36? Oh, no, this is per game this season. Yeah, I mean, Keegan Murray at 10.8 shots per game, that's ridiculous.
That is 2 full shots per game less than last year.
Yeah, that just is not okay. That's not how this season should have gone.
Yeah.
And you can say, hey, he's got to demand the ball more. It's like, how are you going to demand the ball more when you're playing, we keep talking about this, an all-star point guard in De'Aaron Fox that turns into a 2-time all-star in Zach LaVine, a future Hall of Famer at the 3, a potential future Hall of Famer at the 5, all NBA 2 times in a row, and then Malik Monk, who's got the biggest personality out of all of them. Like, how, as Keegan Murray, are you going to demand? And we can talk about the introvert thing and all that, but at the same time, he was trying to be a good teammate and trying to do what he thought was best for the team and being a team player.
Okay.
And what he doesn't understand is what's best for the team is for him to shoot the damn ball more.
So I think that's what I'm getting at. I don't know that there's a version of the Kings that's ever going to be one where Keegan Murray's like, okay, cool, I'm going to take 15, 16 shots a game. Because I think you're right. I think he is trying to fit it. Somebody in the chatty house brought this up, and I think this might be where we're diverging toward. We would bring up the Nuggets a lot, right? Because the kind of the bones were vaguely there. Okay, can Domas be a close enough facsimile of Jokic where, okay, maybe the bar for the players around him has to be a little higher from just a scoring perspective, but that same kind of idea where everything runs through him. Okay, who's the Aaron Gordon? Who's the Michael Porter Jr.? We thought Keegan might be the Michael Porter Jr. That scorer, that shooter, that, man, you got it. Maybe he is just the Aaron Gordon. And I lost the chat. Somebody mentioned Aaron Gordon.
For me, that's totally fine. And I've said that a bunch of times. He's more Aaron Gordon than he is Michael Porter Jr.
And that's my thought on Keegan is not, oh, he's not Michael Porter Jr. He might just be Peyton Watson. Like, no, I don't think he's that. I think that his role is different. Like, maybe he is just the Aaron Gordon in this version of, he's a better 3-point shooting Aaron Gordon. Like, maybe it is that. Maybe that's what it is. But that's what I'm saying is, I think what we're getting from Keegan Murray is no longer, all right, hey, we're just waiting for the ascension until he's like a number 2, maybe number 3, but a really good number 3 scorer. Maybe he's going to be defense, rebounding. He's going to knock down some threes, which is not a bad, like I said, that's not a bad thing. If he's Nick Batum, Nick Batum's been in the league for 50 freaking years, and he's a contributor on a team that's the number 5 seed in the West right now, won 50 games.
Yep.
That is not a knock. It's just, okay, maybe it's less. We were talking Kawhi after when we saw his defense in year 2, like, oh man, could this be, is that the ceiling? Like,
yeah.
No, maybe it's not.
I don't, yeah. Okay. So, like, and I'll pull something from the chat here. Odyssey Fryer says, but what's the solution for Keegan taking all the good players off the floor? No, that's not the solution. The solution is to have the right mix of players on the floor. Like, if you want Keegan Murray to be your 3rd best scorer and your 3rd option on offense, then you have to find defensive-minded 3-and-D guys at the 2 and the 3, or the 1 and the 3, or the 1 and the 4, and let Keegan move back to the 3. That's what you have to do if that's how you want to design your team. You have to do what you have to allow him to elevate his game. And people who say, well, what if he doesn't do it? Well, then you cross that bridge when you get there. But Keegan was very clear yesterday. Like, he thought he had a very successful season. He thought, like, defensively, he took such a leap where he can now defend 1 through 5. And he said he doesn't like defending 5s all the time.
Sure.
But he feels comfortable defending 1 through 5, and he thinks he's one of the few players in the league who can do that. I agree with him. And he said, as an offensive player, maybe it's next year, maybe it's a year after, but there will be a point where I get to do the stuff that I can do on offense. He's just being a good teammate. He's being too good of a teammate. And the answer, good players is like a way to call, again, we can say that DeMar DeRozan is a good player. Zach LaVine is a good player. Malik Monk is a good player. Keep adding him up. Domantas Sabonis is a good player. De'Aaron Fox is a good player. All those guys are good players. I'm not saying take them off the court. What you have to do when you're building a team is you have to build a team correctly. Like, look at what OKC did. They went out this offseason. Did they go get a DeMar DeRozan? Did they go get a Kyle Kuzma? Did they go get a 20-point per game or a 25-point per game score? No, they got a center who doesn't score at all, and they brought in a point guard in Alex Caruso, a point or two, that doesn't score at all. They're just great defensively, and they complement the players around them. The natural progression for that team is for Jalen Williams and for Chet Holmgren to continue to get better and better until they are the pillars with Shea. Everyone else around them are role players that support the 3 guys that have the potential to be stars. That is just basic basketball 101. You don't go out and get 5 or 6 20-point per game scorers and think you're going to win everything. It never works. You have to have not just role players, but high-end role players. OKC just one after another role player. When one role player gets injured or is having a bad shooting night, another one steps in.
It's insane.
They're all just random dudes who know what to do and know their role. And the Kings refuse to find good role players. And when they do, they jack them around like Keon Ellis. Yeah. Like, that's what we're talking about.
So I guess, okay. So we can go this direction then. The problem the Kings have, and this is where I don't think I agree with it, but where I'll hear the argument from people who are like, got to tear it down. I'll hear the argument because I think the Kings are in that kind of liminal space between bottom dweller and contender where they're not going either direction. And I think they have like some of those role players in place that you're talking about, but you just talked about pillars. The Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the Nikola Jokic, the Steph Curry, the Luka Doncic.
Yep.
Those foundational, okay, this is the guy we're building around. I don't know that the Kings have that.
Well, I certainly, like, Keegan Murray can be the third leg of a trio. He's not going to be a number one.
Right, yeah.
Which is why, heaven forbid, you don't trade your 27-year-old all-star level point guard averaging 26 points a game, because you can build around him. The problem is that the Kings didn't do the smart thing and build around the basic Domantas Sabonis, De'Aaron Fox, Keegan Murray trio.
That's it.
That's the problem.
That's why this is so dire, because they had it and they smoked it.
He didn't see it for whatever reason.
That trio with the right players around it, because I know people have their De'Aaron Fox thoughts, and I know that there are a lot of people who are now out on De'Aaron Fox. Think he was never going to be that guy and this and that. But man, coming out of that playoff series in 22-23, where I think Zach Lowe, one of the brightest basketball people out there, said on his podcast the other day, yeah, if De'Aaron Fox didn't hurt his finger, the Kings win that series. That's where De'Aaron Fox, he was the dude.
He was the best player on the floor.
The defending champs.
He was the best player on the floor.
Best player on the floor.
That included Steph Curry.
Yes.
until he broke his finger.
Yes. That is how that series is going. That's where the thought was on De'Aaron Fox. Again, we're rewinding a couple of years. I know things have since changed and people's mind have changed. I got it. But we're rewinding to 22-23.
Mhm.
At that point, you have Keegan Murray, who just set the rookie record for made threes, and you drafted him because you think he has the tools to be an awesome defender.
4th overall.
He was going to be that dude. And so you had to look at that player and go, he just made that many threes at that clip, 41.1%. And we think he has upside as a defender. Great. Okay, that's a pillar. Domantas Sabonis was averaging damn near a triple-double, and he's leading the league in rebounds, and he's the hub of your offense. Cool, that's 2. And De'Aaron Fox was a bona fide star at that point. It might still be. They did what we would. What when I said, do they have the pillars right now? And it's like, man, I don't know. They had it, and that's why this is so distressing.
Yeah,
because it is not easy. Like we all know here in Sacramento how long it took them to get there. It is so difficult to find those pieces. You don't just run into franchise pillars every day.
Well, and Kyle, even if you think that Levine is one of those pillars, and like that's fine.
He's 30.
But if you're going to build a team around Levine, Sabonis, and it's got to be Keegan Murray, and that's okay. But it's so much easier to build around a star point guard than it is a star shooting guard.
Yes,
because now you have the guy who's distributing. Now what they have to do is they have to go find
Chris Dunn
or Mike Conley.
Mm-hmm.
They've got to go find the other guy that can stabilize and
player like that. It doesn't have to be 40-year-old Mike Conley.
No, but that's what they have to find. They have to find that guy that can stabilize, but is a complementary piece to the other people. And people are like, "Oh, you're comparing SGA to Keegan Murray." No, I'm not saying he's SGA.
No,
you had that. That was De'Aaron Fox.
Mm-hmm.
He was that guy.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm comparing him to what Chet Holmgren will bring or what Jalen Williams can bring.
It's also not apples to apples. Every team's going to be different.
Yeah, every team's going to be different because every player is a little bit different than the other. But
this isn't the runway now is just shorter. You got older. If it's Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine, all right.
They have 2 guys that are 23 years of age and nobody younger than that. And those guys will be 24 next season.
Yeah.
They do not have any youth on this team at all.
It is a steep mountain to climb.
Yep.
And we'll follow it and we'll watch and we'll talk about it. And I hope they do the right stuff because it's so much more fun talking about playoff games than this. Got to tell you. I know you all agree with me. Anyways. We got the handoff coming up. We'll get some predictions. I think it's KC today. We have predictions. Eastern Conference, Western Conference. Who wins each round? Who wins the NBA championship? We'll do that next because this is a radio program and it's playoff series and we have to do predictions. That's mandated by Mr. Radio. So that's what we're going to do next. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Tell you.
I disagree with this. Oh, no, hang on. I disagree with this. Keegan's a good player.
I disagree with that too.
Yeah,
I really like Keegan Murray, and I think he has a pretty high ceiling. Truly,
Russell, he's one of the best defenders in the league.
I don't think his ceiling is super high, and I still disagree with it.
Yeah, even if it's 15 points per game and doing what he does on the defensive end, he's still so incredibly valuable.
And I think he said he's a role player. I actually kind of agree with the idea that he's a role player, but that doesn't mean that he can't start.
Well, yeah, but I mean, realistically, most teams, there's only one superstar or one star level player. Everybody else is a role player to a certain degree.
Yeah, I think chasing the OKC thing, we use them as an example because it's A, they're right there, and B, there's the comparison is just easy because they have the 3 guys and they have all these role players, so that's what we're talking. Every build's going to be different, but OKC also, like I said, the it's not luck because SGA grinds, but SGA turning into an MVP, accelerated their rebuild, I guess, a lot.
Of course, and I'd also say the problem that you have if you're the Kings is that 2 years ago when you won 48 games, you were so far ahead of the Oklahoma City Thunder and were pacing to get better and better and better, and you veered off path. You didn't continue to build. Again, OKC was really good last year. And then they went out and they added the center that's made a huge difference, and they added the guard that's made a huge difference. They have the best defense in the league by so far that it's crazy because they added the smart pieces, and they don't have to be stars. They don't have to be future Hall of Famers. They don't have to make $25 million a year, although they paid, why am I drawing a blank on it?
Hartenstein?
Hartenstein. Yeah, they paid him, like massive amounts of money. But that doesn't matter. Like the way that they've constructed their team is so sustainable that it's just mind-boggling. And the fact that other teams just can't go out and find a small forward, a 6'8", 3-4 combo. Just can't do it.
Yeah.
Just absolutely bizarre to me. The Kings, like every step of the way, have tried to maintain so much flexibility for this magical deal that never, ever, ever, ever materialized.
I think that's the biggest problem I have with the Monty McNair is what you just said, because it was like, all right, they're going to take this big swing. They're going to take this big swing. When really, as we talk about this, it's like, man, a big swing would have been nice, but also a couple of doubles would have done the trick.
Yeah.
If you wound up with PJ Washington and Derek Jones Jr. and had Keon Ellis develop this way, you're probably in a really good spot right now.
You're probably a 50-win team.
You're probably in a really, really good spot right now.
You're probably a 50-win team.
Yeah.
Like the fact that you did not follow like basics.
God, they were so close.
And like, look, I think McNair he tried so hard for the home run that when he struck out right at the draft and leading into early parts of free agency and couldn't get the deal done that he wanted to do, he had to do the deal that he thought was going to make enough noise, because he hears us yelling. He hears it all.
For sure.
He knows that the fans are clamoring, that the media is clamoring for them to do something that is impactful. And instead of making a move that made sense, he brought in a 35-year-old guy who did not make sense at all for his team build. And again, that's partially because of pressure from ownership. But at the end of the day, like, he's the one who did the deal, and it was a complicated trade.
I don't know, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine that. Imagine if he didn't have to defend 3 people in the starting lineup. Yeah. I'd say the original roster construction of Beam Team 1 was right.
Yeah. It was like they got Chris Duarte.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Stephen Castaneda, thanks for the reminder. We have a pro football draft watch party coming up at Cache Creek next Thursday. Yeah, pull up to Cache Creek. We'll be in the YOLO room from 4 to 5 p.m. We're doing a 1-hour live show.
Mm-hmm.
Me, James, Joe Brazil will be out there.
I'm free now.
Charlie will be out there. The Kings will not have a game because they were going to have a game. If they played Oklahoma City, if they won on Wednesday and won tonight, they were going to have a game that Thursday.
Yep.
But James and I will be there. We're doing a 1-hour show in the YOLO room, small, like conference room, beautiful, but just a smaller kind of intimate space. We're going to hang out. We're going to talk for an hour about the NFL draft. And then we're going to go watch the NFL draft in the Elevate Lounge. Good food, good drinks, a lot of TVs, good vibes. It's a casino. Michael play afterwards.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a good night. I'm really excited to come hang out.
It's gonna be fun.
We're just vibing.
Yeah, we're gonna go have some
super
fun,
informal.
man.
We're gonna go
Looking forward
have
to
a good time.
Absolutely.
I can't wait. Stephen Castaneda wants you to pick him up on the way. I'm sure he's got a bottle of Patron to hook you up with. In exchange. You guys can hash that out. But yeah, no, we were talking about the whole roster building thing, and it felt like they brought in Chris Duarte, right? Which, again, going into rewinding before we knew that Chris Duarte just fouled everybody all the time. before we knew that Chris Duarte played basketball with a bag of hammers. I love the idea because I liked him coming out of Oregon, 3-and-D guy, older guy, had a nice rookie season with the Pacers. I know he had the injury stuff, but you went, oh, this is the kind of player that can help. Knocks down threes, plays some good defense. I like this idea. And then that didn't work, and it was like they went, oh no, well, we're not doing that anymore.
But Kyle, it was from the first days that he took over the team, when Monty McNair first took over the team, there was so little activity. You remember the first offseason, which is the truncated, like coming out of the bubble, like that
weird
season.
offseason for sure.
But he let Bogdan Bogdanovic go. He let Alex Len go, which actually mattered at that point because Alex Len had been really good. He let Kent Bazemore go. And he went into the season and said his 2 free agent acquisitions were Hassan Whiteside and Glenn Robinson III.
No, Warriors legend.
Right. So we had that moment where it's like, okay, this is year 1. It's okay. What we didn't realize is that he wanted to play on the fringe so much that the fringe became like beyond fringe. I mean, going into a trade deadline where you have a winning team and a chance not just to win the West, but to actually make noise, to actually be a shocking team that comes out of the Western Conference and has a shot. Instead of that, you get to the trade deadline and he trades for Kessler Edwards. And in that deal, he got $2 million and a 2nd-round pick. All you were doing was relieving the Nets of money. And instead of actually going out and trying to improve your team, you did nothing. You did nothing, and you did nothing the next offseason. You did nothing the next trade deadline, where the only thing you did was go out and pick up a Lopez brother. That's it.
Sort of.
And then wave him.
It's time now for the handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's KC, Kenny Caraway.
There he is.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome, man.
And I'm glad we're talking about this because I came in to the studio on the drive in. So I'm gonna give these guys the opportunity. You know, I tap into the insiders every morning,
which we appreciate immensely,
especially on ESPN 13 on the radio.
Well, on the radio, yeah,
ESPN
big ups 13, yeah, for sure. And I was like, man, there's a couple things they talking about that I'm just sitting here and I'm talking back to the phone because I'm on YouTube. I'm talking back to the phone. I'm like, we could either have fun or we could choose violence.
Oh,
and the decision is yours.
Violence always. And then we'll do NBA predictions.
Let's go. So I'm glad you guys are talking the way you're talking now, because I know I come off as this Vivek apologist, and I'm not. He's created a ton of problems himself. He created a ton of problems. But this is how I see the whole thing about let the basketball people do basketball things. You forced them to go get Zach LaVine and all this other stuff. You laid it out. I gave you 3 years to be the basketball person you need to be. And I think Monty McNair actually did more good than people give him credit for. I've kind of defended him. But when you lay a lot of stuff out, you were awful.
Yeah, he was done. He was done.
And now we got to the point where you said, I wanted Zach LaVine last trade deadline. And Monty won. Monty said, no, it'll ruin the cap. Don't get it. It got us nowhere. We didn't get into the playoffs. You were wrong, basketball person. You were wrong. Now, I'm tired of listening to you. Go get Zach LaVine. I'm not saying it's right, but I can say I understand. I listened to you for 2 years.
That's fair.
As a basketball person, and you got me nowhere. If anything, we regressed. The guy I've been trying to get for 4 years, and you told me no, and I fell back. Is this correct? I wanted him. Monty didn't. At Vivek, I fell back. I did not force your hand, and you were dead wrong. Now, your ass and blown up this whole thing with Mike Brown, De'Aaron Fox, and all this other stuff. Go get the guy I want. Go get the guy I want. I'm sick of listening to you. And I think that is Vivek's issue more than constant meddling or constant making people a puppet. It's his impatience when things go wrong. Some would say he don't deserve Monty don't deserve no patience. After what we saw for 2 years, you didn't do nothing in that offseason. You couldn't get Siakam or OG Anunoby or anybody. You chose not to trade Keegan Murray, which I was in agreement at the time, but you were wrong. The history showed you were wrong.
Yeah.
You should have traded him to get one of those guys. Kevin Huerter, what I was looking back at the trade today, this whole first round protection, it's awful. It's awful. That's done as much damage as anything to this franchise. If you had to trade a first round pick for him, which sure, whatever, just give him the pick outright. Give him the 2024 pick outright. This whole protection thing has done as much as Zach LaVine or a draft pick or anything to ruin the future of this team. Monty, I can make the argument, was awful. And we get down to the end, and I say, bro, I'm not listening to you no more. Go get Zach LaVine, like I said 2 years ago. And then with that, unless you're telling me Vivek said, I'm going to orchestrate this deal, and I want LaVine, I want this pick, the mandate seemed to be go get Zach LaVine. Whatever else you got to do at that point, do what you got to do. Why couldn't you get better picks? Why couldn't you get a Keldon Johnson? Like even that pick, he fumbled.
Oh, yeah.
He did an awful job every way around. So once again, I guess it does come off like I'm defending the Vivek, but let's be real. I gave you 2 years as a basketball person to do basketball things, and you got me nowhere.
Yeah, I think there's, if I can, there's two things here. Monty stinks. Like there's no. We've been talking on this program about Monty McNair being needed to go for months. The Vivek angle of this is much less about, I can't believe Vivek stepped in to go get Zach LaVine. It's less about that and more that he just doesn't. We're 13 years into this.
Yeah,
13. We're a decade and a half into this. At some point, like, he's the one making the calls on who gets hired, who doesn't, and bad organizations always start at the top. And that's why Vivek comes up. I don't think that he was the one all 3 years of Monty going, okay, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do this.
Yeah.
I do think I do think Monty made a lot of mistakes. He wasn't good. Couldn't agree more. I think Vivek stepping in and saying, go get the guy I want is still a mistake.
And I would tie it to this too. I would say, I think there is a point where they followed the basketball people and re-signed Mike Brown. Vivek he wanted to fire Mike Brown after day one. The game one. You could go back and look at the video that Matt George posted
of
Vivek with his hands and his daughter sitting next to him, consoling him after the entire arena is empty. And he's sitting there like after the game, like, oh my gosh, we're going to be bad. He broke somewhere along the way. And then it was like, okay, I'm done. Fire Mike Brown. I don't care anymore. I'm done. Fire Mike Brown. And they're like, okay. So they fired Mike Brown. And then that spun everything out of control. Go give me Zach LaVine. And that's where it's like, hey, look, you're still a basketball person. If you're Monty McNair and you're not comfortable with all that stuff, that's on your resume. Everything that we're talking about that he didn't do is on his resume. Everything that he did on the way out the door is now on his resume. And it's just really, really tough. And I don't blame Vivek. I agree. Like, there's a point where he got frustrated and said, hey, I'm done dealing with it this way. But that doesn't mean that what he did was right. Like, firing Mike Brown, like, whether that was the moment to do it or not, you should have supported Mike Brown during the summer, getting him the pieces that he needed to be better. And at some point, when you got to the point where you're going to fire him, okay, you had to understand what the repercussions were. And I think they did. But at the same time, like, man, what a mess.
That's it. And we'll talk about that on Deal on Casey. I'm glad you brought that up because that's what I'm talking about.
At 30 seconds.
Jesse said a couple of weeks ago, and it looks like he was right. They should have made the decision with Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox in the summer.
Yes.
And whoever's decision it was to bring him back was wrong. And you said it was Vivek who wanted to move on, and the front office brought him back. They were dead wrong, and that's where everything started. That is the beginning of all of this mess.
My response would be, it wasn't that moment. It was the moment after that when they decided to trade for DeMar DeRozan, because that is what spun the actual basketball on the court out of control.
More deals he couldn't get done, so they went to DeRozan. That was not the first choice.
Nope.
And he couldn't get deals done.
Nope.
KC's choosing violence today. D-Lo and KC coming up next. They're going to take you up to 4 o'clock, right up to the play-in games. beginning with the Miami Heat and Atlanta Hawks. Coverage begins at 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320. But don't touch that dial. D-Lo and KC next. For James Hammond, Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madson. We're the Insiders. Back Monday at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Theater. Have a fun and safe weekend. Drink water. Be nice to people. See ya! Chatty House, appreciate you guys. Really good couple days from all of you. I know we can't get to every single comment, but we see it, and you guys are crushing it. So thank you. Enjoy D-Lo and KC. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll talk to you Monday.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, we your number one spy.
Let's go, baby. We in here. Hey. It is the first day of the off season. Yes.
Oh, joy.
Officially the first day. We're doing something a little bit different. First of all, we welcome you in here to the Friday, April 18th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
And by God, that's James Ham.
I'm in God mode.
What's up, Hammer? I'll turn your mic on. That's
What's
good.
happening?
James hanging out with us. We've given James his Friday back so he can have a life and go do dinner reservations and do all of that stuff. But we asked James to hang out here with us for a little bit longer so we could kind of put a bow on this season. Maybe a bow is the wrong term, man, but we could kind of just put an end to all of this. We haven't had an opportunity to talk with you since the season came to a close. Let's start. I mean, a lot has happened since we
just a little bit
since we all sat down together. Did you have a problem with the way everything transpired over that, 12, 15-hour period or whatever it was?
I don't know if have a problem with it as much as like, okay, we all knew Monty was going to get let go. Like he addressed the team. You pulled him aside after he addressed the team. I think he knew he was on the way out the door. I think the Kings knew he was on the Kings players. Again, the fact that we were in the locker room when the news broke was awkward. It was very awkward.
Sure.
Shout out Jake Aiden.
Yeah, I've heard.
Jake Aiden, just precious.
What? Real quick. What happened there? Not Jay Gaten, but the Kings. The Kings didn't put out that he was fired, right?
No. Well, yeah, they did. The Kings.
Through Sam.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Well, I that's like, if not, what are you going to wait for an agent to put it out and so it's their spin?
Well, no, you tell the team before you tell Monty or something like that.
No,
like
Monty already knew. Monty knew.
The meeting that they had when they rushed everybody out, that should have happened before Sam Amick knew.
So, well, goddamn.
Well, maybe.
I feel like there's a lot there. I think Sam knew when we were talking to him.
The whole 17,000 knew.
Well, but the part I think but that's the thing, right? Like I think Casey's right. Like at least in the little baseline sideline area, it sure felt like everyone knew Monty McNair wasn't going to be back.
I mean, he gave me a hug. As soon as that happened, I was like, "Oh, that's over."
Jay,
so that's that. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Just real quick. That's the part I can't. Is why we all think Monty knew.
Yeah.
Why would he address the team that way?
Well, because it's the end of the season, and that's what GMs do. And you go in the locker room and
hey guys, I'm out.
No, you have an interim head coach, and you go in and you address the team, and then they go and they mutually part ways. I mean, the mutual parting of ways, that means that thing was set up, that they knew that it was going to happen.
Right.
And so just the weirdness of being in the locker room. And again, like I joke around about this, but just the moment was bizarre. Like, again, we had Devin Carter in the locker room. We had Zach LaVine. We had Domantas Sabonis. In comes Jonas Valanciunas walking in. Like, they're not dressed. They're just got out of the shower. Like everyone's in different stages of getting. And out of nowhere, Jake just sounds the alarm. Oh my gosh! They just fired Monty McNair. And it's like, wait, what? He's like standing right next to me, like. And it's like, oh my gosh, it just happened.
Wait, hold on.
Like, wait, what?
I meant to ask Jake this yesterday. Can you clarify? Because this would take it to a whole nother level. Was Sam in the locker room?
No.
I was just making sure. Because that's the only thing that would make the story better. Is Sam's just off in a corner. The Kings are parting ways with Monty McNair, or Malik Monk is toweling off in front of him or whatever. I guess he wasn't toweling off. He didn't play.
Like if we were at the break and we muted the mics, I'd tell you exactly the way that it played. But I walked out of Jake says that. I go, are you serious? Well, I know where I can get it confirmed. I walk out of the locker room, get it confirmed instantly, say hi to Sam, walk back in the locker room.
Sam standing. Oh, I can't take this. Never mind. I ain't gonna say that out loud. Never mind.
So like, look, it's one of those moments
terrific.
where you're just like, okay, this is weird. And then security walks in and like, hey guys, get dressed quick. We got a meeting right now. They're like, not, and I'm not talking like an
Security
usher
walks in and
I'm-
removes Monty McNair.
no, money's already gone at that point. So, like, and you asked, like, the question is very specific. Like, am I okay? Like, I'm okay with Scott Perry being the new GM as well.
Sure.
I think it's weird to like get divorced one night and have your new wife, not even like girlfriend, your new wife move in
Wow.
the next morning. That's a little awkward and strange.
Judgmental James over here.
I'm just saying. I mean, that's just a little odd, but at the NBA level, I guess it happens like that sometimes. And like, look, I really like Scott Perry. Like, he made, of all the front office people that I've dealt with the Kings, you know, again, I love Jeff Petrie, but Jeff Petrie would tell like snide jokes all the time and laugh at the jokes, and no one else thought it was funny. And he was just kind of really, really smart and really awkward. And it was like a lot of like, you guys catch that joke? It's like, bro, I'm looking down at your shoes and you're wearing like hush puppies. So I'm not gonna like sit here like you're wearing a linen suit like you do every draft day. So like there's always these moments though where like someone walks in the door and they just get it, and Scott Perry gets it. Like, I don't think I've ever had any of the people that they've brought in at this point like make such an impact on me as a media member where I'm like, oh man, I really hope he's here for a long time. And then when he wasn't, it was like such a bummer, because it's a moment in Kings history where things could have been different, because this dude knew exactly what to do. And everyone else in the course of my time here, outside of Jeff Petrie, and then here at the end here, these guys knew what they were doing, but they just went about it in a different way. But I think like, we'll see how he is at making basketball decisions, but I think he's going to clean up like so many of the problems that they have internally, like right away.
Yeah.
Like, just get it cleaned up. Like, we're done. I'm so done with the chaos and the inability to like just do the basics. Like, we shouldn't have to wait for, like, again, like, we all know Scott Perry's the GM. We haven't seen a press release yet. That was yesterday. Like, there's no press release yet. He has not been hired as a GM yet. He's a GM. Like, and it's just these things that they have to get right moving forward. And I think that like having an adult in the room and somebody who isn't looking to compete and to climb and all that stuff, just has the job, to me is a big deal. And the other thing I would say is, if Scott Perry's going to hire assistant GMs, let Scott Perry hire assistant GMs.
Yeah.
Let's not have a competition for who is going to be the GM and see if they want to take the job now too, even though they've never worked with Scott Perry. Like, have some continuity, have some sort of like it's okay to have differing ideas, but have somebody that he knows and he feels comfortable with and can help him get the job done, because the job here is massive. The job that in front of the Kings right now is so complex and so difficult, and to get out of the hole that they're in right now and to a better place, however they got here, which we just discussed on the Insiders, however they got here, it doesn't matter. They're here. So how do you get out of this place right here that you're in? And to me, he's a very, very good first step to get out of the hole. And I don't care what his track record is like in spots where the Knicks, where he's sharing duties, or Orlando, where he's sharing duties. All I know is the moment he got here, he brought like a very sophisticated, smart basketball mind who knew exactly what he was doing and had control of the entire situation. And what happened next was just catastrophic, bringing in a guy like Brandon Williams to just mess up the entire thing. And we'll have to see.
One of the things that I'm hypothesizing when I say this, but could be a good sign for the Kings fans who, and media and just people who follow, who want Vivek to get out the way, is potentially going to a guy and going back to a guy in Scott Perry may be a sign of going to somebody he trusts and somebody that he believes in. And he looks at it as, I wasn't able to keep you around the first time, but I believed you were the guy that was going to help us before, and I lost you. I need your help bad. This is a mess. I need somebody in here that, what do we say all the time about Vivek? It seems like I need somebody in here I can trust, somebody I believe in. And you get Scott Perry in there, and maybe he looks at Scott Perry as a guy that I can allow him to do what he does because I believe in him. I believe in what he can do. I believed in what he did in the short time that he was here. It could be all nonsense, but going back to a guy instead of let me go to somebody that I don't know or
And have to learn him.
yeah, going back to this guy that I believed in the first time. Maybe it's a good sign that he's gonna fall back more.
I don't know if it's a sign he's going to fall back more, but it is a sign that he recognized talent when it was in the building. And that's not always the case. You know, like there are certain things that have happened here over the last 13 years that should never, ever, ever happen in a basketball organization where you're looking at things and going, I can't believe I'm dealing with this. I can't believe I'm standing across from somebody who's lying to me when they know that I know what they're saying is a complete lie. They know that I know, and they keep talking. And you're just looking at them. I have no respect. What I really would like to do right now is punch you in the face because what you're doing is so disrespectful, just lying to me when you know that I know it's a lie. And there are things that have happened here that, again, should never, ever happen. And that's maybe why I'm so excited to see somebody who actually knows what to do and knows how to handle the job. And this isn't a slide on Vlade or Peja. Those guys, to be honest with you, they were always super nice. And I always thought that their intentions were they had well intentions. But at the end of the day, like that's not all the people that they brought in here. There are people that they bring in that building that are nefarious characters that have the wrong motivations. And I just don't feel like Scott Perry is one of those dudes.
Real quick, what's his first order of business?
Man, you got to figure out how to move you got to figure out how to move a major money player. And, whether that's DeMar DeRozan or it's Zach LaVine, one of those guys has to exit stage left because this thing's not going to work with the two of them there. It's proven out in Chicago. It's proven out here in the last whatever games of the season where they're just a bad mix. And that would be order number one. And then order number two, you got major decisions to make on Keon Ellis, major decisions to make on Keegan Murray. Are these your guys? Are they not? Like, let him make basketball decisions that he believes that he, because just because Keegan Murray was untouchable under Monty and Wes, that is not Scott Perry's fourth pick. Mm-hmm. And I think Keegan Murray should be a part of this thing. But I also think that Scott Perry should have the ability to make the decisions for who needs to be here and who doesn't, and then build around that. And then, of course, we got the Doug Christie situation hanging out there. Yeah. And I would like to, again, I'll say the same exact thing I'll say about Scott Perry. Let Scott Perry hire his staff. Give Doug Christie a $4 or $5 million blank check and say, you go get the staff you want. You get every single dude you want. Here's the money. You go get them. And we're on board. Get out of the way. Do not bring in somebody else that you think can compete for Doug Christie for the head coaching job. Either he's a head coach or he's not. Either Scott Perry's a GM or he's not. That's it. That to me is as big a mistake as any that the Kings, a problem that the Kings have is this whole idea that you can bring in people to compete with the people that you hired to do the big jobs. Mm-hmm. It's just stupid. Like straight up. It's just bad business. And it might work in the tech world. It does not work in the NBA. And it hasn't worked for 13 seasons here in Sacramento. Get out of the way.
You might have said something that went over some people's heads right there. I just made note of it. We'll talk about it later, though. James is going to make the hot tag to Kyle Madson. We'll come back. We're just getting started. It's Steeler and KC.
Pulling his leg back.
Here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Rob Pelinka gets a contract extension. Why wouldn't he? You got Luka Doncic.
Yeah, you got somebody to give you Luka Doncic. Wow.
Well, sure. Defense wins playing games, that's for sure.
Sometimes.
Yeah, Dirk, we're not done. Come on now. This is the Kings. It's only just begun.
Yeah, this hold up. Yeah, this is not how it works, my man. Not
the
at
1 year
all.
deal?
Yeah, that is not how it works. Oops, wrong one.
Yeah, crazy man.
Oops.
What was I going to tell you guys? I said the
Mics are still on. You want to?
This is like the fourth time Complex has tried this. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, I don't put this on Complex.
No,
though.
no, it's not. I'm just saying, like, just in general.
Yeah, they.
What happened?
Yeah, that's Bruce. Bruce, he's a comedian. No, he's coming in. Yeah, he's coming in.
My favorite thing is when I tap into this show and there's just a random comedian on.
Yep.
And you know
Like,
what?
let's see what D'Lo and KC got going on today. Is that Godfrey?
You know the best part about it is all of that stuff is set up because of KSFM.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with
I figured.
this version of D'Lo and KC.
I thought I was like, man, I feel like Godfrey'd be better with James and Kyle.
Maybe we can start booking Kings players through KSFM and kind
Maybe.
of trick them into showing up here.
Hey,
Maybe.
nice.
Maybe.
I saw TD. I talked to TD, man. He was like, man, pull up. Man, get me back on. I said, no doubt.
You
Say
can come on
less.
anytime you want to.
Yeah,
Say
here's it.
less.
Send it. Give us an email, and we'll send you the link every day.
Yeah, you can.
You jump on
literally
whenever you
join the
want.
show whenever you want.
Do you know who might literally do that? If you just every day from your Odyssey email and sent with, subject line ESPN 1320 Sacramento or whatever. If you sent that to Mark Cuban every day, he would definitely click on it one day. If you just said,
All right, it's basically the third hour of the Insiders here. It's the super merger. D'Lo and Casey. James made the hot tag. Kyle Madson in now as we kind of just put a close to this Sacramento Kings season here on this Friday. I asked your partner this. I'll ask you, do you have an issue with the way that the that 12-hour period went following that blowout loss?
Yeah, mostly because I called it today the mirage of stability.
Mm-hmm.
It's everybody. Look, we have an idea. Look at what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Man, then why was Monty still there? What has he been doing? Why did he address the team after the game?
Mm-hmm.
What's there's no plan here. So yeah, I don't. Again, it's just it's not the end of the world. It's just evidence to me or breadcrumbs to me that they're heading down the path that they've been on forever.
Mm-hmm.
That nothing's changing.
You don't trust.
I don't.
You don't trust it.
I don't. Why would I? Why would anybody?
Yeah.
And maybe I keep.
They got to earn it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the correct phrase. Thank you. They have to earn that. Where maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe everything is cool moving forward, and the Kings are back in the playoffs in 2 years, and they're title contenders in 4. We're like, wow. We go back to the day they fired Monty McNair. Wow, that was the day everything turned around. I would love to be wrong, but where we sit right now on April 18th, 2025, it's like, all right, buckled up for more of the same.
Yeah. We talked about it obviously at length yesterday, and I said, and I reiterate to you because I haven't talked to you about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the process just doesn't matter to me at this point. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? I understand that it does. Like, you want to handle things the right way, but they had a search firm last time to get Monty McNair, and it worked 1 out of 5 years. What was here? 5 years? 1 out of 5 years. And if they go about this the correct way and are a 33-win team for the next 3 years, I don't feel any better because they went about it the correct way.
Oh, right. It's all results based, and ultimately the process doesn't matter. But for where we sit today, it's not. I'm not going to sit here and go. When Damian asked me, "Hey, do you have a problem with it?" I'm not going to go. Oh, I don't have any thoughts on it. Like I do have thoughts on it. I don't think they did it the right way. I think Monty McNair should have been fired a long time ago. The fact that they didn't fire him to me is a sign that they went, okay, God, we got to just make the playoffs this year. And that continues to be, it appears, the goal is just make the playoffs. It's not build a sustainable winner. It's not build a team that's going to make the playoffs every single year and take these steps towards being a title contender. It's just like, oh God, make the playoffs.
Let me ask you a question.
And I just,
what's the difference between firing Monty McNair and firing Mike Brown? Because everybody looks at that situation as like, they shouldn't have done it, or it was ridiculous. You just signed him to a contract. How could you do that? Didn't they just sign Monty to a contract during the season last year? And if you fire him say you keep Mike Brown and you fire Monty McNair, which is what everybody wanted, I'm just asking, what's the difference? It still looks a little crazy, right?
I don't quite understand. Sorry. If they fired Monty McNair mid-season?
Yeah.
Because Monty McNair is not directly affecting what's happening on the court. Unless you mean like before the trade deadline?
Yeah, before the trade in December 27th, they fired Monty instead of Mike.
Yeah, it's just not affecting the on-court product.
And I think you're far less likely to fire a front office member before the trade deadline. I said after the trade deadline, fire him today.
Yes, that's it. February 7th or February 6th at 12:01 or whatever.
Yeah.
Get him out of here. He's done.
So here's maybe an alternate universe or an alternate theory in an alternate universe. What if they did feel like they were okay, he's out of here. Maybe they had a little bit more of a search than we realize. They clearly didn't talk to Scott Perry for the first time yesterday. Well, now we don't know the first time they talked to him, but we know it wasn't yesterday. We know it wasn't the night before that. We know that they have it. We're smart enough to know how this works. Did they talk to Calvin Booth when he was let go? Maybe. Hey, sure. How you feeling about doing this again? Maybe there's a few other front office people that they've spoken to over the course of the last handful of weeks. Maybe the search was a little bit more expansive. Maybe the search is maybe the wrong word. Maybe the conversations were a little bit more expansive than we realize.
Okay, and I don't disagree. I don't think that's crazy. But then why was Monty McNair still in your building?
No, I hear you.
I literally think.
To be clear, I don't think that happened. That little universe I just presented, I don't think that happened. I think
you don't think they had even internal conversations about a search?
Internal?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
And when they
Vlade
all
and
said,
Vivek talked about it a lot.
and when they all said,
that,
and when they said Scott Perry was the guy, like, go get him. Like, I don't think that's a problem.
No, what I was proposing is that they talk to Calvin Booth, not about Calvin Booth, or talk to executive.
Where did Calvin Booth's name come from? Because his name came up in reports.
In the Athletic.
So you think people just did it because he was available?
I'm just naming names. Like,
but his name did come up in a report.
His name was in Sam Amick's report.
Yeah, they said he was in consideration along with Scott Perry.
And that there could be a variety of reasons that was said. Because when Sam's article went to the New York Times, you kiss my ass if Scott Perry wasn't already hired.
Facts.
That article went up like an hour after the game. Like they already knew Scott Perry was the guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so
absolutely.
like the Calvin Booth thing could have been a favor to an agent, could have been a favor to Calvin, could have been a lot of different things. So hey, no, remember Calvin Booth is available. He's a commodity out there. There could be teams looking for general managers, front office people. Remember Calvin's out there. It could have been simple as that.
Yeah. And again, this goes back to, this is where the process does matter, because like I said, my problem is not hiring Scott Perry when they did, because if there's a belief that he's the guy, cool. Like I said, my issue is not Scott Perry. He might be great. Would love that might be the case. My problem is Dave, no. When do you think Vivek made up his mind that Monty McNair was going to get fired? Like realistically,
somewhere. Like I think I think it was in the vicinity of Christmas. It was in the vicinity of Mike Brown.
I agree with
you.
You.
Decided Mike Brown was gone.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Then why? Then after the trade deadline, if you want to, I get why you want to keep your GM through the trade deadline. Okay, that's fine. But after the trade deadline, why is he not gone?
No.
And it's because, in my mind, it's because they had won some games with Doug and they fired Mike to save their season. And by keeping Monty McNair on, it gave this, again, I'm going to go back to the mirage of stability that, oh, look, everything's cool. We're going to go to the playoffs. We're not in dysfunction. We're not firing GMs. We're not doing all that. We're going to go to the playoffs. We're good. It's like everything is about the immediate and nothing is about the long term. Everything's about right now. We need to make the playoffs right now. To hell with the next 5 years. To hell with next year. We got to make the playoffs now. And I think operating that way put the Kings in a worse spot than they would have been in had they just pulled the plug fully in February and been like, cool, if we wind up losing games, whatever, this needs to be rethought and rebuilt. I think right now, again, today, I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong. My opinion is that I think the Kings believe that this roster is a couple of tweaks away from being in the playoffs, which is their goal. I don't think this roster can win a title. I think that they just want to make the playoffs again. And okay, we're really close with this group to making the playoffs. How do we get 6 more wins out of them? I think that is still their goal.
Is that wrong though?
Yeah.
I don't think that it is. Like, couldn't that just be a stepping stone? Like, all right, we've figured out how to.
Their best player is 30. Their second best player is 28. Maybe their second best player. Domas is 28. There's not a lot of runway here.
Yeah, but you can still.
Is it Zach?
You're talking about Zach.
Okay.
But you can still do those kind of things and take steps towards the future, right? Like, so, for instance, like I don't think you'll be able to trade Zach LaVine and Sabonis.
I agree.
So I don't know if there's any point in surrounding them with G Leaguers because you're not going to, like, these guys are kind of here. They're here. So let's try to have the best team we can. Now, along the way, you want to start getting assets. You want to start getting some young players.
I agree.
So when you're able to move those guys, then maybe you had a jump start on, maybe it doesn't have to be a full rebuild or something like that. But in the meantime, like, these guys are here. This year, these guys are here. So, yeah, try to put a team around them that could be a playoff team, but that doesn't have to be, your 5-year end goal for this team. And I think that's Scott Perry's job is to, hey, let's see what we can do and build the best team that we can for what we have this upcoming year. But let's start to get some assets. Let's start to get some. They won't have their draft pick, but whatever young players you can get, maybe you can. I'm just throwing a name out there. Maybe you can get Jonathan Kuminga. You know what I mean? And start to have that in place.
Just go full 2 timelines.
Well,
Who's that failed?
But the whole point is, like, what else are you gonna do? If you can't get rid of those, if you told Scott Perry and Vivek, hey, you can get 2 top 10 picks this year for Sabonis and Levine, I think they would do it.
But
like
they can't.
you
Right.
can't.
You're
so
right.
what do you do?
I think you're right. I don't think that's good though.
No, I don't know if it's good either.
We
It's
spent
just reality.
I'm sorry. I did not listen to all 4 hours of your radio program yesterday.
Wow.
Hey,
Wow.
Hey, it'd be your own people.
Wow.
Bro. It'd be your own people.
Anyone else? Jesse? You good? Just me? Okay. So I don't know, but you talk about, okay, you build around Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis and try and pick up assets along the way. Like, that doesn't work.
I don't even know, but there needs to be a different. You're not building for this long-lasting franchise with those two. You have them right now, and maybe you're building for a year. Maybe use that. You're not,
and that's why. So that's why the Zach LaVine thing sucks.
Sabonis might suck too, not the player, but that situation might suck too.
It does. But that's why the Zach LaVine trade sucked, and that's why we keep bringing it up. I think it's Kenny leads. You lead the league in about to say a thing I disagree with, but then making it a thing I agree with. But no, I agree with you. Like on the Vivek front, that he went to hell with Monty McNair. I want Zach LaVine in here. The reason we keep harping on that is because of this. Like, that puts him in a really bad spot, because now they have to build around, all right, Zach LaVine's here, I guess. Domantas Sabonis is here, I guess. All right, let's see if we can make this a playoff team. Ugh. That just, I would way rather not have Zach LaVine right now. And I would way rather be in a spot where you're like, all right, you got your pick. You'll see if you can trade these guys, and let's see if you can find a new core, because right now their ceiling is about what we're talking about. Like, hey, can you make the playoffs and maybe win around? And I know that's a nice thing for now for this team, but I think it's got a very short shelf life. I don't even think it's guaranteed. Like, their floor is just high enough to be a play-in team, I guess. But I think their ceiling with Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis on the roster is just very, very low. That's a bummer.
Let me ask you a question. Both of you guys a question. I'm not saying I disagree with you guys. I'm just asking a question because I want to know the logic behind it. What would be the point of firing Monty after the trade deadline?
You don't need him. Like, to do what?
Why? But what does firing do? What does it do? I'm just asking. Like, what does that do? It's like it's almost a mirage of we're fed up. We're pissed off. Like, it ain't doing nothing.
No, right. And it's a mindset thing. It's not, at least for me, it's the reason they didn't fire him is the problem. Because I think they didn't do that because they went, oh my God, everybody, we just got to make the playoffs this year. And oh my God, we just got to keep him around. Like, all right, man. I guess.
I think what you said before is more so what it is like, we don't want to look like we're completely chaotic.
Right.
Which is a mirage of stability. But firing him, in my opinion, would be fake hustle. Like, what you fire him for? Like, you're
firing him because you're going to fire him.
Yeah, you could have started the process of hiring Scott Perry or whoever then.
Yeah, I don't think you were going to hire him during the year. Like, you weren't. That's my.
Well, why?
I don't think you were hiring Scott Perry during the year.
Why?
Are the Denver Nuggets a good organization?
Sure.
They had no problem getting rid of Calvin Booth 3 days before the playoffs started, or a week before the playoffs started. They didn't wait till the end of the year. They said, we're done with this guy. He's going to be gone because we're going to have a new front office. So you're done here. Keeping Monty McNair around was.
And there's I
don't know why he was here.
Very literally nothing for them to do. That I said that. Like, there's nothing left for you to do. You can go. If this is, just fire him.
And
ultimately you did it. Now, I don't know why you can't hire Scott Perry in the middle of the year, or if that's your target.
Maybe you can.
I don't know why you can't.
No rules.
Yeah, like you could hire whoever you want to. Like,
yeah, get a head
if
start
you're hiring,
on whatever you're doing.
I take that back. You can hire whoever you want to if they're unemployed.
Yeah.
If they're employed, you have different hoops that you have to jump through. But
in
the end, it's the same. In the end, the result is exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Your
And this
search was already started anyway.
Yeah,
And
problem-
maybe that's it. Sorry, Kyle. And maybe that's it. When we're talking about why is he here, fire him. They did. Mentally, he's fine. It's not like payment stop.
Right.
Like in their head, he's gone. Like, no, you can sit here. You can show up at games. You can wear your little vest. You can walk around the courtside with Alvin. You can do all of that stuff. In the end, we're firing you, and we're having me, because I'm Vivek, and Vlade, because he's my trusted confidant. We're having conversations about who's going to replace you. So we're going to call the only person Vlade knows, and that's Scott Perry. That's why I'm of the belief they talk to no one else. Scott Perry is the only guy Vlade knows, so that's what they called.
I think a stable, healthy organization would have fired Monty McNair the day after the trade deadline, or as soon as they knew that he wasn't going to make any more moves for them. Like, all right, you're done. And that's the problem. It's not like firing him, they would have won 48 games all of a sudden. This is not that. This is just my problem with how they've gone about this is that they waited until the end of the season to fire. It's like, why?
Well, I wonder.
It's just weird. It's weird. It's just weird. It's just more evidence for me, again, because the Kings get no benefit of the doubt at this point.
But how many front office people get fired during the season? I mean, we know Calvin did. There's a unique story behind that.
Which we say Denver is stable. They got raked through the coals, and rightfully so, for that move.
Well, clearly their leadership wasn't stable. The reason they were fired is because these two were fighting with each other.
Yeah.
They were fired because
that's a unique situation.
You're making the entire company on edge.
Yeah.
You're the leaders of this company. We don't often look at it like that.
Mm-hmm.
We look at it as basketball. No, you're the leaders of this company. We're talking medical staff. We're talking PR staff. We're talking all of these different entities that are involved in the Denver Nuggets organization. You're making everyone miserable. You're both fired.
That's fair. It's a different situation.
With front office, I feel like you're inconsequential. You got through the trade deadline. You screwed up. We're firing you. We're not going to do it today because it's completely inconsequential. We don't need to make our next hire today because there's literally nothing for them to do.
Right.
There's no trade for them to execute. There's no draft picks for them to scout. They're going to be doing that anyways. And there's no free agents to go sign. We'll just wait.
That's
and then
fair.
The day after the season.
No, not the day.
the night the season ends.
Well, yeah, you get blown out by 20 points on your home floor. You're going to get fired that night.
Let me ask you
that yesterday.
So you guys think, again, I didn't listen to all 4 hours. That's my bad. Flag on me. So is that do you guys think that if they had lost by 2, Monty McNair would have been fired the next day?
Yes.
No. Oh, the next day, yeah.
Yeah.
We asked that question. We said if it was a 5-point loss, does he get fired that night? And we don't think so.
Yeah, I think he would have been fired the next morning.
Dang.
Or I'm sorry, the firing announcement would have been made the next morning.
Yeah.
Unless Monty just said the hell with you guys and told Shams that they got it out there, or Monty's agent told Shams. I'll ask you what I asked your partner a minute ago. First order of business for Scott Perry is what?
Jesus. I think they have to, and again, I know this is going to make some people upset, but please understand where I'm coming from. I think they have to move on from DeMar DeRozan. That is not a fit here. At least I don't believe that that's a.
I love that you said this is going to upset some people.
They ain't gonna upset.
It's gonna upset some people.
No, it ain't gonna upset me. I like DeMar DeRozan, but I said that's the first order of business. I just always like every loss wasn't his fault. That's all.
I agree.
That's all I would say.
No, and it's not. I now that we're post after the season and stuff. I said this on the show today on the Insiders, 10 a.m. to noon, right here on ESPN 1320.
Great show.
I said this today. Someone said something to me online that really rubbed me the wrong way. So I want to make this clear. DeMar DeRozan, the player, and what he was doing was not the problem. What he was doing within the scope of what the Kings should have been doing or what the rest of the players are good at didn't work. DeMar DeRozan individually was brilliant. If you picked up this DeMar DeRozan season and put him on the Rockets are better because the Rockets stink at scoring in the half court. And if they had DeMar DeRozan on their team with Amen Thompson and with Tari Eason and with Jabari Smith Jr. and Alperen Şengün and all these dudes that are just rangy and they play defense, and you know what? They're not super offensively gifted just yet. DeMar can carry that load. The season he has impacts them differently than it would impact the Kings, even if it was the exact same season. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Does that make
Absolutely.
So I know that James and I specifically, we went at DeMar a lot, but that was stemmed out not from, man, he's not very good. It was stemmed from maybe the more effective way to do this is A, B, and C, and that's just not him as a player.
And that's fine. My whole thing was like the playing game kind of highlighted it. Like it wasn't always just like, I don't care what's going on, I'm gonna shoot. He would give these guys the ball and they wouldn't do nothing.
The one where
we'd have to get points somehow.
That's fair. That's and I said that yesterday. I tried to find good things to say at the top of the
Good
show.
job by you.
Thanks, man. And it was so clear. He went, all right, I'll do it. That's fine. The one that got, and I don't mean to bring up old stuff, but the one we were standing out there watching this together, it got to Domas, $45 million All-NBA center, Domantas Sabonis, gets the ball on the block with like 3 seconds left on the shot clock. It does this, does the step out and like, where do I pass it? Like, brother, shoulder in and turn around and shoot it. What are we doing? Oh, God.
Bro, two of those guys are trying to get back on the defensive end because there's 3 seconds on the shot clock. No, nobody's cutting, sir. Shoot the ball.
They got it to you because you're closest to the hoop.
And then got mad.
Yeah,
and then got mad at everybody.
Where'd you guys cutting?
Oh, man.
Oh, dude. But yeah, no.
Well,
shout out to DeMar. He's a Hall of Famer and a legend.
And he will be gone. And that will
almost
be neutral.
certainly.
It ain't one one road street there. That's he felt the same way.
You guys are at Cache Creek next Thursday.
Ooh.
Probably shouldn't mention that.
Ooh.
Well, I can mention it. Like you guys are at Cache Creek next one. Like,
well, you can.
I know, maybe not. maybe won't give too many of the particulars, but you're doing a watch party for the football league.
If you'd like
the football league.
So, yeah, because we can't like brand it. So the top American Football League in the country is having a draft.
Yeah.
And we're all
XFL having a draft during the season. That's crazy.
I think it's what's it called?
USFL? UFL?
UFL. That's
UFL.
it. It's the UFL. The United Football.
We've had AFL,
the
BFL, the AAFL, USFL.
Yeah, the AAFL was crazy. Like the two.
That was the worst one.
Yeah, the two A's.
The debut game, I think it was on during Kenny's baby shower.
Does anyone?
It's awful.
Is that
during the baby?
Yeah, it was on
during the NFL season.
The AAFL.
Because that day
it was one of the. No, it was one of the it was one of the like.
Was it the wedding?
No, it wasn't the wedding. I think it was pretty sure the baby shower.
Forgettable league though.
Dude, the
baby shower wasn't. We were on the water.
That was crazy.
Kenny's Lake.
Do we want to go to break?
It's not my lake.
I don't know. Do we? Do we want to go to break? Probably. I don't know. Kyle wants to go home. Let's go to break.
No, I don't. I have something to say.
Oh,
never
bad.
mind. We'll go 58 then.
We'll go.
We'll go to 58?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I didn't know you guys did breaks on this show. Sorry.
We don't. That's why I'm asking.
Only when I'm paying attention.
Yeah, when Kenny takes us to
Only
break.
when I'm locked in.
Only when Kenny takes us to break a minute and a half before we need to.
Hey, honestly,
we either go to break a little late or 2 minutes early.
Okay, so that's it. So in the back of my head, I had Matt Nahigian. I saw that clock go to 44, and I had just take it to 58.
Yep.
Just go.
Yep.
So that's why I was like, oh, okay, we're just going.
Yep.
So. And now I can't remember what I was going to say. That's tight. Oh, okay. No. So the spring football leagues. There's nothing in sports more fraudulent than anyone telling you they're enjoying spring football. Those leagues are terrible.
Awful.
That is not
They're a waste of time. They're a waste of time.
The goal of those leagues, the goal of people who tweet about those leagues and write about those leagues is to let everybody know how much I like football. There's no chance they're watching it like, yeah, this is great.
It is awful.
I love football as much as I do a podcast about football. I do a website. I write on a website about football that takes up so much of my time. I spend so much time watching and caring about football. When the spring football leagues come on, whether it's the AFL, the BFL, the CFL, the DFL, or otherwise, I cannot care even a small amount.
What's the
It
DFL?
Well, wait, huh?
I'm just asking.
The what?
I'm asking what the
Yeah.
DFL is. Kyle.
The detrimental football league.
Okay. You know what?
Developmental football league, I meant. Developmental.
By the way, since we're all here, let's
We have
check
not
in.
talked about the fact that it used to be called the D League.
Let's. Well, speaking of,
Come on.
here's Brian
It's
Wynn.
obviously Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves can fit together beautifully and be a competitive group, and they can share each other's load and also show what they can fit together.
All right, yeah, no, nah.
Oh, hey, bro.
That's disgusting.
Hey, come on, bro. Settle.
Sick. You're sick,
Hey,
Brian. You're
hey,
sick.
Who's man's?
Some old DFL.
Who's man's?
That man was on national
Oh.
TV.
Oh, Malika should have had a flag ready.
Mm.
She should
Hey,
have had a
do
flag ready.
you have that video? Can we run that video back? You can mute it if you want.
No, we'll run it back.
Run it back. Watch his face. He knows exactly what he said. Watch Brian Windhorst's face.
Is obviously Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves
Yeah.
can fit together beautifully and be a competitive group, and they can share each other's load and also show what they can fit together. Is obviously Luka,
I'm
LeBron,
sure.
and
He
Austin
knows
Reeves.
exactly.
Sure.
You see, no,
He's got a little giggle. He's got a
as he-
little grin here. You're right.
As he's
Well,
winding
it's a
up, he's kind of,
it's a pause that he's. Oh, they're gonna get me for this.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
paused it before he delivers
They're
that
gonna-
line.
They're gonna.
and
get
they
me.
can share each other's. He's like,
Load and also show what they can fit beautifully and be a competitive group, and they can share each other's load and also
Oh yeah.
show what they can fit together.
The pause. Yeah, the pause is tough. He's like, it's
Once he got
it's
share
too
each
late.
other's, he said, "I can't
It's like it's
say
too
anything
late.
different."
It
It's
was
like,
like-
I'm stuck.
it was like he realized like workload, but he already had the word coming out.
You can almost see him go, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Real quick on the football thing.
Mm.
You know what the move is, and I don't know if the NFL, you know, funds this league or whatever. But what could work, like regular football, ain't gonna work. Like we've got 40 years of these random leagues that just die out.
You want to watch it so bad, go watch the CFL.
Do that. Luckily, Trey Lance won't be there. But
Not yet.
what the move is 7-on-7s. If you have a 7-on-7 league, I think it'll do way better than any of these leagues. Remember the summer, and I don't know why they did this. Remember the summer the NFL network had the flag football league? They broadcast. Oh, it was popping.
You know, flag football is going to be in the next Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching that.
If they had,
Oh yeah.
yes, see,
Yeah.
you're
No,
watching
no.
that.
Yeah.
You're not watching the UFL. But if I told you, yo, they got the flag football league starting on Sunday, I'll check that out.
You
I
think you
think
can
my
big
problem
three
is-
that thing? Like do the big three type where you get whatever, but like, hey, Dalvin Cook, like you're not in the league anymore. Come over here, play 7-on-7 now.
Maybe.
Sir, Dalvin Cook is on the Dallas
Maybe.
Cowboys practice squad. You bite your tongue.
Is he still?
no, probably not.
You might be able to, but the 7-on-7s be popping. The
My-
kids love them.
my
Like
problem-
it's AAU. That's their AAU.
My problem is I don't think I have the brain capacity to care about more stuff.
Oh, that's why I don't watch. hockey.
Sure.
Like I used to love the Sharks. And I used to love hockey because the Warrior season was over in January. So it's like, all right, well the Sharks are good, so Sharks took precedence, right? So I used to love hockey. I cannot follow that sport for the life of me.
Yeah, it's just
I want to get into soccer really bad.
yeah.
I've tried. Like I like the sport. If somebody's got it on, if it was on right now, I'm not gonna wake up at 6 a.m. on a Sunday and
No.
lock into Man U.
Like I said, they only
Ugh.
got 3 weeks because then football season starts, and I'm not tapped in.
Well, James Ham does that. He gets up in the morning, he watches the Premier League into NFL Sunday, and it's like, that's tight. That sounds awesome. I'm not doing that.
No. I'm absolutely not doing that.
Can I tell you the happy thing that I might be wanting to talk to you about?
Is it that the Knicks have a 73% chance to win this series against the Pistons? Because that feels very high.
Not very high. It's 65.
60.
Feels pretty high considering the
60-40.
Pistons have a
It's
winning
65
record.
at the
60-40
lowest.
to me.
65 at the lowest.
Go 55,
70
45.
sounds about right. 70
Pistons
sounds
and
about right.
Oh God, I would love if Detroit won that series.
They might.
Was
Like,
it
we know how the
my
Knicks do against
Detroit
good
Pistons?
teams.
Yeah, that's facts. You stay claim to
No,
them
they
early
just
in the
don't-
year.
They don't beat the top 3 teams. They handle the Pistons.
They don't do very well against teams over 500.
Although the Pistons got them a couple weeks ago. Pistons
Mm.
got 'em a couple weeks ago.
That's
So
interesting.
We'll see. We'll see how that goes down. You were having a discussion about people who were like, "I'm done with the Kings. I'm leaving,"
Mm-hmm.
and you were like, "It just doesn't work that way.
It doesn't.
Like it just doesn't.
No matter
work
how
that way."
bad you want it to.
And I'm reminded, and I wanted to talk to you about it because I know you remember this. I'm reminded of how volatile, how crazy it was
Can I?
when the 49ers had Chip Kelly
Yeah.
and they were in Levi Stadium. How many people did you listen to, talk to, tweet to who said, "I'm never going to Levi's. I'm done with this team as long as Jed York is. Jed York will never win."
The first time I saw that was, and you're right, it was that 2016 season, but that started with the Thanksgiving tweet
That's
after
right.
the Seahawks
right. Good
beat
call.
the Niners, and it's Richard Sherman eating the turkey at midfield.
Good call.
That's when it started.
Yeah.
I'm done with Jed York. I'm done with this team.
I'll never go to Levi's. They took the
Nope.
soul out of
Yep.
the 40. Don't the 49ers have like the highest average sales ticket?
Maybe.
It's up there.
Yeah.
The team
Yeah.
that travels on the road the most,
Mhm.
them and the Eagles and the
Yeah.
Cowboys, like you win,
Right.
they'll be back. People told me, and we were on the show, like the Kings will never, the drought will continue as long as Vivek is the owner. It's like they'll make the playoffs. They will.
Like,
I
they'll
don't
get-
know
they'll make
when
the
they
playoffs
will.
eventually. Yeah.
I don't know when they will, but they'll make the playoffs and everybody will be happy.
Yeah.
Now it was only the 1 year or whatever. Now they're back to where they're at.
Mhm.
But once again,
A
they'll
perfect-
get back to the playoffs.
A perfect
and
like
it'll be fine.
microcosm of this is the lead up to the play-in. I see the chatty house. I see Twitter.
Mhm.
I see Instagram. I poke around the internet and I read things. Ear to the streets,
That's
as it
right.
were.
That's right.
So the amount of people that were fed up, frustrated, his team stinks, Monty's got to go, Doug's not the guy, everything's bad. I was at Golden One Center on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
I knew that place was rocking. I knew the lid was going to come off that place if they won that game.
Well, Devin Carter.
Well, that was the moment. It was when we
Devin
peaked.
Carter blew the roof off the building.
Yeah.
Crowd erupted.
That was it.
Towels waving, white shirts in the air. It was in the first quarter. You might have gone to the bathroom. It only happened for a brief moment.
Yeah. Real quick. It was a great
was-
moment. It was a great moment.
Hey, went to one
I
end
don't
of the
remember
court,
that
came
at
back.
all.
Yeah.
I don't remember that at
Went to
all.
one. It's literally the only highlight. Went to one end of the court, pumped up the crowd, came back, and that was it.
Look, I don't think I could show you.
Beat our ass after that.
I think, Kyle, I think I could
That
show
might
you.
have been
It's
when I
on
was
here.
transitioning back to the behind the media.
Look at this.
It could have been that.
Here, Kyle. This was the moment. I got it. I got it for you right here.
You took
Kyle,
video
go
of
ahead.
it?
Well, it's on,
I'm experiencing this for the first time.
it's on the YouTube.
The high point. All right, we got
It was popping
23-22. Oh, that's right. Swing out Devin Carter.
And then look at
three
this
ball in the
crowd.
corner.
Look at this
Bang.
crowd. And then look at Devin
Yep.
go across. Look at him. People
Going
going
yeah.
crazy.
That's right. I
It was
remember.
last
that.
time we cheered them.
That was the last. Who knew that would be the last cheer of the season?
That was the last.
But that's just it. But that's the 3-day version of what we're talking about. People were fed up and done, and then like, oh, there's a game to win. Oh, and Jaws hurt. Oh, we might make the play. All right, we're in there. Let's go.
That's the thing, though. What Dave Chappelle tell us?
Well,
He told us what we already knew. Twitter is not real life. Social media is not real life.
well, and yes, that's right. I'm not disagreeing with that, but I do think that sentiment still. I think the people expressing those sentiments online and in the chatty house and on Twitter or whatever, I think that still matters. But they still are going to go. Everybody on Twitter who's mad wasn't not rooting for the Kings. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You can be upset, you can be frustrated, but you're always going to go back to your favorite team because that's your favorite team, unless they move.
I feel like the internet is just a place to complain. Like if you're like Jill's a perfect example. Jill will tell you when things are good. She will tell you when things are bad.
her emotions will reflect all of that.
Facts.
There are people who just go to the internet when they're angry.
Yes.
And it's like, I can't, like, it's like TC sometimes with the 49ers. Hell, not sometimes. All the
Hey, bro.
like in all seriousness, are you a 49er fan or not?
Mhm.
And it's like, TC treat us like the internet. He call us and complain about Kyle and Brock and what they need to do. And you know, they only won the game because this guy wasn't as big of an idiot as he normally is. And it's like, are you a fan or you aren't? I can't tell. And sometimes the internet is just used as a place like a dumping ground. Like I hate. What I love, I'm not going to tell you what I love.
Right.
Because I'm just going to experience the love. I'm gonna cheer. I'm gonna enjoy it. But when I'm mad, that's when I'm going back to the internet.
And then the people, and I'm not judging anybody, but you just always have to express. Right? Like you can be mad at the 49, mad Saturday or Friday or whenever with the Kings.
Wednesday.
And sometimes I'll tweet what's on my mind. Sometimes they'll lose a game, and it's just I don't have to tell everybody how upset I am.
The disappointment on your
Sometimes
face
you
the other
tweet
night
number
was
one
tough.
defense my ass.
I did it. I don't care. Whatever. I did it. Whatever. Sometimes you say, sometimes whatever. And then
It's the greatest tweet of all
and a bunch
time.
of internet strangers come up to you after. It's like, hey, what happened? Whatever.
I know we got to go, but real quick.
It's the greatest 10 seconds of my life.
This is a much bigger thing.
Oh,
No. Wow.
that's
Dang.
tough.
Wow.
That's tough. That's tough.
I had a nickel.
I'm about to say it's not a flag.
I knew what it was. I knew what it was. I'm like Brian Windhorst right now. I knew what it was, but I was about to say it.
Another false start. Nah, this is a bigger thing for a different show, but I think there's a we got a break.
Okay. Kyle tweeting it like a round of pocket watching, just quitting. Just
I'm not quitting. I'm trying to get us out of it on time.
All right. Well, we'll come back. Best 10 seconds of your life here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Now,
here, this could be a YouTube exclusive, man. What were you gonna say?
I think because the NBA, I think probably of all the sports has the largest or most prevalent online contingent.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like, I'm not saying the highest number of fans,
NBA
but
Twitter.
It feels like NBA Twitter is the most. It was certainly the first, and I think that's why when people talk about ratings and the discourse and this and that, I think and when people complain about how negatively the league is covered, right? Like LeBron brought that up. Like, why would you want to be the face of this league if you're just going to get dragged for everything you do? And I think that's because of how Twitter has been so prevalent for the last 15 years that's just how people talk about sports and specifically the NBA now.
Yeah. That league is younger.
Yeah.
The NBA is younger than, say, like the NFL.
Right.
The NFL is still very much an older, wider audience.
And so I think a lot of the discourse around the NBA gets pushed negative because of how much of it stems from people talk hoop online. People don't talk hoop with their friends anymore. Or they might, but a lot of it happens online. And so I think that's why it steers negative.
We're all we got the best of both worlds with the generations where I don't have to go online and say how I'm feeling. Some of the younger people feel like they have to go online and say everything they're feeling every time or respond to any moment that happens. Sometimes, there's nothing wrong with doing it, but sometimes, no, I'm just here.
Yeah.
I'm just here and living in it.
Yeah.
And we're kind of used to that. Like, that's how we grew up. But like Leezy, maybe his people didn't grow up like that. They gotta have their take and get their views out there, their POV on Twitter all the time. And
and it's always negative.
It's always negative. It's always.
Are you Gen Z?
No, I'm 91.
Oh, really?
I'm Gen Z.
No, you're definitely a millennial at 91. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Come on. All right. I'm going to let Leezy take over now. Goodbye, everyone.
I don't know if you guys want me to get here. I can do whatever, man. I'm out here.
My man's.
Yep.
My man.
Had a productive follow-up.
Okay, good.
Hell no, I didn't see this. Hey, I need to be out there. Who doing it? Who doing it? I need no. Hey, Soren, who's tweet me,
Great.
Instagram me, whatever. I need to know who's doing this. I need to be out there, bro. For real, for real.
Yeah. Okay, very good.
Scoot in a little bit because you have to be closer to the mic. So now you have to move it. Yeah, there you go. There
Appreciate
go.
you. See you guys on Monday.
All right, brother.
Have a good weekend.
Yep. See you.
Oh, Soren, hey, or Steve, you don't need anything.
Yeah.
This isn't a little guys 3-on-3 tournament. This is for the big boys.
Yeah, stay home, Minnie Mouse. Nobody looking for you. Hey, chat can't get on me today. Like, I know my hair looks crazy, man. Sorry.
Braids is out.
Hey,
You know what I mean?
my girl couldn't hook me up. Hair by Jordan Nicole. She couldn't hook me up. So
Shout out Jordan Nicole.
Yeah, I left the house thinking I was gonna look like Kate Cunningham. I just look like, damn, it's not working.
Shout out Jordan Nicole. Doing work.
That's the homie.
There are really loud noises about who's in Las Vegas this weekend. It's bad.
Oh.
You thought Roman's remarks were bad?
Redacted?
We're getting a little UFC on this weekend.
Brother.
Get the camera on him.
Oh, that one.
brother.
Okay, that one. Mm.
I don't know
I mean,
that any of you know who I'm referring to.
It's no surprise.
You do.
Yeah,
Who do you think I'm talking about?
The president?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I didn't know what the UFC reference.
Oh no,
Well,
they
he's at all the
got a president cam
got you.
on those events.
got you. Yeah.
It's no surprise though. You know what I mean?
Especially
Well,
Roman Reigns.
Let's think about this for a second. It's WrestleMania week. Triple H is telling fans to F off or shut the F up or whatever he said in that thing with Rosenberg. Roman is out here proclaiming his love for Donald Trump. Like this is your biggest week.
Yeah.
And this is the direction we're going with our PR. All right, man. Okay.
But I mean, like I said, no surprise because wasn't Trips definitely supported during the whole thing, huh?
Well, Mom works for
True
him.
too. That's true too.
Yeah, Mom works for him.
So yeah, that's why I say it ain't no surprise that's how.
But if we're going,
the way
if
we're looking at it, he's looking at it like this is our biggest week. Let's get my boy out
Well,
here.
you know what this WrestleMania buildup has taught me? I don't need these bitches no more. I don't I walked with the UFC for a little while. I enjoyed it. Like it was super easy to walk away from when I learned more about Dana White and the fact that I just don't like the sport. It'll be super easy after this last 6 months to just walk away.
Well,
from
let's
this
just keep it a stack. It's easy. It's easier than the NFL, so to speak, right? Because WWE isn't that good of a product right now. At least not to me. Like it's it's whatever. It ended with me, and we know what he's been doing this week, but it ended with me when the Roman story ended. And I know it's still going on, but the streak was for me was the story.
Well, no, the story is over. Yeah, they're trying to tell another story.
Right.
And I don't no.
That's the only thing that like I kept watching for. The streak. I want to when it ends, who beats it, all this other stuff. And once that ended, I looked around at the rest of the product. I was like, it's not even that good of a product. I haven't I really haven't watched since that moment.
I hope these reports are wrong. And like you can do whatever you want to with Vogue or Vanity Fair or whatever the Roman article was. You could do whatever you want to with Rosenberg. He's essentially your employee. It doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want to. You're going to put him out there on your biggest event. Yeah. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow for a lot of your fans, including me.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been with that company for 40 plus years.
Yeah.
That's tough.
I'm pretty sure it'll happen too. At this point, I'd be surprised if it didn't.
I'm not surprised about the news of him being there because they have such strong ties to him already. He's been part of the WWE universe.
This is not Alabama football.
Yeah.
This is not LSU football.
You think they're gonna lose money though?
Well,
like that's
no, they ain't losing.
They don't care.
No.
That's why
they know.
Triple H said it. Like
they
everyone's
know
filling up the arenas and stuff. Like, what do I care what you guys say on Twitter? Like, money's coming in. They don't care.
They know that their fan base is obsessive.
Yeah,
like they're like the tickets that sell out. That we talk about this. The tickets that sell for WrestleMania first are those ones we looked at that were 10,000 for the 2 nights. Those are the ones that sell first because that's how obsessive their hardest of hardcore fans are. They're the ones that are going to show up. Those are the people who are spending near $100,000 this weekend on the ticket. They're going to SmackDown tonight. They're going to NXT. They're going to the Hall of Fame. They're going to some random indie promotion, and they're going to Raw on Monday. They're going to all of it. They're buying the 7 different belts. They got 10 different access passes to get Sasha's autograph and Seth's autograph, and they booed Hulk Hogan.
That's right.
Yeah. That was a moment.
And y'all are,
which I wonder.
I'm not going to get preemptively upset
Yeah.
because nothing has happened yet. Oh, but goddamn, would I be disappointed?
Look, they booed Hulk Hogan, which makes me wonder what that response is going to be.
It's gonna be
if he's
booed.
there and they put him on.
They
definitely would put him on.
just can't. Well, again, I'm not going to preemptively get upset, but there's rumblings.
if he's there, he's getting a camera shot.
There's
Oh, yeah.
rumblings
Like,
that
yeah.
are really loud. I think the question is he in front of the crowd?
Question.
I think he's in.
He was at the Super Bowl, right? I'm pretty sure
He was.
Did they
Yeah.
show him though? I don't remember seeing him.
Oh, you throw him in a suite.
Yeah, they'll throw him in.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did.
I'm
show
not
him.
even sure he's that. Well, he probably is, but people won't let him be ringside.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
you can't
no.
do that.
No,
He's
no,
a-
no,
he's
no,
in a
no.
suite, yeah.
No,
He'll be in the suite.
no. He probably logistically couldn't be.
Take another bad stunner from Stone Cold, maybe.
He's gonna be GM for the night again.
I mean, like I said, wrestling is one of those things now where, there's something I want to see. Like,
I'm gonna email Dave Meltzer. Is this true? Dave, get on the show right now.
Send him the link. There's some, I want to sell. Yeah, I want to see Bianca in there or whatever. Like, I'll check it out, but it's not appointment television anymore.
Why am I just seeing this quote? Oh, again, the week of WrestleMania, the New York Times, John Cena says, I don't care who hears it. I love Vince McMahon.
Oh man.
Why do they do that for that
Why
guy?
are they so bold this week?
They're just letting it fly. They got the chest out in Vegas.
Well,
They ready,
that's-
boy.
Wow.
Man.
A lot of people do that for redacted McMahon, though. I've noticed. They were like, yeah, but Vince did a lot for me. I wonder if Vince covered up stuff for them at this point, the way they go to bat for that guy still.
But not John.
Yeah,
Hey,
John's pretty
I don't
clean.
know John Cena.
Yeah, I don't know John Cena. That's a good call. I don't know that dude.
Man.
I don't know what he got going on.
I'm
Vince
just,
must know.
speculating, but you hear these guys talk, and they're just like, yeah, but Vince still.
No,
it's Vince.
you know what it is? I think it's like, it's not Stockholm syndrome, but like he's the guy who
Yeah, they
ran-
owe everything to him.
They do. Like if you made money in professional wrestling, you owe that to Vince McMahon. And I guess some guys,
How people
I
say,
don't
yeah,
know.
dude's a bad person now,
Yeah,
or like the stuff they don't even
no,
they just
know.
avoid it.
but yeah, I know. But like you said, especially in that situation, he literally puts you in that position. This isn't, I'm just throwing out a name, Gilbert Arenas. Like, I was a second round pick, but I got so many buckets.
Yeah.
I ended up being great. Like, no, professional wrestling, he chose you
Yep.
to be able to make this
Yeah.
money and all this other stuff. And I think a lot of
and
those
it's why
guys-
everyone who leaves that didn't make any money hate him.
Yeah, they'll let it fly. They'll tell them what
Because
they
it's not their fault.
Right.
It's not that they didn't work hard enough, or they weren't smart enough, or they weren't sharp enough, or they weren't charismatic enough. It's Vince's fault. Vince undercut me. He didn't like me. I wore the wrong shoes one day and he never forgave me for it. Like, you hear these guys say that. Like, but that is the nature. It's the weird nature of the wrestling business. Back when Vince McMahon ran it, he essentially ran the entire wrestling business. He was in charge of everything.
Yeah. Yep.
You'll know. I guess we'll know tomorrow or I guess we'll know either day, because the amount of time it's going to take to get into the arena, if the president of the United States is there,
Security
is
check.
not the same as if he is not.
Mhm.
It is a very, very. I did it once at a Mystics game. President, it is not the same process. It is awful. It is legitimately awful. And you're doing that with 60 ish.
They probably
50,
got
60.
75. They got the floor.
Zabo on the chat house says AEW, here we come. He didn't say all that.
Yeah,
all right.
no,
I didn't say all that.
Settle down, Zay.
Well, no, Zay. I'm just out.
Yeah, we didn't say all that.
I'm gonna grow up and stop watching professional wrestling. That's what I'm gonna do. It's Leezy Friday.
Yo,
Hey.
let's
Leezy here
go.
with us. Thanks for joining us, Leezy. We're gonna step out. We're gonna come right back. We'll get this conversation. No, stay put. Stay put. We're gonna get our schedule back on track here because we went really long with Kyle. So we're gonna come back. I want to get your thoughts on you're not a Kings. In fact, there's a lot of questions about you right now.
No.
You actually might have to answer for yourself.
No, you're going to pick a team when we get back.
Well,
You're going to pick a
There you
team.
go.
It's time. No wish-wash stuff. You're going to pick a team.
We'll
You heard
discuss
the
it on
man.
the other side.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Look,
he's
already,
done. He's already done.
teaching the young man bad habits.
Where's the pizza?
We'll see it on the other side.
Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320.
So I just absolutely I just strained something in my neck, spinal, everything
Spinal.
yesterday, trying to be goddamn Logan Webb, Therese.
Oh, Jesus.
Out there trying to be damn Pedro Martinez out there. And it's just immediately I was like, oh, this is
Shut up, Pedro.
He's gotten better
Yeah.
over the last 8 hours, I guess, or 10, 12 hours, whatever. But oh man.
Need that
It's all
there
bad.
gun.
It's right in here.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the middle of my back. Like I said, I was bringing the heat, though. Bringing the heat. But I'm on the 10-day disabled or unable to perform.
You really threw Don Zimmer to the ground.
Yo, what's like the headliner for WrestleMania? Because like, who is the main event? What's going
It's
down?
Cena and Cody. That's the main match on night 2. And then Punk and Roman and Seth on night 1. I think there's a strong argument the night 1 match is better than the night 2 match.
The main event?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
And it's John's last match, right?
No.
Oh, I thought he was done.
He's
after this.
retiring this year.
Oh.
He's not retiring after WrestleMania.
Oh. Why not go out at WrestleMania?
None of this would make sense if he was retiring at WrestleMania.
I'm not tapped in.
And you don't need to be.
Sorry, that's real. Don Zimmer should have just minded his business.
They should have made this match Cena winner retire match.
Yeah. It's WrestleMania. If you're gonna go out, why not go out at WrestleMania?
Because if you're gonna have him around, like he's just gonna win anyway.
Don't you feel like that gives away the ending?
I don't think so. Well, now because he said he's been around for a year. But if you would have kept that under wraps,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
real
then
quick,
it would have worked. You're right. If you had never announced the retirement thing,
then it could have been like, I'm just coming back because I'm trying to do this. If I don't win, I'm going
out.
forever.
Yep.
Yeah.
He did say too in one of his promos early on he was going to win the title and then take off. Like, did he? Like, what does that mean?
He's gonna CM Punk it. Put
Yeah,
it in the
yeah, that's how.
refrigerator,
That's how.
Go home and put it.
Yeah,
in
he
the
said he's going to win.
refrigerator.
He's going to take off.
Oh,
with
I
it.
forgot to bring AJ Styles elbow pad. Damn it.
Well, the Kings didn't win though. Wasn't that the whole point?
And we never heard Young Zell again. See, we told you we should have played it that day.
There's that remix, Young Zell.
Yeah.
I think we made the right call. Still, Kings didn't
Doesn't
deserve that.
matter. Taking light the beam off the board.
Oh no!
Oh,
Either Zell is making a new version or it's off the board.
his new song slaps.
We need a
That
rebuild
song
version.
is crazy.
Yeah.
So I go with the I go with the original, man. We gotta stay with the original. Oh, by the way,
Yeah.
Leezy, nobody want to hear this. And I'm a little sketchy because I don't like the guy that the version came from.
Yeah.
But damn.
Oh,
that
I know what you're
Nokia
talking about.
Remix go crazy.
Bro, that's been stuck in my head all day, every day.
I don't know if he can actually make it a remix.
No.
It was a mashup that somebody made. They used the Slow Jams beat.
No, don't do it, Casey. We can't talk about it. They gonna get on us. They gonna get us.
Saying. They made the Slow Jams beat, put it under the
Mm-hmm.
damn.
So the old Kanye song, you remember Slow Jams with Twisted and all that?
Hold on.
Yeah.
I feel like you guys are saying they took a Kanye beat and put some R. Kelly lyrics over it.
No, not that.
Oh.
Well, just using the Kanye beat is the issue. But
Oh.
it was Slow Jams and they put Nokia
Yeah,
over
Drake,
the top
Nokia.
of Slow Jams.
It's fire.
They used the
dog.
Slow Jams beat. It syncs up perfectly.
Yeah.
They did that.
They had like a snippet of it on
Whoever
Instagram,
did it,
and then I had to find it on YouTube. It was fire.
Unfortunately.
Oh, that's funny. So Malika, so they're doing this interview with Luka, and I guess they said he was heartbroken when he found out. He threw his phone.
Yep.
And I guess they kept it, and his wife, I assume that's his wife, brought it over to him in the back of the phone. It's all like shattered.
Oh,
cracked up. That's wild.
I really did feel bad for Luka in that Dallas game. Like when they showed that video, it was like, again, sometimes you just forget he was drafted at 18. That's the only place in this country that he really like knows as home. And that came up because we're looking at a clip, or I'm looking at a clip from, I guess, an interview that's going to air in its entirety with Malika Andrews. And the clip that they're using to promote the interview talks about how he threw his phone and broke it when he found out he got traded from the Lakers, and his wife brings the phone over and hands it to Malika, and it's just like shattered.
Luka losing his composure? I can't
That's hard to
believe it. I
That's
can't
hard to
believe it.
So you're under a lot of scrutiny right
no.
now.
I'm under.
So you're big Dubs guy.
Oh, well, hold on. I'm just.
What you mean? Hold on. You got balloons and hearts and all this other stuff. Yeah, that's exactly what you did.
Casey, it's just like you with Carmelo. You know, you're supporting him when he was on the Lakers. I'm just supporting my guy.
don't know.
Then it's fine.
Don't
Who's your team?
Don't deflect.
It's the same logic, you know. But I've always supported Jimmy. How many times did I call the show and talk about the Heat and how they're gonna have this upset? Blah 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 blah. No one cared, and I'm just still supporting my guy, you know. But
so then who's your team though? Like when
Yeah.
Jimmy retires, who is your team?
That's a good question.
Even if you want to use that ridiculous logic of Carmelo, like show all this other stuff.
that was crazy. He threw you under the bus right
Yeah,
there.
it was
That was
ridiculous
crazy.
too.
Well,
You
that's
ain't
what Kenny does. He learned from Kenny. He's deflecting.
Well, no, and then I'm gonna answer what it is. You ain't never see me with no purple and gold hearts.
Hey, I got. Well, okay, well,
Brother,
you're not
we
in the
got a-
chatty
we got
house
a
like
whole
that.
hotkey for you.
I'm just supporting. But hey,
okay,
you know,
Lake Show, bro. What? How many times? How many times do I have to say? First of all, get that off the board. Second of all,
Well,
the
learn how to remove
context there is very important. It was about Carmelo. I'm not gonna keep saying.
So like, does
So-
your heart
no, no,
hurt
hold
when
on.
someone loses or something?
No. Just real quick. So what you're saying is the clip lacks context.
Yeah, when you play it like that.
Okay.
That doesn't add up to me. Carmelo Anthony just signed with the Lakers, by the way.
Okay, Lake Show.
I'm sorry. Excuse me?
Okay, look at the smile on that man's face.
The
What
visual
context
is kind
are
of
you
funny.
missing?
The visual
Why didn't you say that good for Carmelo Anthony or something?
The visual is kind of funny. But look, man, hey, that's where he was going.
Yeah.
I was just happy for Melo. Wasn't Melo out of the league for like a year and a half? Ain't that when he pump faked at the Barclays and everything? Come on, man.
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't. Didn't he? Did
He played after that.
he played after the Lakers?
After the pump
did
fake.
he end with Portland or end with LA?
he ended with LA.
Ended with
I thought he ended with
Portland.
I thought he ended with Portland.
Ask the question. No one knows the answer to. He played really well in Portland. I feel
He
like he
did.
might have ended in Portland.
Yeah, I think he ended with Portland. I think he did.
All right.
Come on, man.
This is none of this matters.
No, he ended with the
Who was
Lakers.
your team? He
Ended
did,
with the
and he
Lakers.
ended with the Lakers.
2 seasons with Portland and then went to the Lakers.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Because
Count
Russ
it, Jesse.
was
Count it.
there, right?
Count it.
I think Russ was there.
Sure.
It was Russ, Melo, and Bron. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right. Because I think that was one of your little lines there at the end.
Yeah.
Who's your team?
Just a fan of the league. You know, I'm ready for the playoffs.
There's nothing wrong with
We got
that.
great matchups, the Rockets and the Warriors.
There's
Can't
nothing-
wait to watch that one.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Pistons.
Nah, you
He
can't
start-
take
no.
Leezy serious as a
Look,
fan.
Look,
man.
he starts with the Warriors.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, bro,
nah.
you're telling on yourself.
No, at that point, Leezy can't talk trash about no one's teams or anything like that. Like, don't tell me about the Kings or the South. Like, you can't talk trash about no one's teams because you don't have one.
You're all good, Leezy.
That's right.
You're all good.
And the game.
Don't listen to this.
I love the game. The old NBA slogan.
that's
I
not
love
how
the
this.
game.
This isn't. This isn't
That's I love this.
EPL. This isn't NHL. This isn't golf. This is the NBA. Pick a damn team. You don't just follow the league. This is the NBA. NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball.
Yep.
You have a team.
Okay.
Like I said, you want to do that stuff in the EPL? Fine. This is the NBA, the National Basketball Association. Pick a damn team.
Your ability to yell into that directly into that microphone is extraordinary. I can't get you to talk into it, but man, when you're yelling, you be into that microphone.
Well, I can tell you guys this. I know Wednesday, I was excited for the playing game. You know, I was ready to support the Kings and all that. And
Pandering right there. Look at
No,
that.
no,
Pandering.
no.
Pandering.
Don't let them bully
And
you.
then they
Leezy.
lost, so
You
now he
all
ain't
good.
supporting.
Yeah, look at where's he at? Is he hurt
support
like
them
you,
if they're
Chatty House?
I can't support if they're not in it. I want to support, but they're not in it right now. I got to see what Scott Perry's doing. I got to see his vision, his plan. You know, once we get all this going, then we can make some decisions. I'm like KD. I'm waiting for the next season.
KD picked the team.
Oh, who?
He picked the team eventually.
Who? He got a
picked the
lot of
damn team.
jerseys.
He picked the team.
He ain't gonna be with the Suns
Don't-
much longer.
Hold your ground. Don't
Yeah.
let them bully you.
That's right. That's right.
You could be a fan of Jimmy.
Yep.
You could be a fan of the league.
Bandwagon.
Treating this like it's the UFL. It's the NBA.
You listening to D-Lo, he made a mistake as well. Man's a Cowboys fan. We don't want to admit it.
D'Lo is no longer a Cowboys fan. I got you back,
You
D'Lo.
know,
I remember.
you-
I'm
look.
the happiest guy in this whole building. I don't get mad on
If
Sundays.
Tony Romo came
Hey,
back
no,
to coach
hey.
and took the Cowboys to the Super Bowl, you wouldn't care?
Hey, no, but look, this is the thing. Like Kyle said, you know, oh, they'll come back if they start winning. We'll never know. We'll never know if they'll come back to the Cowboys.
Yeah.
They'll never
They
win.
don't. They don't. I'm sorry.
Damn, Leezy's turning on YouTube. You see
My
that?
bad. My bad. I'm gonna be quiet.
Ain't
We'll
turning on me.
No, he'll never know. We'll never know
Yeah.
if like, oh, they about to make a Super Bowl run. All those feelings are coming back to me. Go Cowboys, whatever. We'll never know.
Oh, Cowboys don't do
never
nothing,
know.
bro.
I can
Because these boys don't ever win nothing.
I can kill your imagination. That'll never happen.
It's not.
Neither one of them will ever happen.
When Jerry's no longer running the team, will you feel different?
Hey, would you come back?
Nah, it'd be too. I'd be years
too
removed.
long at
It'd be
that
too
point.
long. Like I don't.
You've
have
already
any,
adjusted to
I
life.
don't have any. Oh my God, it's
Oh,
man. When you
DJ
see
Oasis.
DJ Oasis,
Let's go.
that's like
Stop it.
seeing like a like something in the wild. Like,
Yeah.
oh man, that
We
was-
should have
See that?
stopped
Did you-
Oasis because he was at Raw.
Oh yeah.
We
Oh.
don't know what he thought.
There's no way he wasn't pissed. There's
Yeah.
no way he wasn't pissed. No, I wouldn't be a Cowboy even when Jerry's gone. Cause it's been years at this point.
Like, come on over to the Niners, big dog.
Somebody,
Yo, I want your Niners to be successful. I always root for the Niners in those big games. Always.
Yeah.
But the difference is I'm not sad when they lose.
I'm sorry
Well,
they lose.
I'm sad for my show and my content.
oh yeah.
But but like I'm sad for my partner because I know if the 49ers win a Super Bowl, I could come in on Monday and I could just
You got
put my
to
feet
word.
up.
Dame
Like,
low key does
go-
have it, right?
Go ahead,
They-
KC.
They
Go
would
ahead,
come in,
boy.
They would come in on Monday, kick his feet up, and I'll be like, "Oh, let me tell you, man. He ain't gonna."
Like me and Casey still can't watch Sports Centers on Monday some days.
Oh,
or
no.
whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
Dame
yeah.
wakes up happy.
Oh yeah.
Every Monday, I'm fine.
Yeah. Like,
Every
right.
Sunday night, I'm good.
when's the
Right.
last time a sports game broke your heart that wasn't due? Because that's been the one you've kind of been on lately. But
It's a good call.
Oh, that's a good one. If Game 7 had been close in the fourth, that would have hurt. I think I've said this before. The way Game 7 went made it easier to digest.
Oh, did you send it to him?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the video. I
Yeah,
seen him. Yeah. Oh yeah.
That was
Yeah.
pretty upsetting.
We got the
that was pretty
I
Chatty
don't know
House.
why you wanted that
How
video.
did-
Chatty House. I have the
That
Harrison
was
Barnes
upsetting.
game miss from Sky River Casino. I'll put it out on social so we can all relive the moment.
That was upsetting.
It was sad. Shout out to Will Z.
Wow.
Will Z was going through it.
Oh,
Everybody.
I think
Charlie was in the back. He was hurting. Oh
Yeah,
man,
Catalina in the building.
Catalina.
Oh,
Hey.
Oh,
Old school reference right there.
Man.
Everybody was just. I wanted to see it, but
Yeah.
that was a little more upsetting than I realized.
Yep. Yeah, you was in the front of it too,
I don't know
Casey.
why you wanted to see that video, and why were you hopping around like that?
He was ready to celebrate.
I was ready.
You look like Draymond shooting a 3 out there.
Yep, trying to will it in. Come on.
That's what I was doing. Harrison couldn't make a damn shot. I was trying to will it in.
Man.
Let's see if I can
He
get this.
hit it
loaded
this year
into
though
the
when it don't
system.
matter on the Spurs. When we don't need him to make it, he
So
hot.
I'm so happy for
Well,
Harrison. I'm so happy for him.
So happy
Good.
for Harrison, bogey.
Good for them.
All right, fam.
Good for them.
What do you think life was looking like if he made that shot?
It's different.
It's a good question. What is different?
Well,
I mean, De'Aaron's still here, Monty's still here, Mike's still here. What's different
Will
if that
you
shot
get
goes
to the
in?
second round of the playoffs that year? Like maybe that motivates Monty and Co to be a little bit more proactive and hey, let's build off of that. Like
They tried.
They wouldn't have traded anybody. They wouldn't have traded anybody.
They
still.
tried to trade.
you think Chris Duarte's still starting game 1 the next season if they go to the second round?
I hope not.
Maybe.
They tried to trade Harrison that offseason. The OG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that? Oh, great! It won't let me.
I don't. Yeah. I don't know.
See, I turned my phone all the way off, but I'll post it on the Instagram. Follow the.
No, I was
the
trying to.
13
Yeah. Post it on Instagram. I love that you turn your phone all the way off. That's,
I do.
That's terrific.
Ain't nobody.
That's
interrupted me
that's
here.
terrific.
Yeah.
Leezy does not want to mess up when he's in this.
I
I
don't.
just love that so much.
So let me. Okay. Let's go to the phone line real quick because I got something. I got what I think is the start of all this mess. And Jesse was right.
Okay.
Jesse was damn right. But we got
Thank you.
We got JC on the line.
JC, what's good?
Hey, what's up, D-Lo? What's up, Casey? How y'all doing?
We good, JC. How you doing, man?
I'm living. Can't call it. But, yo, check it. I'm calling from Livermore, bro. I'm from the Bay. Just a little quick background, bro. And I love the Kings, bro. Since Boogie and, Isaiah. But that's neither here or there. What I'm calling for, basically saying that I don't think Doug got a fair shot, bro. I mean, I get it. There was a lot of turmoil, all that. But from Mike getting fired, he started on the negative. He started on what is it, red or black? I don't know. But he started negative, and he got it back up, bro. He got it back up, and then what? We trade away De'Aaron. De'Aaron already had a hissy fit, all that, whatever. Gone. All right, I respect the man. He had to do what he had to do. Then he gets Levine. Bro, you got to mix all these new players, all these new characters. Malik don't even know what position he got to play, bro. So it's like, dang, give him grace. That's all I'm saying. I'm out.
I hear you, man. I hear you. Appreciate you, JC. Appreciate you. That kind of goes into what I wanted to talk about. And, it's whatever, the Vivek lover, all this other stuff. I don't think that's the case because I don't absolve Vivek of any of his wrongdoing.
Mm-hmm.
All I do is I think when the conversations happen, it's always Vivek, get out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Vivek, get out of the way. Let the people do what they have to do, whatever. And my thing is, well, it seems like he has done that. James laid it out on the insiders. He was talking about how Vivek's been one. It's like Zach LaVine. And Monty has won that battle time after time. And we laid it out yesterday and a couple of times before that. Like, hey, Vivek got to the point where it's like, I listened to you for 3 years and we're in a worse spot. Go get the guy that I've been trying to get for I don't know how long. Go get the guy that you told me no to for X amount of years. Because if we tried to get him at the trade deadline, you said no, we didn't even make the playoffs. Maybe it would have helped. Talking about the trade deadline before, not this year. Maybe we could have got somewhere. So go through all this and figuring out all the Monty's awful moves or whatever. And the one question that I had that nobody talks about, and James actually answered it, was whose decision and what were the sides this summer with Mike Brown? Who wanted him? Who wasn't sure or wanted him gone? And who decided, no, we'll give him the extension? James said the front office, it was their decision to give him the extension. And I don't know if Vivek was going to
fire him, but he didn't want to give him the extension, and whatever came of that came of that. If Mike wanted to leave because he didn't get that or whatever, hold out, I don't know what he was going to do, then but he was not in favor of giving him the extension. That's another moment.
So you said Monty wasn't.
Vivek
wasn't. Sorry. Okay.
Monty and them wanted to give him the
Got
extension.
you. Yep.
Okay.
And that's another instance where he listened to the basketball people. And that situation, the dynamic of why it was so problematic, because you had almost a handful of people on that team.
Yeah.
And that's just the players.
We
don't know about coaches who felt that same way.
Hmm.
We don't know about other people in the front office who felt the same way in a negative way towards Mike Brown as head coach.
Mm-hmm.
But we know for sure there's about a handful of players that were like, I'm cool on this guy. I don't want him.
Mm-hmm.
And Monty made the decision to choose Mike Brown over what the players wanted and all this other stuff and over what Vivek wanted. And I bring Jesse in there because Jesse said, we go back to it, and he's right. It's a tough look.
Yeah.
I talk about the PR aspect of it and what the look would be of doing this. But Jesse's probably right in hindsight. You should have never signed him to the contract. That's where everything went bad. You sign him to this contract, you've got these guys on the team that don't want him. So now he's locked into that. Then you sign him into the contract. And now when it's going all bad, you look crazy for having to move on from him. You have to move on from him, means you probably got to move on from your star player. And if you would have made a decision right there was a decision to make. 3 things I guess you could do. You could not give him the extension and say, hey, you're under contract or you can quit. You can give him the extension and move on from these people that were going to be a problem.
Well, we're at 3, by the way.
What? Well,
players. No, I'm saying we're at like if you want to move.
Well,
yeah.
So there's some tough moves.
Yeah.
Right.
There'd be some tough moves.
You can do that, or you can move on from Mike Brown right there, bring somebody new in, and that would also kickstart probably the De'Aaron Fox thing, and you'd have the beginning of the season to deal with that, as opposed to leading up to the deadline. But it all centers back around, and this is what, like I said, Vivek, he got his own issues. He got to get better in a number of different ways. But the whole thing of just let the basketball people do what they do, we talk about all the time, Dame. Apparently, he does all the time.
Yeah.
And Monty keeps making the wrong move. So it got to the point after 3 years of the wrong move, hey, man, just go get this dude, Zach LaVine, bro. Yeah. I've let you do whatever for 3 years. I'm about to get rid of you anyway. Execute this trade. And then even in that trade, that doesn't mean you have to take a bad deal. I just want Zach LaVine in there. Get whatever picks or whatever you need after that, whatever. I just want Zach LaVine.
Make sure I get that.
But it all goes back. We talk about the origins of this stuff. I think it does go back to what Jesse had said. Maybe they shouldn't have brought back Mike Brown in the first place. Because that set off a bunch of stuff. Bringing him back had the players half-assing it going into the season. You know what I mean? Like people were already out on him to start the season.
Correct. I'm gonna try something here because I don't remember that Mike Brown signed.
Isn't that a tough look though? Like I agree with you and everything you're saying, but like it's tough look because he's the one who got you back in the playoffs, and I know he's got you back in the playoffs and all that, and you're gonna give up on him. Like from the outside, who don't know, they're like, oh man, what are the Kings doing? Here we go. But really on the inside, it's like, hey, certain players have voiced their opinion. We want to make this move and move off him. You know, it's hard.
It's a terrible look. Like they, in the court of public opinion, they would be destroyed probably even worse than what they were when they actually did fire him.
Yeah.
But like I said, in hindsight, maybe that was the move, or you look to move those people that had an issue. But they clearly came they signed them in the offseason, and they came into this season with issues. And I said about a month ago, they did all this just hoping to get by, I hope we get through this season. Then we'll sign De'Aaron to the extension. We'll have him here, or at the very least, we'll be able to trade him with a little more leverage or whatever. Monty McNair is the one. Yeah. Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox are the ones that cross their fingers and just hope for the best case scenario. And it was a disaster.
Instantly.
It was an absolute disaster.
From the jump.
How do you think this goes if we go back to, it looks like June is when it's announced. July it officially happens. So let's just go to like May or June or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And Kings and Mike can't come to an agreement, and they just go, Mike, just forget it. Let's, according, I believe him, according to De'Aaron, I told him that summer during the extension, if they bring in another coach, they trade me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's go back to the summer. You back out on Mike Brown. You decide he's not your guy.
Yeah.
Knowing the consequences of that are you pissed off your star player.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, free agency starts in a month in this timeline scenario where we got June and is when they came to an agreement.
Yeah.
All right. Free agency starts in a month. Let's start working on the De'Aaron Fox trade. Mike Brown doesn't coach 33 games. Doug Christie, in this situation, Doug Christie probably coaches 82. They probably don't go hire someone else. Doug probably coaches 82.
Yeah.
The De'Aaron Fox trade is done earlier. We don't even have to change the main parameter, which is Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
I'll ask two questions. One, could the deal have been better? And I don't want to take Zach LaVine out of it because we're all in agreement. I think Zach LaVine had to be a part of this deal because of the higher-ups. Would you have been able to land Castle? Would you have been able to land draft picks? Would you have been able to land something of more substance from San Antonio? And even if the answer is no, would the regular season have gone better?
I think you would have been able to get better in the deal if you were good at what you were doing. Maybe this guy wasn't even good enough.
Well, we'll get back. We'll get
have.
to that.
And I don't know if the season is any different.
I think
interesting.
I don't know. I don't want to go out and just say, yes, it would have been different.
You had two major pitfalls during the regular season.
Yep.
33 games in and then 40-something in. You don't think it would have been a little bit different?
It could have been. I guess I'll get off the fence because I'm not sure, but I'll get off the
What
fence.
were they,
and say
40
yes.
and 42? I'm not talking about a 52-win team.
Yeah.
Would it have been worth 4 wins? Would it have been 4 losses? Would it have been?
I think so. I think you would have got up
plus
to a
minus
start.
1 says you think it's exactly the same.
You're probably right. It's probably a little bit more.
Because if you're doing the offseason, then Doug has time to get his people or his staff or whatever he wants going forward.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Most people that were already on the staff wouldn't quit on him like they did.
Well, they would have quit on him. They just would have quit on him in June.
Right.
And it would have been inconsequential because it
Right.
would have been like, fine. It would have been Doug and Barbosa. And I don't know who Doug's close with, but I feel like he is close with Barbosa. And then you would have built everything out from there.
And you probably would have got a better deal for Fox during the summer because
I think so too. You have a
because you
full
can pitch
year
it to
of
the
De'Aaron.
Spurs like, hey, you guys get him for a full year. You can get this thing going sooner with Wemby. So yeah, I think you would have got a better deal than what we got. I don't know if you get Stephon Castle. I don't know with the timeline for all that, but it still would have been better.
Castle, well, think about this.
he's not
Castle
even
hadn't played a
drafted
game yet.
Oh,
yeah,
he's
that's,
not even
that's the
drafted.
other thing. He hadn't been drafted yet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he had.
You
You
get that pick.
you
Maybe
could have got
don't
him through the
even get
pick.
him, but
Yeah.
But I just keep going back to like how do we get here? And that's just everything that you laid out and what Leezy's talking. That's a tough look.
Yeah.
That is a tough look, and I don't blame Monty. I think it was his decision for not wanting to do that. I don't blame him for that because that's a tough look that you walk away from Mike and you trade De'Aaron Fox a year after you break that playoff drought. That is a horrible look. But like what happened is what happened. You were dead wrong. Like you handled it wrong. And me saying I don't blame him, or if I would have done the same thing, that's me saying I would have been wrong. I would have been proven to be wrong. Because this is horrible.
Who do you think fired Mike?
Vivek.
Front office.
You no. Who do you who
Vivek.
you think Vivek did?
Yeah.
Okay. That seems obvious now. That Vivek fired Mike Brown and not anyone else.
And even if it's even more so, like if, and I believe James 100%, if Vivek wasn't sold on him in the offseason to give him that extension,
right,
and Monty wanted to keep him here, well, look who won. He got the extension. you better make sure everything's on point.
Well,
going
if
into that
you're
season.
willing to fire him 2 years after you made one playoff appearance and a postseason appearance, you have a 48-win season and a 46-win season, you're willing to fire him. Leads me to believe you probably didn't want to hire him.
It's a good point.
Which means you did what?
Listen to the basketball people.
Well, he wasn't sure of him. You got an assistant GM to go with him, so he wasn't too sure of him from the jump.
That's like,
well, no, we're talking about Mike though. We're not
Oh,
talking about Mike.
Mike.
We're talking about Mike. You hired him 2 years ago, and you were willing to move on from him after a playoff appearance and a postseason appearance. Yeah. You that's probably not the guy you wanted to hire in the first place.
There is a lot that Vivek does wrong, and there's too many people that talk about the meddling or stuff like that for me to dismiss it. There's just too many people, too many instances. So I believe that it's true, but I don't think it's what people talk about, because every time we bring these situations up, it's not his choice that gets chosen. Every damn time. Zach LaVine might have been the first time that we've heard he got what he wanted.
I don't think it was the first time
that he got what he wanted.
Yeah, I think he wanted DeMar.
But you're right.
If
that was not the first choice.
If he didn't want DeMar, someone very close in his circle did.
No, I agree with you. I'll put that on Vivek's tab. Like regardless, like he wanted he wanted DeMar, but that also we laid it out yesterday. I don't think that they had the opportunity to not.
That's
get
what
DeMar.
I think. So yeah.
They had an opportunity to get other players outside of DeMar DeRozan, and they failed.
And if you're not getting them, you're going to get him.
Yeah, get my guy if
That's
you
what I
can't get
think
these other
happened.
people
Yep.
we want. Yeah.
Yeah.
On another note, on the flip side, RP flip side, wouldn't it have been easier just to keep Mike Brown, who's an established coach, stick with De'Aaron Fox because you already doubled and tripled down on him, and just get rid of Monty?
No, because as Casey laid out earlier, there were multiple players who weren't playing.
Well, yeah, no, I understand. Well, you can't get rid of all of them, but some of them you could have got something for. You can't get rid of all of them. No. It's hard.
Well,
yeah.
everyone knows DeMar is one of them. You have a timetable in which you're working with DeMar. You have the 6-month timetable with DeMar DeRozan before you can do anything with him because you signed him. Yeah. Everyone knows the other one of them is Domas.
Do you still have that 6-month timetable with him? Because didn't he sign his extension? Does that apply to him?
DeMar? Oh, that's a good point. No, you're right. Because it was. No, I don't actually.
Maybe not.
I
Maybe
don't know. You're right. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know because they didn't trade for him. They traded to get room to acquire him.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So he was still a free agent signing?
DeMar.
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I'm just here to talk on the radio. I don't pretend to know anything.
We'll try to figure it out on the other side.
Jesus Christ. You got to go to work?
No, I'm staying here.
Okay. All right. All right. See little Casey and Leezy.
Well, look, everybody can leave right now, so no, he doesn't have any
That's
work.
a good point.
Yeah,
Don't you know?
Yeah,
it's
good.
everyone get a jump start on their Easter.
It's a half day.
Little Casey on ESPN 1320.
Yeah. I got here and I was talking to the people and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're off at 12." I'm like, "I'm starting at 1."
It was gone.
Yeah, it was gone.
That's great. We're here for 6 more hours. Enjoy the Easter Bunny.
Well, Anthony, I don't know if everybody. I don't know. But I'll ask you this: if it is Malik, isn't that a 6-month situation too?
Dang.
Or is it like December 15th?
Malik signed an extension. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if the
Malik.
I don't know if the
Malik
6 month
signed a
thing.
new deal. He was a free agent, right?
No, he never made it to free agency. He signed
Oh,
before
that's right.
free
He signed
agency
before
started.
That's right. You're right.
Hey, Polo L kind of spitting in the chat. Levine, Stauskas, Buddy, Debo, and other people were people that Vivek wanted.
Talking about 4 people over the course of 10 years.
That's a good point.
Levine, Stauskas, DeRozan. What was the other one you said?
Levine's,
Oh, Buddy.
Yeah, Buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted Buddy.
He did. He did. And I was critical of him
3.
for that.
What is
too.
that? 3 or 2 of those people weren't even in this regime.
That's true. Yeah, Buddy was before. Stauskas before. So yeah.
And Stauskas is the one that's on his own. But if we're being, I'm not even saying him doing it that way is right, but just be accurate with what you're talking about. Those other three were all after the GM couldn't handle business.
Yeah. Monty had chances. Like,
The reason why he got Buddy is because Vladdy convinced him not to re-sign Boogie Cousins. The reason why we believe he got DeRozan is because the GMs couldn't finish any other deal before that.
Yeah.
And the same with Levine.
There's so many deals. I cut clips from the show, so I know what's up. There was a lot of deals we talked about that never happened.
So
how many times we talked about Siakam, OG Anunoby, Kuzma, all of them dudes.
And all I'm saying, I'm not even saying that is correct. Like the way he goes about it is correct. What I'm telling you is if they would have done a better job before that, it wouldn't even have got to that point.
Yeah. I'm with you. Look at this year. How many times we talked about Cam Johnson? That deal was so close. It never happened. Alton J. OG was the one. OG got paid by the Knicks, though. That was a lot of money. Hey, shout out to Sacktown Tony Harvey, man. I met him at Sac State. He's hella cool.
Oh, you never met Tony before?
I never met Tony. I always see Sean Cunningham and Kevin and Jake. I always see them. That was the first time I met Tony. Tony was hella cool. You excited for Knicks Pistons?
It's gonna be a good series.
It's gonna be a movie.
It's gonna be a hell of a series.
I think your Knicks take it, but I see Pistons putting up a fight. K balling.
It's gonna be a tough series. I think that's like a 6-game series.
Yeah. Pacers Bucks. You taking Bucks? I know this. You're Giannis, your guy, man.
We'll talk about
it. Okay.
Leezy hanging out with us here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We
Just
in
talking
here.
Kings basketball, man. Talking basketball in general. Creating alternate universes where the Kings season isn't so bad. It's not working.
No.
It's failing. All it's causing us to do is fight with each other. That's all we're doing. I don't know what we could do the what ifs. We could do they should have done this. They should have done that. They shouldn't have signed Mike Brown. Go ahead, Jesse.
I was to say, you've been asking like, what's the next order of business for Scott Perry? Isn't that to get the head coach?
Yeah, I'm surprised no one said that.
Yeah.
To me, the first order of business is to determine if Doug Christie is your coach, determine if you have to have a coaching search, and then deciding who your head coach is in some way, shape, or form. I feel like that is the first thing that you have to do. You can't sign free agents today. You obviously, Scott Perry, a veteran in the league. I'm sure he has a scout team. Again, I don't think this materialized over the last 36 hours. Scott Perry has probably had a group of people that he's been talking to about, hey, if I take this job in Sacramento, I'm going to need someone to, help me with the draft. So I want you in. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure a lot of that is already in place. So yeah, to me, is it Doug? Is it somebody else?
You think he knows now whether it's Doug or somebody else? Not the somebody else, but like whether or not he wants Doug as his coach?
I feel like he has a really good idea. Yeah. Like maybe he doesn't know for sure. Maybe he wants to sit down with Doug, talk with Doug. Maybe he wants to talk to, guys like Domas. Maybe he wants to talk to Malik. By the way, remind me to go back to Domas. Okay. But I think he has a pretty good idea.
I agree.
Yeah. And I don't think there's anything wrong that he hasn't said, no, Doug Christie is my head coach. Yeah. Like, yeah. I would like, you talk about a process. I think Scott Perry should sit down with Doug Christie.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I mean, I think he absolutely should have a good idea of what he wants to do, but a final decision needs to come after, talking to Doug, like you mentioned. I think.
Yeah, no, definitely should have a coaching search. Scott Perry has a lot of ties, so definitely bring in some different people, bounce some ideas off them, hear what they would think about doing to turn around the franchise. And yeah, definitely have a sit down with Doug. No matter what the direction going forward is, whether the team wants to win now or if they're starting over, building from scratch, I don't think Doug would be a bad person for that. We just saw the Blazers with Chauncey Billups. Like Chauncey Billups, it was like his first coaching job. And yeah, they haven't broke through to the playoffs yet, but this year they're finally showing, some steps are taken forward. And, going forward, I don't see why Doug couldn't do the same thing. If we're trying to win, that's cool. But if we're trying to rebuild, I feel like Doug could get the job done as well.
I'll push back a little bit on something you said. I don't think you should be talking to Doug in the next 7 days.
Oh yeah, talk to Doug immediately.
If you walk away from that conversation, sleep on it a little bit, and you feel like he's the guy, there's no need for a search. Maybe that's just a bad way of going about things, but if you have your feelings on, let's just say for argument's sake, he does want to keep Doug.
Yeah.
That's where he's leaning towards. And then he talks to him, has the conversation, see his vision, see if it aligns, and he feels good coming out from that meeting. I don't think there's any need to have a coaching search, because really what all you're going to do, like if that's how you feel, your gut was already there, you talk to him, you feel great about it still, all a coaching search is going to do is going to mess that up and give you doubt.
It could. Because somebody could step in and really blow you away.
Like if you're talking to Doug, I guess, and coming out of scenarios, like then you come with a coaching search, aren't you essentially just looking for someone better than Doug? I guess, like you're just waiting on that.
Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah, I agree. You're gonna start looking for all the reasons not to hire Doug.
Yeah, like Doug's kind of second best in your mind, and if you find someone better, boom, I got that. But if not, I got Doug Christie still, I guess.
Right, and that's why I don't know. That's just like I said, maybe it's the wrong procedure. But if I already feel like I would keep him, and I talk to him, and we're on the same page, and I feel like I want to keep him, I'm gonna go with that. That's how I would go about it. Like I don't need a search or anything like that at that point.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's the way to go. I went back and watched as many of the exit interviews as I could, particularly Domas's. I'm going to stall Domas out a little bit. I thought the idea of being consulted was a bit laughable. Like, no, man, you no. Then I heard it and recognized, okay, that's not exactly what he said. He was actually asked. I think Sean Cunningham asked him, would you like, and it wasn't like, would you like to be consulted? It was, and I'm not trying to put words in Sean's mouth. So it's like a little bit of paraphrasing here, but it was something along the lines of, do you want to have a say in what's going on here? And Domas was just like, yeah, I'd love to. And then goes on to, continue to answer Sean's question. He was asked again by James in a slightly different way. And I think it was Tristy asked him something too that was kind of along the same lines, but a little bit different. And he was just like, yeah, like I want to be involved in the organization. I want us to get better. Like I want to win here. And that to me is a little bit different than I want to be consulted about, decisions here. So I'll stall Domas out a little bit on the thought that I had yesterday of like, no, but you're not getting consulted on this stuff. Yeah. But running stuff, to me, consulting is, AKC, I'm thinking about buying this Traeger. What do you think? Nah, man, go get you one of them aluminum grills with the coals. Like, that's how you got to do it. Oh, okay. That's consulting. Or that's like, the keeping you in the loop is more like, hey, man, I bought a Traeger, man. It's pretty fire. What do you use? Oh, I use the aluminum one with coals. Oh, that's dope. Bye. It's the same thing. Hey, what do you think about us trading for OG Anunoby? Not, hey, are you okay if we trade for OG Anunoby? Those are very different things. Yeah. Hey, we're close to this deal, man. How do you think about playing with him? How do you think your games mesh? Yeah. I don't have a problem with that happening with any player.
Right. Especially a guy that you look at as one of your
as long as
One
you're
of your pieces.
talking about other players.
Mhm.
I've maintained this from the time this. Don't do it with coaches. You are asking for trouble if you ask players' opinions on coaches, because you're not going to get 15 universal opinions. And even if you just dropped it down to 4, you're not going to get 4 of the like you name the Kings' 4 biggest players. They all don't have the same opinion of Mike Brown.
Right.
They might not even have the same opinion on Doug Christie. So
They I thought Domas specifically yesterday said about what you would want to hear from somebody, right? Like he talked about how he wanted to be here, how he wanted to win here. I didn't once again, listening and even reading some of the transcripts, didn't have a problem with anything that he said. And Domas, I'm not saying I want to trade him. I said I would see what's out there. And if I got the right deal, I would move him. I would move Domas. But if that doesn't materialize and you've got him and Zach LaVine and you want to add around him, Domas is still a hell of a ball player. He's a hell of a ball player. He's a really good ball player. What we learned or what we got confirmed, I believe, in this play-in and towards the end of this season was you need a few guys better than Domas if you want to be a good team. And I also don't think there's anything wrong with that. Once again, that doesn't mean Domas is bad or he can't be here, get him out of here or nothing like that. But he can't be that guy.
Yeah.
He can't be that top guy for you.
What are you guys looking to get for Domas then at this point? We talked about it on Friday when Dame was out, brought it up again on Monday. Would you do the Claxton and insert Nets role player and 2 first-round picks for Domas?
I probably would. Claxton provides some different. He gets that defensive end that you're looking for.
Yeah.
And what I think about that is you get 2 first-rounders and you get maybe some cap relief. I don't know how, because in the contract didn't seem like it was dollar for dollar. I know Claxton makes $25 million a year.
Oh, then, yeah, I think it was like some other player that maybe made it.
Yeah, he don't make $30 million, whoever that guy is. So it would bring the cap relief. It would get you some assets. It would give you the ability to maybe use those assets to bring in a guy where you just got to absorb his contract. You don't have to like go dollar for dollar out the door. Yeah, I think I would, man. I think I would. I don't know if you heard the deal, but it was Claxton, random guy, 2 first-rounders for Sabonis.
Not Cam Johnson.
Not Cam Johnson.
Okay.
Cam Johnson's not even a thing, I don't think, right now.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think Domas nets you 2 first-round picks?
I think he could. Like, why are the Nets?
Wow, no one said yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
I said I think he could. I was like, why would the Nets give me 2 first-round picks for Domas?
Yeah.
Like for what they're trying to do right now.
I don't think he gets you 2 first-round picks.
But look at your GM skills. You asked for him. That's solid work. I'm not.
Well, my assistant GM, Bleacher.
You think he could get you 2 late first-round picks?
Oh, this wasn't your guys.
No, this is on Bleacher Report.
Yeah,
okay.
Jesse, yeah, to your
that
point.
Explains why Kenny hasn't stormed out of the room yet. What'd you say, Leezy?
No, I was bringing up Jesse's point. Yeah, you can get some late round picks for Sabonis.
2 late first, do you think? If you trade him to
why are they going to be? They're going to be someone else's picks? Why would they be late from Brooklyn?
No, I'm saying from Brooklyn. I'm just saying like now in general.
I see.
Like late first for like from a contender for Domas.
I don't know, man. I truthfully don't know.
That contract is tough, and then when
he is coming off like he was All NBA just last season.
Do we know how Jordy feels?
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah, what does Jordy think about that?
Like,
well, Jordy might feel how his boy felt.
Well, if he does,
who's to say Mike Brown wasn't calling him after he got fired? Yeah, you won't believe what so and so was talking about.
Mike wasn't a big Domas fan. Like and I don't think Mike disliked Domantas Sabonis. I think it was more along the lines of Mike didn't think this team could be great with Domantas Sabonis as a number 2 to De'Aaron. And I don't I don't know that he's wrong in that regard.
Yeah.
But it's one thing for us to say it
Mhm.
and feel it.
Yeah.
It's another thing for your head coach
Yeah.
to feel that way.
Well, it's like we've been talking about. Like Domas he's a good player. He's solid and all that. But like we said, to a fault, you have to have the right players around him. And if you have to have him in a perfect situation, then how valuable is he? That's the hard part.
Yeah,
that's the hard part.
Let's have some fun real quick. Just get specific with the Nets picks. From what I can see, I don't know if the Nets have their own pick this year. They wouldn't give it to you anyway. I'm pretty sure they do. But
Not with that
why
attitude.
wouldn't they?
I don't know. It's just not on here. It doesn't say
Okay.
like their own pick, but I'm sure they do. But they have a Houston first rounder this year.
Okay.
Apparently they've got 3 from other teams this year. They've got Houston, Milwaukee, New York.
Okay.
Let's split the difference and say you get the Milwaukee first rounder, and then you get their own first rounder in 26. Is that good enough for Domas?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm getting the Nets pick.
I'll take
They're saying Giannis might go to the Nets next year.
Oh, no, he's not there yet. Yeah, I'll do that deal still. But yeah, if Giannis goes to the Nets and I get the Bucks pick.
Who's going with him? To
Well, no,
the
you got
Nets?
the
What are they
Bulls
about to
this
do?
year.
Oh, yeah, that's
And
true.
then you would get
Yeah,
the
I got you.
Nets next
Yeah,
year.
I still do that though.
So this is Okay, I found a non-AI response. This year, the Nets have their pick. They got it back from Houston.
There you go. Okay.
They have
That's why. So the Houston pick is their pick.
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
gotcha.
Correct. That sounds weird, but that's right. They also have a pick from the Bucks, the Suns,
Get that Suns.
and the Knicks.
Mm.
They have 4 first-round picks
Mm.
this year.
Mm.
And
And they
you
have
can't use
2
them all, so
They also have their second-round pick, and I don't know, Leezy, they have the Heat's second-round pick.
Whatever.
Well, it's top 37 protected.
You get
They have
the-
6 picks this draft.
You get the pick that they have from Milwaukee this year,
Mhm.
and you get a 2027 that they have from Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
That Philly one is protected 1 through 8 in 2027. That Philadelphia one is protected 1 through 8.
Might take that.
This team, this Brooklyn team has a lot of picks.
Yeah.
is it the 2 first-round picks that puts you over for Domas?
Yeah.
Like it could be
Yeah.
for any team. Like obviously you got to make the money work and all that. But if someone sending you 2 first-round picks, you're doing it.
Or send me the Suns.
Yeah, let me get that Suns pick.
Yeah,
You can send me
if
2
you-
or send me the
send
Suns.
me 2 or send me a top 10 one this
Mhm.
year or a
Mhm.
lottery pick this year.
Mhm.
The other thing that does it for me though, Jesse, is the cap relief.
Mhm.
I think it allows you more flexibility to be able to improve this roster. So you get Claxton, who's a
But-
starting center in
yeah,
this league,
Yeah.
and you're not spending
25 a year.
you're not spending 46, 49 million dollars a year
25
on a
year.
player.
Yeah, 'cause I think we said it a couple times on here. I don't think Domas's contract is as tough to move as Levine's. Like Domas is just coming off of All-NBA last year, right?
I just don't know how many people buy him.
Somebody will take
Yeah, I
it.
don't
Somebody.
because
You can buy him as maybe your third guy, but not like he's not going to be the second.
The thought process behind Domas is he's a
Brooklyn-
great player, but he's very specific. Like you need a certain team around him for him to be effective. And I don't know how many people have that roster that they're looking for or are willing to do that at 46, $49 million a year.
Well, no, you killed the deal already because you need a coach who wants to do this. And I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that Jordy does.
You're right.
Because Jordy is Mike's homie.
I would venture to say Jordy doesn't. And that's not
I don't
even
think
like,
he does.
That's just the way he goes about basketball. He would want a defensive
and like
center.
I'm like Brooklyn could they could get Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like Brooklyn has the ability to acquire a major player. They could get if for whatever reason they could acquire Devin Booker.
They get Zion or Ja.
Yeah, right, right. Well, that's different.
Well,
but
yeah.
But they could. The point is that they could. Domas is not on the top of anyone's to-do list.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you strike out on Giannis, come talk to me.
That is not the pecking order. It is not going to go from Giannis to Domas.
Well, I'll be next to the phone when you're ready.
Okay. If you strike out 5 times,
I will be there.
Hey,
I'll be there.
Hey, did you guys see who has the odds on being Sabonis' next team?
The Pacers.
Oh,
yeah.
my gosh.
Give us Halliburton. We'll take Tyrese Halliburton.
Look, let's just forget it.
Yeah.
Let's just forget it. Send everybody back and keep it moving.
You know who has the second odds?
I think.
Who you thinking?
Is San Antonio? Oh.
Charlotte.
Yeah, I can see that.
Let's okay. We
Well,
talked
that-
about it. I was
well,
not telling you
send
about it.
LaMelo.
That's what I'm
yesterday.
saying. Like,
We need a
would you
point
guys?
guard.
Would you guys do LaMelo?
Yes.
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 LaMelo can't
Yes.
can't stay healthy though.
Hold on.
Okay,
LaMelo,
And I
can't-
would.
Hold
I
on.
would. I'm
LaMelo
just trying
can't
to.
shut up either, but I'd still do it.
I'm trying to see both
Hey,
sides. I would. in a
Check this
heartbeat.
out. If we're talking about health, it didn't stop a whole lot of people when we're talking about Zion, because Zion, he missed a lot of games. Same thing with Ja. This year, how many times has Ja been injured this year? So if we talking about health, you know,
You ain't gotta convince me.
I
I'd make the
love
bill.
watching LaMelo Ball play basketball and all that too, but like, what does that really do? Like,
You got a point
you
guard.
got a point guard. That's right.
I guess
He can
like
shoot.
Charlotte's got
Okay.
a point guard too, but
Would you like if you had your choice between LaMelo and Trae Young?
I'm taking LaMelo. He's
I'm
he's
taking
bigger.
LaMelo.
Really?
Yeah.
what are we building towards then? at
I
this
don't know.
point? Yeah, like,
Hey, you got a
We're
young.
building
Well,
out vibes.
well,
at this
with
point.
My point is, like-
LaMelo, it feels like you're building a little bit more because you got a younger guy
Yep.
that maybe you can.
He's younger. He's been an all-star. He can hit a 3. His assist number's pretty good. His rebounding's not bad. I understand he has ankle injuries and maturity issues, but hey, if you're starting somewhere, that ain't a bad place to start.
So would you take LaMelo and hoping he can
I
be
feel like
healthy
we
and all
need
that?
alcohol to finish this conversation.
Okay.
Or would you take two
LaMelo?
first?
LaMelo is. It's not the same. I don't.
How
I don't
many
wanna make it
firsts?
like it is.
That you get 2 firsts and lesser players for Domas, or would you take a LaMelo Ball?
LaMelo.
I love LaMelo, but I don't know if that's taken.
Here's my.
You got to do a
thought.
lot more work still after that.
Here's my thought with LaMelo. It's almost like you're getting. Like it's not. So I hesitate saying it, but it's almost like you're getting one of the best players in this draft. He's what, 22?
Yeah, but he's 22 and he only plays about 50 to 60 games or so.
Where you be picking? How many players do you think would be better than LaMelo? You'd be picking 10 to 15. Like you're not.
I
even
get that,
getting-
but it's just like he doesn't play though already. Like maybe there's a different avenue maybe you can go to.
What would
go
you
down.
do? Would you do the Claxton 2 pick?
I do the Claxton 2 picks.
Okay, Jesse, do you think the front office does that? You think they say, "Hey, yeah, we'll take Claxton
I think
instead of
Scott-
LaMelo"?
I think Scott.
Which one do you
Perry
think they
will
would
go get
pick?
LaMelo.
Let me ask, what would be the point of Domas on Brooklyn?
On Brooklyn?
Yeah. Now, mind you, they could execute this deal and still go get Giannis.
That's what I'm saying. You
Like,
still have
they're
stuff to work on. Yeah,
loaded.
like now
Yeah.
you're just we're making the move
But
now.
what's the point in him there? Like you said, the Pacers. It seems silly, but yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You said Charlotte. I don't understand Charlotte, but there's teams that you can work and go, okay, I guess I understand this. Why Brooklyn? Like Brooklyn, they don't have a 1 or a 2.
I think you're going for Sabonis with like our one is going to be this person. Like what the plan is. Just you're getting Sabonis too.
You got that.
You're trying to
one.
get Devin Booker.
Yeah, you got that one in your back pocket already.
Yeah, you already that's like you already basically know what's
maybe
going on.
Maybe they're going to get LaMelo.
I
LaMelo and Domas in Brooklyn together.
I would
With
do
Jordy.
I would do the
Oh, man.
LaMelo deal. Jordy would have it.
Jordy would lose.
He would lose his mind. I would do the LaMelo for Sabonis deal.
I don't know if I have that much trust for LaMelo. Like, I
Understandable.
believe in the player, but just if he's not healthy all season for me, I don't know. Like I would need to know the plans after LaMelo. Though.
But that's my point about Ja and Zion, because people want Ja and Zion too, and I'm like, they're always hurt as well.
Brooklyn has 3 first-round picks in 2029. They have 3 first-round picks in 2028. They're
the new Thunder.
They have 2 first-round picks in 2027, and it's just the lowly old 2026 draft where they have their pick. 4 of them this June. Man,
they're the new Jazz and Thunder.
They still got a James Harden pick in here from Philly.
Man,
James is on the Clippers, and they still got it's a 1 through 8 protected. They might not get it. Bad as they are.
Here's the tough part about LaMelo. He's at the beginning of this rookie extension. He's going for 30. Well, 35 was this year. He's then going 37, 40, 43, 46. It's a lot of money for a guy that you don't know if he can stay healthy. Well, that's true. That's true.
Cap stay going up. Well, get used to it. It's a summer of this. Tune in next week when we try to figure out where DeMar DeRozan can go. Oh man.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out where he can go.
Wow.
Trying to figure out where he can go.
Let's try and send him to a good home. Hall of Famer. Send him somewhere good.
Is he coveted?
I mean, for the right team. I mean, what's Kyle was talking about it earlier. You put him on the Rockets. Rockets, they booming. They need someone they can pass to.
You're sending DeMar to a contender type.
Yeah.
You're not going to trade him. You're not trading him to a bad
it's easy.
team.
Like, yeah, right. Because no bad team would want to do that. But I mean, we go right back to his final 2 teams. Yeah, the Clippers.
Well, yeah, I thought about the Clippers too, but the money, I don't know.
The Clippers and they got a trade, so you're shedding off some of that money. The second year has less of a guarantee to it, unless the Clippers win a championship, and then I think it's fully guaranteed. But I think
Miami would be a great fit.
And then you have Miami this year, and then you have Miami.
Miami would be a great fit for him.
Yeah, they need some.
They didn't have money. It's like he chose Sacramento. Yeah, he chose Sacramento because they had 20 more some odd $1 million than anyone else did per year.
No,
so you have LA, you have Miami.
He'll be a good fit.
Somebody who we're talking to, they might be right. It's that's probably like Jaime Jaquez and Scary Terry.
For DeMar?
Yeah. You think?
I don't think they're getting
I don't think you're getting
Jaquez.
Jaime. Yeah, you're not getting
Jaime Jaquez for DeMar.
Maybe
I wouldn't do that if I was Miami.
Jaime's kind of fallen back a little bit this year.
He went off and where they sat like pretty much everyone, I think, like towards the end of the season. But Jaime still has like,
if you can get
future
Jaime,
and stuff. I'm not giving up
You're
that for
probably
DeMar.
Scary Terry, which I like Terry Rozier. I like him for prize picks.
Yeah, run your
but
game.
He's not like he's redundant. If you got Malik Monk, what you getting Terry Rozier for?
Yeah, so Miami's out.
Well, that's where DeMar probably want to go.
Well, it's going to be one of those 2 teams, I think.
You can go back to LA.
I think the Clippers might work.
Let's see what happens with the Clippers here in this postseason. That could go a long way as to how they approach this offseason. Eddie Gonzalez joins us next here. Great job, Leezy. Great job, Leezy.
Appreciate it.
Eddie Gonzalez,
No
Gonzalez
pizza today.
joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah. Thanks, Chatty House. I saw the forehead comments. I'm ignoring them.
Nick V. This is awful. This is just an awful trade idea. I mean, this is garbage.
All right, 2 right here. NBA Guru Show. You need to give up 3 firsts and Keegan to get LaMelo. Says, what are we talking about? That money doesn't even work. It doesn't even work. What are you talking about?
Oh man, is this live? Oh boy, the Cubs D-backs game is crazy right now. The Cubs gave up, they were up 7-1. They gave up 10 in the top of the 8th. They were down 11-7, and Kyle Tucker has just hit a 2-run homer to put them up 12-11.
I had that game on earlier. So Kieran throwing a first, and maybe I'll think about it. You want Porzingis and Drew for some bonus? You'll have to give Porzingis a contract extension though. And Drew's got the deal I guess everyone hates.
Yeah. Yeah, I might do that. I don't know though. Porzingis always hurt.
It's a fire sale, Tony. It's going out of business. Everything must go. It's like Macy's.
It's a good question. It depends on who I'm getting back. Well, if you put Murray in a trade, I think you could get more back in a DeRozan trade. So you can get like a higher player, maybe a higher couple players. And that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's what I'm leaning towards. I just don't know if Monk and DeRozan net you a whole lot. But you know, Keegan is he works here because he's almost all you have like that. So I don't know. Depends on what you want. Like, do you want more back in return, or do you just kind of want whatever you can get for a trade package? Because I think you can get more back, including Murray, but you maybe need him a little bit more.
Shut it down, Kenny.
No, y'all had me out of. You took the wrong picture out of the screen.
Oh,
when my picture's out of the screen, they can't hear me. What's up, Eddie?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up, big dog?
Man, same old, same old. You know me. Move this.
Yes, sir.
Eddie, real quick.
The right way.
Real quick. Like I said, at some point in the next 3 years, Lieutenant's gonna be number one pound for pound fighter in the world.
Man, good night the other night. That's for sure.
Oh, we're coming back, Eddie. Let's bring in our man Eddie Gonzalez here. Keep this Friday moving along, man. Just having fun. Just licking our wounds, dog. That's all we're doing.
Man.
That's all we're doing. Just enjoying the off season, you know, like
aren't we all? Aren't we all?
like the rest of the bad teams in the league, just enjoying the off season.
It's like, so what would you prefer? The way the Kings went out or the way the Suns went out?
It doesn't even matter.
They both just
it doesn't even matter. Like the results the same. Like y'all fired Bud the next day. Y'all, I think y'all waited a couple hours to do. We waited a couple minutes
at least, right?
We told Monty before he got to the car, like, hey man, it's good, bro.
Monty was out there giving a goodbye message, and somebody's like, "Hey, what the hell is he doing?
Man, why is he
what is he doing? Somebody didn't tell him yet."
So I'm like, hey guys, I'm gonna work to improve the roster. No, he's not.
Was watching the game too, like, oh, get a little competitive now. Okay, here we go, and just never happened. It was like, all right, at the crib too.
Man.
All right,
yeah, we talked about it yesterday, man, and they really let the city down with that performance. It wasn't even necessarily a loss, but just the way they went out against that Mavs team, it just let everybody down. They really did.
I always hate to kind of like question effort or desire or whatever, but I would say what we seen from the Kings and the Suns the last month of the season, little questionable in the effort and desire categories for sure. Suns multiple losses by 20, 30 points, 7 losses in a row before picking up a cheapie over a team that was tanking, and then one more loss to finish the season off. And then obviously what you see with the Kings. What was that? The Wizards game? Like, it's hard to not look back at that game and go, all right, like, what are we doing here, guys? And then obviously the play-in was just, you get the boo birds, you get guys leaving early, you get AD telling everybody to leave early. It's not how you wanted to end, for sure.
I left just after halftime and didn't miss a thing. It was a 44-19 second quarter.
It seemed like 100 years ago they won that play-in versus the Warriors, right? I kept saying that about the Suns. It feels like 3 months ago they beat the Cavs, fully healthy, beat them, and just fair and square, right? And for the Kings, even more so. Even that game 7 just feels like so long ago. And now we have all that uncertainty going to the offseason. Who knows what's going to be on the court next year?
So,
Scott, not us. We worked hypothetical deals for Nick Claxton.
Oh, my. I like Nick, man. Shout out Nick.
This is what they said. I saw it on Bleacher Report, so you know how it goes. But just throwing out something. It was Domas for Nick. I guess I feel sorry for saying it, but I don't remember who the guy was. He's a random net and 2 first-round picks. Is that like, what would you do if you were the Kings in that situation?
2 firsts for Domas is exciting.
Yes, that's where we got stuck. It was like, wait, we sure that's gonna work?
I love Domas. I've been up and down with him. I think he's a talented player, a player you can make work in a few different places. 2 firsts would surprise me quite a bit, but if you get 2 firsts, like, hey, you got to go, buddy. We'll enjoy your time.
Well, they got enough first-round picks to do it.
Yeah, oh yeah, and I'm wondering if that's what. So I had a conversation earlier with a person who would know, right? And it was like, why don't the Suns just completely tear it down? And we both agreed that's probably the best way to do it. We look at the Kings, like, look, plug your ears, fans, but a good 2-3 year tank is probably exactly what they need right now to get the cap situation right, to clear the decks, to give a new coach a chance to build a culture in that organization, and to hopefully get somebody in the draft that you can build around from there, or catch the right free agent, catch the right sign and trade, catch the right whatever it is in the next couple of years. There's a couple teams in the league who are sitting in that spot, and I think the 2 teams we're talking about are within that box for sure.
You talk about tearing it down completely. You're talking about Devin Booker.
Yeah, I mean, that was the question we were having because of the conversations and the quotes that came out of the press conference yesterday, where Matt Ishbia said, only certainties next year are me, I'll be here, and Devin Booker will be here, which was very, very, very loud. But they've said that a few times now. They said it to ESPN. They've been very clear. We're trying to compete, which I love. I thought he had a bunch of great quotes about wanting to put together a great culture, a great experience for the fans. And then again, hitched his wagon to Devin Booker, who I think is a great player. He's only 28 years old. He's a multiple time All-Star, gold medalist, all that good stuff. We know his resume. But I'm just looking like, okay, you're going to give out the richest contract in NBA league history. You're already in an awful cap situation, and you think you want to pile onto that. So I'm asking people around the league, like, am I tripping, or is their best scenario here to actually see what they can get for Book? And pretty much everybody agreed, but also understood why the Suns aren't going to do that. It's not like you can go in your exit interview as the owner and say, oh yeah, no, we're going to trade the 2 best players on our team, and we're going to kind of brace for a couple years of losing and then be better. That's not exactly what you say to rile up the fans at that press conference.
Yeah, guys, it's going to be rough for a while.
but re-up those season tickets, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care how it gets done for the Kings or anybody, but I there is a part of me that looks at the way that Ishbia goes about things, and that's probably how I would go about it, right? Like, if I have the money and I'm willing to spend it, no, we're gonna keep trying to win this thing. I'm trying to get people in here in the front office that can maneuver with trades and maybe get us some draft picks and stuff like that along the way. But we're not gonna just be awful for
4 years. Like, I don't want to do that. Like, I want to keep trying to win this way. And if I got to go sign some people, if I got to take some contracts that, put me in the luxury tax or something like that, I'm going to do that. Once again, not saying that it's bad to tank or anything like that, but I can understand like his thought process with this is the way I'm going to go about it.
Absolutely. I thought he had a lot of great quotes about, again, I want to hand this off to the right basketball people. Like, I want my people to make this better. And whether it's these guys or other people, and I'll give the green light at the very end of the conversations. And I think he had a lot of great quotes again about the fan experience and about wanting to invest in this team. It's like he essentially said, I'm not here to make money off this team. I'm here to have a great team and a great experience, which I love. If you're a fan, you love that from your owner. And it's like ideally he finds the right basketball people for that. The analogy I use is if I bought a $5 billion toy, I'm not going to leave that in the box on the shelf. I'm going to play with that toy. I don't care if it's a collector's item. And I don't blame them. If I own the team, I'm going to be there. And I'm going to be at the games. I'm going to want to make sure we're good. Why would we want to be bad? But I think the logical kind of like team building situation, and he said this himself too, like I have to figure out how to work within the NBA is to, recoup a lot of your assets and then slowly begin that build up. Now, again, I was the guy screaming it during the season, like, no, you get more guys. You have Devin Booker, you have Kevin Durant. But now that has failed, yes, it's time to reassess and figure out what's next.
It's the Kevin Durant, Devin Booker part isn't the problem.
Right. And that's a question
I love Brad, but you gotta allocate that other 50 million in a different way.
Yep. And that's a question I asked too. Like, is there a reality where they just strip down next to them and then build up from there? But it just seems like the situation they're in, like you said, they have $50 million tied up into something they can't really get money back for. And this is the only way to get stuff is to sell this other $50 million player who just so happens to be their best player.
Yeah. Well,
all right.
Their issues are their issues, and the Kings' issues are the Kings' issues.
Sorry, Eddie, not my problem. I did see some of the Matt Ishbia stuff though, and it's like why like these new owners have to. It's like, no, I'm really excited to be in. I'm gonna really screw up the first 3 or 4 years I own this team. Then I'm gonna learn some really, really tough lessons. Then I might figure it out. Kings fans might be waiting for their owner to figure it out. But like Suns fans are like, hey, we got Book. Like we've questioned whether Sacramento has a one, whether they ever had a one with De'Aaron. We know that they don't now. There's no question Book is one. KD is one. It's just, things have gone sour with KD in whatever way. Like I'm of the feeling though, I think because you have that one, Eddie, I feel like Phoenix could retool pretty quickly. Like maybe even this season. I just, obviously you got to be willing to move on from Kevin Durant in that regard, or potentially Devin Booker. I don't think both of them. The Kings don't have that one. I think when you have a guy, you have a clear centerpiece that you can build around. When you can say the only two things that are certain are me, the owner, and this player, I think you're in pretty decent shape when you can do that.
Yeah, I mean, look, like you said, not having the one, that's frustrating. I mean, as a fan, you're sitting there like, who is my guy here? What jersey do I buy? You know what I mean? And so you rather have one than not. But again, you're gonna pay him this summer the biggest contract. So that again, in and of itself, is the largest cosign you can give your player, and you have to build around that. And Book isn't old by any means, but he's 28. Like the clock is ticking in that sense, and then you got guys younger than him are driving the one seeds right now. When you look at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Donovan Mitchell's a guy that people compare him to. You got Jason Tatum, who is I think a year younger than him on the Celtics. So you have like that going with you too, and then you kind of ask yourself the question like, is he that tier of player? Because we're about to pay him like he is. And I think he's earned the paycheck. I think he's earned that. But again, you're going to need to build that team around him. It does feel like a year, maybe 2 years away. Whereas, like you said, we're looking at the Kings and saying, okay, first we got to get the dude. And then we're like a year or two away. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking at the questions you're answering on the way in here, seeing LaMelo Ball and seeing these other names. It's like, is that really possible in this coming summer or in the next couple summers? And we'll see. But what I will give the Kings and what I will give Vivek is they've always been aggressive. Have they been aggressive in the wrong directions a few times? For sure. But he's always been aggressive. I think you like that, but you hate the way this season ended, it obviously, and there's so many question marks. Like it's frustrating.
Forgive me if my timeline is a little bit off, but I believe you were in New York when Scott Perry was with the Knicks. Are you familiar with his game, so to speak, like, and what he may be bringing to Sacramento as an executive? I know he obviously helped put together those Pistons teams.
That's all right. Hang on.
Speaker over here going crazy.
Kevin Durant, like, hey, KD.
King of the Hill start playing. No, I'm not all that familiar, but what I will say is it's a little interesting that when the kind of CAA Avengers from took over the Knicks started obviously going in another direction. Now, again, that goes to the Knicks getting a dude when they got Jalen Brunson, and they kind of made their ascension from there. It is curious that they made the hire that quick. Like, they know something, they had somebody in mind, and they're going to go in some direction with that. I wonder the amount of, trust he'll be giving going forward from the organization, because there's been a ton of turnover. There's been a ton of turnover, several different regimes, and it makes it a interesting job to take. But if there's going to be some patience, if there's a mutual plan going forward, like to see what they do. But again, I think like most teams, like most not big city teams as well, they need to get high in that draft, and they need to hit on one of those picks, and that should be the plan going forward.
What series are you looking forward to the most?
I know Kings fans don't want to hear this, but the Lakers series. I want to see the Lakers.
I'm good with that. Yeah, Lakers, Wolves. Like,
I want to see Ant-Man. I want to see Luka. I just think the matchups, those teams are so night and day to each other. The Wolves, they want to play big. They want to crash the glass. They rely on Anthony Edwards, obviously a ton. And then, they want to be in the paint on offense otherwise. And they're crazy athletic, bunch of long arm guys. They're chasing you all around the court, pressing you full court. And on the other side, you have the GOAT. You have Luka Doncic, who beat this team up last season. And those guys are going to be small, and they want to be athletic, and they want to swarm on defense, and they still want to get rebounds because they're small as 4, 6'8" dudes and a 6'5" point guard. But it's just a clash of styles, clash of coaching styles as well, and then so many stars on that court. I can't wait to see it. And I got the Wolves right now just because I'm just looking at that athleticism we're going to see on that court. I just think that's a group on a mission, man. I think this is AE's time to really have another run.
I think the Wolves are a potential problem, and I think I got two picks that are teams that I feel people are kind of sleeping on. One is the Wolves, and I made it official. I'll make it official now. I got the Rockets beating the Warriors.
Woo!
I think the Rockets are a problem for Golden State.
My thing with the Rockets Warriors series is I look at them and I love what the Rockets did to that team a couple weeks ago. It's going to be a rock fight. There's two teams that just look, we're going to put 4 defenders on the court. We don't care. We're 3 dudes who don't want to shoot, one of them that will kind of shoot sometimes, and we're going to go. But when I say it like that, if it's a rock fight, we got a dude who's like a boulder thrower over there in Steph Curry. So I'd love to see him really explode in this series and really take over. But man, Amen Thompson chasing him around, it might not be the series for that. It might not be the series. So that's a pick 'em for me too. I'm gonna go with the experience of the Warriors and just feel like, especially if they get that split, and take over home court, I'm gonna go with that. But man, I'm looking at that Rockets team like if they beat them, who knows where they go from there?
That play, and maybe it's a recency bias when I say this, but that play-in performance by the Warriors have me not feeling as confident about them because they got amazing games stat-wise from Jimmy and Steph, and getting by the skin of their teeth against a Memphis team that just isn't that good. Like I said, Houston is a better version of Memphis, And yeah, I don't know. They're going to need the others to step up in a major way. And that's talking about the Warriors. The others going to have to step up.
Yeah, I want to see where the scoring punch comes from on the Rockets. Jalen Green hasn't played very well against the Warriors, and they got defenders who obviously are an issue there. But also some of those games included Andrew Wiggins, and he's more of an issue than I think he'll have with Brandon Podziemski or Moses Moody. I want to see him step up. He could be the real X factor for them. I think Alfred Sengun had a great game and matches up well against them, but it's gonna be a chippy series, man. It might be a chippy series from game one. You know, sometimes we eventually build up to that. I just can see in my head Dylan Brooks yelling at Draymond and yelling at Jimmy Butler and everybody getting involved with that. And then you got Steven Adams coming off the bench, and that series is gonna be drama. I can't wait to see it. I got the Warriors, like I said, eking it out, but man, they're gonna have to earn it.
Well, Dame, Eddie brought up a good point. Those previous games, Warriors, Rockets, it involved guys who weren't there anymore, like Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga. So you never know what
you get that Jonathan Kuminga joke in. Now let the record show, Eddie. I disagree with everything both of you just said. I like the Lakers in the Timberwolves series.
No, don't say no more. What'd he say? Jesse, you just said I like the Lakers.
Quit begging.
Ain't that what he just said?
I like the Lakers. I thought he said
that. Yeah.
Quit begging.
Have some respect.
Quit begging. Draymond Green over here. And speaking of, I'm not in on the Rockets yet either. I know they're right there. I don't know how far the Warriors can go in all of this, but I think the Warriors Rockets matchup is super intriguing, and I think the Warriors can win it. My thing with Minnesota, Eddie, is I just don't buy them. Really? I didn't buy them last year. No, didn't buy them last year. It was like, okay, I was wrong last year. You're going to have to show me again. They didn't show me anything this year. I don't buy it. I buy Ant, but that's about the extent of it.
I think for me, it's the matchup they got. And I think the ability to use that size. And I'm with you, I buy Ant. But much like I asked the same question about the Thunder, I'm asking this question about the Rockets too. Who else is helping Ant on offense? That's what I really want to see. And you could say Julius Randle, but we know he's a little inconsistent. You could say Nas, but the same thing from him. Those wings are like really streaky and spotty when it comes to Nar or it comes to Jaden McDaniels. So I'm curious who's going to help him not only make shots, but create offense, penetrate, get into the rim, get to the paint, and get that defense moving. That's what I want to see, and that's what's going to win them the series. You know, being the biggest team, Rudy Gobert making stuff happen in the paint on both sides of the court, but somebody's going to have to step up offensively. We're not asking that question about the Lakers. We are not. We know where the offense is coming from, and we know it will look good. And we got to ask that question about the Wolves. So I'm with you there. I'm with you about the Rockets in that sense too. The one team, like we had mentioned them, that I'm not concerned about in that sense, my MVP, the Denver Nuggets, and Nikola Jokic. I'm actually thinking we're sleeping on them. Everybody's excited about the Clippers right now.
Worry about what?
About
the Nuggets?
We're sleeping on the Nuggets. I think they're going to get that series, man. Everybody's way too quick to hand James Harden and Kawhi this, and we've seen them do this stuff too many times. Like, come on, man. We're betting on Ben Simmons.
No,
okay.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. No, you know.
Wait just a damn minute.
So I have a confession to make to you. Everyone else knows this already. I don't think I like Jamal Murray. I don't.
I respect the playoff riser though.
I don't get it. Like I think that's what it is. I think that's what is. I watch him for 82 games, and it's like, yeah, he's fine. He's good. Like he's fine. He's good. And then like he has these moments in the postseason where it's like, oh, okay, there it is. And then he doesn't. And it's like the moments where he's like, whoo, Jamal Murray, boy, those things are magnified. And man, he's a this, he's a that. And then when he doesn't have those moments, it's just like, well, it's not even a discussion.
Yeah.
It's like, no, like if you're second to Nikola Jokic, you can't miss. You can't have an off night. You can't have a bad night because bad for you. He's not going to. I don't think Nikola Jokic has had a bad night in 6 years.
Right.
Don't have one in a winner go home game.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, maybe people are a little hyped on the Clippers, but I don't know that I'm sleeping on the Nuggets.
Yeah, we're giving a lot to Norm Powell here. We're giving a lot to
How about Ty Lue?
Yeah, how about
Jones
Christian
Jr.?
Brown? We're giving a lot to Christian Brown.
Put slotting in a coach 2 weeks before playoffs is kind of crazy. I'll
Christian
say
Brown's
that. I'm a
the
Christian
white
Brown fan.
beater
by
and
the way.
Fox.
I'm good with Christian Brown. I think we're good. We're getting what we need from him. But I do think there's something to continuity, and I do think there's something to have in a bread and butter, which is like OD's basic analysis. I know. But if we're in a close game, we can run that 1-2 with Jamal and with Jokic, and we're gonna get a good shot every time. Y'all don't have the personnel to deal with this. I will say the one guy that scares me, he'd be the Zubac. He'd be looking like a monster on the right night.
Yeah.
Hey, Daddy, I'm on that train, man.
Zubac might be Defensive Player of the Year.
It might be. It might be. I'm on that train. I'm not predicting that they get here, but they could win the West. I believe the Clippers can win the West.
Yeah, no, they could. And again, if we get the Kawhi that we're all hoping we get, and I'm not being like asterisk injury guy, but like that is the truth of it. He looks great now. And we always have to cross our fingers and knock on wood. He does look great now, and it's time to step it up even more. I would say this. I was at his last playoff game, and he looked like a monster. And then he didn't play a game, which was unfortunate. It was fortunate for my guy. But he did look like a monster last time I seen him in a playoff game, and I'd imagine he will again.
Who you got tonight? We got Grizzlies in Dallas and Miami in Orlando.
Oh no, Miami and Atlanta.
Miami and Atlanta. Sorry, yeah, Orlando's already moved along.
I'm gonna go with both home teams. I'm gonna just trust that. But man, did the Hawks look bad last time I watched them play basketball? So that's tough to see. If Ja is good and his ankle is straight, if he's like 80%, they got to take care of business there. I like the Mavs. The Mavs are cool, but man, the Kings make them look way better than what they are. So I'd expect the Grizzlies in their firepower offense to kind of overwhelm that Eastern Conference game. I hope it's good. Because I don't know about y'all, but I'm like, we need to get rid of the play. I'm that team right now.
No,
and it's
really. Well, it's not happening because it's brought to you by SoFi, which means they're just making money on it. They ain't going nowhere.
We're getting one good game out of every 8. Like, can we get like
it gives us something to do during the week though.
It does.
How boring was last night?
But but look, I had asked the other day, like, I feel like the playoffs usually started faster, right? We didn't get a week off, and it was like, the season would end like Wednesday, and we get playoff games Saturday. That's fine. We can do that. So I don't know. I'm just kind of over these games. We're watching bad teams get blown out by another bad team. What's the fun in that?
Doesn't matter. Brought to you by SoFi. As long as it's brought to you by SoFi.
Oh, and we all watch too, so it's not going nowhere. We're there every time. And they get stars. We keep getting stars in these too.
The Warriors Grizzlies game was a monster. It did like $4 million or something like that the other night.
Every other game stunk. But it was a monster. And again, we keep getting stars. We keep getting Steph Curry. We keep getting LeBron. We got KD a couple of times.
Didn't we have Steph versus LeBron?
Yeah, that was the first one, right?
First year. Yeah. That was ESPN's wet dream.
That's when he couldn't see. He saw 3 baskets.
No?
Yeah.
And Steph looked at him like, please.
What about LeBron setting up the theater stanchion in his home and making it like he went to a theater? And I'm looking at this picture like, you're in your house, buddy. Like, I'm happy you got the center screener, but come on.
LeBron funny.
Let LeBron live,
He
man.
funny, man. That's a funny dude.
I don't know if it was a flex or he tried to lie on us and we caught him, but it was like, all right, boss. I love it.
Oh man, it was funny.
Savannah's a flex.
We got to go, but I'll tell you when we get back. It was funny last week with LeBron. I'll tell you about it.
Eddie, we appreciate you as always, my brother. Thank you so much.
All right, family.
So, man, Eddie Gonzalez spending his Friday with us, man. We'll come back. We free the rest of the way. I got a text. Well, I'll tell you about this when we get back to Steelo McCasey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What are y'all got going on in the chatty house, man? I look over one time. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to mind my business. That's one of my favorite lines. Shout at the middle one. Did you guys already talk about they already hired a general manager, bro? He's not throwing the bag at Bob Myers. They already hired somebody. That's a bag Bob might not even want, to be honest with you. No. Brian and Kyle. Mm-mm. Thank you, Soren. Thank you, Soren. Oh man, we saw. I was thinking about that the other day. It didn't register right away. B, when I was like, "Oh, Bobby's here. That's cool." It's like, where is Bobby? Bobby was with Philly, right? All right. Maybe there is a chance for Bobby to come back. I feel like Bobby. I feel like Doug. Should he be the guy? He needs a veteran coach too. Well, there you go. I mean, it's an option, Will. It's an option. It's an option. Oh, you could be mad, Dirk, if you want to. We'll call him a King's retread, but Bobby's a coach. Doug needs coaches. And he needs a coaching staff that's not going to splinter.
We need some people he can trust.
I feel like JJ Redick gets his haircut an appropriate amount of time for an individual who is on TV as much as him.
Man. JJ always look clean, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it should be.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was a hell of a move by Tyrese right there.
I've had a bad week or two with my workouts. I got to get back.
I think I aggravated my back this morning trying to do too much.
Putting up 405 will do that.
That is not the life I live, my brother.
Putting up 405 will do that, man.
I am 44 years old. I don't have nothing to prove to anybody. Nobody. I wonder what obscurely pornographic thing Brian Windhurst is saying on Pardon the Interruption.
Pornographic.
Let's get a man TC in here. Elk Grove Kid Talk Line. TC, what's happening, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my three brothers, man?
What's good, TC?
Hey, man, check it out, man. Look, so I got to.
TC, are you high?
Nah, listen, man. Hey, I'm good, man. I'm chilling. I'm off today, man. I'm kicked back.
Oh, okay. No doubt. Off day. I see you.
Yeah, man. I'm lounging, man. They gave us a good Friday today, man. So we took it.
Okay. That's a good look.
Yeah, for sure, man. Look, check it out. So look, hey, send him on home, man. He can either go to the Lakers or the Clippers, man. The Lakers, I take Rui and Vanderbilt, or we can send him to the Clippers. See if we can squeeze the boy Derrick Jones. And you know what? I ain't gonna lie, this really a shoot. I take a fly on Ben Simmons. That's my deal, bro.
Yeah, I mean, all right, Ben Simmons. I think he's actually going to be a free agent, but
doing that again.
Not interested in that. I do like the Derrick Jones. I think Derrick Jones is a good ball player, and that would help the Kings. Ben Simmons, especially like if I don't know that money's right. Like if you're still taking money from that old contract, I'm cool. I think he's actually going to be a free agent though.
Yeah, I think this is the last year of his deal.
Yeah. Now I will say this: free agent Ben Simmons on like a certain type of deal. Kick the tires.
Not a Rui Hachimura guy.
I like Rui. No, I do.
13 points.
I like
51% from the field, 41% from three.
Yeah, Rui's good. Rui's good. I like Rui. Rui, I mean, it'd be like Rui in exchange for DeRozan.
Oh, yeah, TC was talking about that.
Maybe you
probably have to work around that a little bit more, but
Rui would be a good look.
Talked about Sabonis. Like, what do you think you're getting for DeRozan this offseason?
Something.
Is that something along the lines of like what TC just talked about?
Yeah.
Rui, Derrick Jones Jr.
Yeah.
Maybe a second rounder or something like that. Yeah, something like that. They're calling Carmichael C. in the
Why they call him that?
Because he wanted Ben Simmons.
Oh, okay.
Carmichael C.
That's funny.
Oh man, the thing I know probably would have like kept this past the break and everything, but we never talked about it because it was just Kings for the weekend. Did you see when Isaiah Thomas was just so disgusted with LeBron James before the game?
Bro, relax.
No,
I don't think.
You too. I'm tired of you tweeting about. Oh, remember when we used to have suits on the coaches?
No, they need to bring.
No,
suits
they
back.
don't. They don't.
No, they need to bring.
Let
suits
LeBron
back.
shoot with his shirt off if he wants.
That's part of the personality. Well, like so, there was a clip, and maybe you could probably find it on Twitter, but they're on the NBA TV broadcast, and LeBron is warming up. And they're like, LeBron getting ready to take on the Pistons. And he's, nobody's even there. And he's got his shirt off and some sweats. And Isaiah Thomas is just, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
No, I got it.
Isaiah probably is.
Was tight.
Back in my day, Bill Laimbeer would have laid him out for that.
Bill Laimbeer was drinking Budweisers before the game.
Second part of our doubleheader tonight, LeBron James going to play the game like this. Shirts and skins is what they're doing tonight.
I just totally 100% object to this. And if I was the GM or coach,
Me too.
I would never let one of my players walk out on the floor looking like this. I mean, we are a professional NBA league. We ain't summer league. We ain't at the YMCA.
Listen, I think coaches got to go back to suits.
Absolutely.
I just mean.
Absolutely. I just think
College and pro.
I just think the professionalism in our NBA league has diminished so much. And I look, I like LeBron. I'm a fan of his, so forth and so on. But to walk out on the floor before a game with no shirt on and shoot, I mean, come on, man. Where we at? What we doing? Where we at? Now, if you want to, Adam Silver, if you want to find somebody, find that. Put a fine on that.
Hey,
Spoken by the Hall of Famer.
That's great.
Find that.
That's great, Grandpa. Let's go to bed now.
And look, and this is what I tweeted out. He's being a little extra. I don't think he's wrong, though.
First of all, that's your boy.
He's not wrong.
Hell yeah, he is.
He's not
Why?
wrong.
What does it matter? LeBron, back in Isaiah's day, LeBron would have shot shirtless and they gave Isaiah 60 that night.
He's right. He's being extra.
First,
I don't think there's anything wrong with being in the NBA and saying, "Hey, LeBron, can you at least have a tank top on?"
Miss me with
the
professionalism.
arena
We're playing,
is empty.
We're playing a child's game too. Miss me with professionalism, please.
The arena is empty. What is the problem?
But you're in the NBA arena. You're on a game day. Just wear a shirt. If you want to do all that at same
Okay, this is the same
in
league
the summer
where James and Sean got to go in there. Why these dudes don't have shirts on to conduct interviews?
That's in a locker room
with their cameras rolling.
That's in a locker
Well, what's
room.
the difference? The cameras are on.
I'm just saying, if we're talking, that's also not the way they do that.
Why is this unprofessional?
Because you get your shirt off in the
Bro, you're
main gym.
wearing a tank top.
Who's wearing a tank top?
I'm saying you wear a tank top during the game. Why is removing it that big of a deal?
I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't feel like the way Isaiah does, but
I also understand what he's saying. Like it's not the craziest thing in the world if somebody's like, hey, all these compression tanks, can you have that on?
What
when
does
you're
it matter,
shooting on the
though?
main court?
I don't even understand.
There's a level of professionalism to it.
This is not unprofessional.
We're playing basketball.
This is not unprofessional.
All right.
Is wearing a do-rag unprofessional?
I'm not sure if
is wearing a do-rag unprofessional?
Some people would argue that.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, it is unprofessional.
Okay, so he's got to take the do-rag off. DeMar's got to take the do-rag off. Everyone who wears one can't wear one then.
I would say in an NBA setting, like at work or all that other stuff, yeah, I'll put it to you like this. I wouldn't have the do-rag on. But that's just me. Everybody different strokes, different folks. Some people don't feel like it's a problem. Or if I like Reese, I'll be like, hey man, you're doing an interview, and take the do-rag off. Take the do-rag off. Put it right back on when you get done with the interview. That's fine. Because you're trying to keep everything fresh. I get that. But I don't think it's the worst thing in the world where he's like, hey man, we're in the NBA here. Can you put a shirt on?
Okay.
I know you hate Isaiah, but I don't think it's the worst.
I don't hate Isaiah.
I don't think it's the worst thing in the world.
One, I think that take was absurd.
He was extra. He was extra about it.
Also,
but it's not crazy.
Zeke got some work done, right?
Looks like he just has makeup on.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Oh, okay. I was watching.
He got a gang of makeup.
He might have a little Brotox, like something like I was like
little flare to it.
It looks like he's having a tough time. I was like, oh, maybe he got it. He got a little Brotox.
Like he just covered in makeup.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you can always tell. You can always tell when a black man has a white woman doing his makeup. Shout out Shannon Sharp. Never forget Shannon. I don't know. I get that's probably what it is. He just has a ton of makeup on.
That's the answer to that one.
Yeah, he is wearing some makeup. All right. You would take Isaiah. You love that dude. I'm gonna get you an Isaiah.
I
Thomas
do like
jersey.
Isaiah's, but
I'm gonna get you an Isaiah. That's the next jersey you're gonna get.
That's a dope jersey.
I'm gonna get you an Isaiah Thomas jersey.
That's a dope jersey. But I am
one he can't get traded from.
I am a little bit. Justin called old school. That's fine. I am a little old school with it though. Like put a shirt on, have the coaches in the suit. Like I don't think there's anything.
Why does any of that matter?
The way I say, yeah, what I wear don't affect anyone else, so don't worry about it.
I mean, I'm not like against the one. I think the whole take about wearing a shirt while you're working out is dumb. But why is the suit thing a big deal?
It's a certain level of professionalism to it. These guys don't look bad. Like they look better than they have in the past, and they've also kind of used it to their
They look
benefit.
better than Devin Carter looked for half the season.
Devin Carter, first of all, I thought he looked fine, but that's a whole nother thing as well. Like I didn't, once again, old school professionalism. I didn't think the dress code was the worst thing in the world.
Oh, actually, I didn't either.
Like you're working.
Some of y'all are exposed that you can't dress.
I didn't think that was the worst thing in the world. Like it's the fact that it isn't like in place anymore. Okay, whatever. But if Adam Silver was like, hey man, we're gonna get a little bit more lenient on how we dress coming into these games. All right, cool. Like look a little better than sweats and flip-flops coming into the arena sometimes.
I agree with that.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But like I said, I'm the guy like I like suits. I like wearing suits. I like the way they look. You know what I mean? Like it's just me. It's no knock. I like suits with the dress suit, or with the dress shoes, and tux with the black dress shoes. Like I think it looks good. It looks good when how you were at Kyle's wedding. Like that looked fresh too. But I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, hey, NBA player, like, or NBA coach, I like Pat Riley's Armani suits. Like put that on. It's cool.
I am curious what a guy like Jordy, because Jordy's got the the high pants vibe. Like I'm always kidding. Like, what would Jordy look like if the suit?
If you were on the sideline dressed like you were at Kyle's wedding, that'd be fire.
Yeah,
same shoes too. What shoes you have on?
That's the thing. I wouldn't be comfortable. Oh, I got the Kobe's on today.
No, I said, what shoes did you have on?
Not relevant.
What?
What?
Started with what? How do you? I don't even, what shoes were it?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, what
people
shoes
want to
were they?
know. Now Jesse wants to know. Yeah,
Maybe I want to
it's
get
part
them for
of the
my
show.
wedding. Yeah, maybe I can get them for my wedding. Maybe I can afford them. What kind of shoes were they? So I can look it up real quick.
No.
No, I'll look it up.
Yeah, so I can look it up. What was the name of the shoes?
Okay.
I won't even say
It's
it
for
now.
my
Just
it's for my
look it up.
wedding.
I'll just look it up.
It's my wedding. Come
I'm
on.
curious now.
Your wife won't let you wear these for the wedding. We've
Damn it, I'm
already
a grown man,
established-
Damian Barling. I wear what I want.
I was able to get a pair of the Jordan Dior lows.
Wow.
Okay, let me look
That
that up real
isn't
quick.
wow. Now that is make the distinction that they're lows. I didn't get they're not the highs. They're the lows. Yes, it does. You can look the two up. They're very
Wow.
different.
Hold on. No, he's right. I looked up Jordan Dior low price. I'm on all.
This
It's
is so whatever
sponsored.
you're about to say isn't even remotely close to what it costs.
You're right. Fine. The first one, it says they're $134. Fine. The next one says they're $18,000. D'Lo says they're not the first one.
Yo, I'm telling you guys, you got the wrong guy the entire time, man.
Yeah.
It's not me. It's
D'Lo
him.
says it's not the $134 one. It's the 18 grand one. He said. You heard him.
That's not what I said. That
He
is
said it's not the first one.
That's not what I said. I said I didn't
That's
pay anything
crazy.
close to what you're about to say, and there is a distinct price difference between the lows and the highs. Everyone wants the highs.
These
I
lows
got
You
the
wear a
lows.
size 12, don't you?
No, I wear a size 10 and a half.
We'll go with a 12. Yeah, that price crazy.
Wow.
That price crazy.
This is not even real.
It's 12.5.
I would buy a 12 because
It's
maybe you'll grow into it
12.5
eventually.
for some 12s. 12.5.
No, those are resale prices.
Did
Those
you
aren't-
got them at Foot Locker?
I didn't get them at Foot
Okay,
Locker.
well,
You
we
know-
got to go with the resale then.
I didn't get them on resale either.
Oh, wow. You got a guy?
Well,
You know Big Mike?
Well,
He knows Jordan.
I got a girl.
Yeah, he knows Jordan.
Okay. Are we finished?
And right now, this guy is crazy, bro. Bro, he tried to make the distinction. The lows cost more than the highs.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
not true.
It is true. I'm
That's
looking at it
not
right
true.
now. The lows are more expensive than the highs. Yo, he like you said, I get you now, Jesse. He was trying to let us know. Don't look
of
at that brokey price of the highs.
The
Make sure you
money,
look at
the
the
money I
lows.
have saved up for the wedding now might cover a pair of those shoes. Like, hey, babe, sorry, wedding's off. Like, look at my shoes though. Look at my shoes. Pretty sweet, huh?
That is a pair of shoes. One, I was obviously very fortunate to get. It's the only pair I have that I'm actually scared. Like, I don't wear them.
Why don't you sell them?
It's just kind of a thing. Like, because she helped me get them, I wouldn't sell them.
I gotcha.
I think they could track that too. You might know that better than I do.
I don't never even.
I wouldn't like if I get them from her. I won't. I just like I would never sell them.
I feel the same way. I feel the same way about my brokey Jordans that I get.
Okay, that's not.
I just got some random little sixes, bro. They, no kind of name, nothing, no nothing, just random. I wouldn't sell them,
bro. Oh my god, we have a turkey that is invading our backyard.
You got turkeys out there?
Man.
It's a turkey, and I just got a picture. Apparently, she's dropping eggs.
Oh
no, you got no.
Oh,
nope, not in my backyard.
Oh hell no!
Toss that over to the neighbor's fence.
No,
toss that over the neighbor's
bro.
fence.
Hey, I'm calling. What is it? SPCA?
Yeah,
I'm calling them, bro. You gotta come get 'em.
Hey, you can lay your
You
eggs
gotta come
here.
get
If
'em.
you want to be my dinner on Thanksgiving?
The turkey has gotten in the pool.
Oh, get the
All right,
water,
man.
get the
Hey,
water
so
out.
look, no, man, it can't happen.
You know-
SPCA, get him before I kill him. Get him before I kill him.
Exactly.
Oh, come on.
PETA, if you'd like to show up as well, figure this out, please.
The disrespect, the audacity for them to just get into the pool like that. Wow. I can understand. You know, when you go out into nature and you're like, hey, you're in their house,
Hold
like
on,
leave
hold
them
on.
alone. Like, no, bro, you're in my house. Get out, get away.
David Jackson says that turkey eggs are going about $75 a dozen right now.
Well, this one's I just got a picture of it. It's broken. Like, I don't know, maybe
Hey, stay away from it too, because they're gonna think that you did it and she's gonna come beat
Yeah,
your ass.
Might have to, yeah.
Don't touch those eggs.
You might have to move.
That's a good point.
Why are they in my
He
backyard?
got to move a week after.
I don't think they're in your backyard. I think your house is in their backyard. Hey, that's crazy. Yeah, you
just got the pool.
I'm
done,
like,
and
I'll
now
be
he's
pretty pissed off if a turkey was in my pool that I just got built and all that. Because now, like, that's disgusting. I feel.
What if she tell the homies too?
Well, that's what we're
He's got
worried
a
about.
pool.
That's what we're worried about. Like I looked up, how do you keep turkeys out of your pool? Do you know what you have to do? Scare them. That's the only way to do it.
Sprout, get out here.
Oh yeah, right.
Sprout, get to bargain.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, they're comfortable enough to lay eggs at your house too.
So I'm trying to.
That's low key a studio
One thing
apartment
you
now.
don't have to worry about in the slums where I live.
Yeah.
This is terrible. It's just walking across the fence, just having a good
Is
old
this
time.
live? Live?
Smug.
No, it's not live. It's that's exactly what it
Gotcha,
is.
yeah, you know.
I got a video of the turkey walking across the fence, and then I guess the turkey came back because there's a picture of the egg on the pavers.
I don't want no turkeys at the crib, man. I don't want no turkeys at the crib. I'm cool, man. I am cool.
You want to go to your house real quick to handle this? Me and KC can handle a show.
No, because we got another show to do. No,
We'll come back.
No,
but...
no turkeys at the crib, and no shooting shirtless in an empty arena.
There's a turkey in my backyard. It's today's show title.
Whoa. What you talking about, Rachel? What you talking about? We got those two in Peacocks and EG. Chill.
Oh, you got rich birds.
Now she lives in.
You got rich birds.
I was going to say
she live in a different part of town.
A peacock is a rich bird.
She live in a different part of town. She don't live in my part of town.
I don't even know if I've ever seen a peacock.
Well, you do always say you live on the 5 side of this, as if like that's the great side of Elk Grove and stuff. I doubt
You
they
turn
have that
your
on the
nose up
99,
at the
right?
99
Yeah, so I
side.
doubt where else
Yeah,
could
but
you live?
if you go where she's at in Elk Grove on the 99 side, that's when it gets real rich. That's when they have areas called estates. Like this is the Sheldon Estates. That's where Rachel is.
See,
that's rich.
We just got apartment birds. That's it.
Got pigeons.
Yeah.
Got squirrels.
Oh, the squirrels are out there all the time.
We had like a couple of.
We've hit
I
the
wanna say
Animal
about a
Planet
year.
hour of D'Lo and Casey.
You didn't know it's 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock on Friday.
To be clear, I tried to book James. James was like, "We're going to Turkey or something," which perfect fitting. And so, and Katie was like, "Hey, can I zoom in?" I must have done something really stupid because she was like, she texts, "Do you know what you got for Easter? Like, do you know what you ordered for Easter?" You know, we were talking about the I was like, no, why? She was like, "Do you have a time where I could join the show?" And I'm like, "Oh, Jesus Christ." I was like, "Yeah, actually, our 3 o'clock hour is free." She's like, "Okay, I want to show you what you got." I was like, "Oh, okay." So I have no idea. I must have done something really stupid for her to be like, "I want to show the whole Chatty House this." So, and this was all before the turkey dropped the egg in our backyard.
Is it just one egg
now
that's been
that one is
dropped?
crazy. That is crazy.
What's that?
It's just one egg that's been dropped.
There's just one egg there.
You can't really touch that either because like the turkey didn't get
But
all
it's
territorial,
broke.
right?
Like the egg is broke.
Yeah,
The turkey don't know that though.
Yeah, he don't know, and then stay away because he gonna see it broke.
So what
She
am I gonna
see it
do?
broke.
Leave the egg there?
Don't want to mess with life.
She might just beat your ass.
Yeah.
anyway.
Hey, she's gonna think you broke it.
Man, now I gotta cover up the doggy door.
Has this ever happened before? Where you had a turkey in the backyard?
No.
Like in that area?
No. This is all new. I ain't lived here but since it ain't even been a full year. This is the 11th month.
R.I.P. to that little turkey though. R.I.P.
Doesn't even get to become dinner.
They got a lot of turkeys on
This is
that
terrible
freeway on the way to my house. They'll never venture over.
Yeah, the Sacramento turkeys. That was a new thing that I learned when I moved over here.
That Sacramento has turkeys?
Yeah. I remember walking to Sac State on the little American River Trail back there. Yeah, it's a big old bird right there.
I told you, I think I told you guys when I was at the Mike Bibby press conference, I was looking around for the building
and I got to a point where the door was there, and I was like, oh, here's the door to the entrance to it. And I was like, oh, wait, maybe it's not. And then I turned to my left to like make a move like around the building. Saw this big turkey. I said, nope, this is the entrance. This is the entrance here.
I'm not a
I'll
bird
be
guy.
going through this door. Turkeys are like, I don't know, 5 feet.
Oh yeah, they're big birds. How do you even get rid of a turkey too? You should toss it over the fence.
I have no idea, but I'm watching the camera of Katie discovering the egg, and she's looking. It's in the middle. There's nothing above it, and she's
Like it fell out the sky.
Like where? Oh my God! This is terrible. This is terrible. This turkey better start paying rent.
Warren says that the turkeys are protected in Sacramento.
and there
so
it
you can't
is.
do anything to
Okay,
them.
They're protected.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay, fine. Protect them. Just
So-
come get them out
Okay,
of the house.
Wait a second. What is this
talking about?
I found the video of the turkey. The turkey has the egg like in its mouth.
Oh, did it just drop off the bad egg to you?
It did.
Oh, that's a
And
diss.
then walked around. Oh, I bet this little
Wait,
bitch.
hey.
Did this little bitch go for the pool?
Yeah, the turkey
Yep.
dropped off his bad egg, and then
Did it go? Did it get in my pool?
this is a sign of disrespect.
It walked. Oh, hold on. It's at the edge.
Needs to be answered.
It lives there now.
Yeah, that's either that turkey's house
Their
or
house.
you.
This day sucks, dude.
You got a new pet. You got a new pet.
We'll come back.
Congratulations.
Really talked turkeys for 13
This day
minutes.
is terrible. Absolutely terrible. And spoiler alert, it's not going to get better. Stilo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Would you rather deal with the turkeys or run the Kings? It's true. Squatters' rights means it's gonna take about a year to get them out.
So just so we're
Oh.
hey, we're in commercial. We're not on the radio yet.
Okay.
Did I just found the video of the turkey? We've been talking about the turkey for 13 minutes. The turkey dropped the egg off. It didn't lay. It just dropped the.
It dropped it.
Did it get in the pool?
What? The egg or the turkey?
The turkey.
Yes.
Did it do anything in the pool?
No,
Okay.
I got it out.
All right. That's my
But if I am in a full fight as a 43-year-old woman with a turkey,
well.
yes, I am.
This is like Angry Birds too.
This is so
they don't
bad.
mess around.
If I could throw a pig at this turkey, yes, I would.
Can I
I'm
tell
not
you
going to
my
say what I've thrown
favorite-
at it.
Can I tell you my favorite part about this is when you discovered the egg and you started looking up in the sky. That's my
Don't
favorite part.
stop stalking me.
It's gonna be our highest rated Friday ever.
Oh, ever.
Stop watching me on the cameras.
Well, I wanted to see where this egg was.
I would
And
like
then
to
I
know
was
where
like-
it was too.
So watch. Hold on, let me see if I can watch the. Oh, it's not. How do I?
That's why she keeps coming back. And I'm telling you, I'm in a full.
Just walks the egg over, drops it off, plucks around, and goes and gets in our pool.
Doesn't even. So it laid the egg right there.
The egg was in its mouth.
That poor bird probably didn't even know it dropped the egg on the concrete too. That's how it cracked.
Oh, fried.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it dropped it. It's like it picked it up
No.
and dropped it.
I thought that was an Easter egg out there because the girls dyed eggs. And I was like, somebody missed an egg because this
But,
egg
yeah, I
is.
think it cuts off right before it gets in our pool.
Wait, is there? Oh,
Yeah.
that's Meadows. I was like, is that another one? It's a
I
beautiful
will-
Is that Cancun?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Was this a resort?
I think I've been there before.
What's
Don't
going on?
watch me chase that turkey around the backyard. Please, I beg you.
Oh wait, here comes Katie. Hold on.
I will chase that turkey.
I didn't even see this. Oh, she's running. That's
I'm so mad at
Katie was gonna whoop this
Okay,
turkey
did you explain how they're keeping poop in the pool?
Yeah.
Okay, and we didn't know where it was coming from.
And you have to scare the turkey out.
And then I found it. And guess what? That turkey does not care about mommy. She doesn't care at all.
Oh, that is hilarious.
Don't watch me chase anything ever.
Oh, that is
Please,
so
I beg
great. You went after it.
Them turkeys, they ain't nothing nice.
Get in my pool.
Turkeys,
It's literally that simple. Don't get in my pool. Hey, Casey, how many turkeys get in your pool?
No, I don't have a.
I'm sorry. Sorry. The lake.
I don't have a lake. Don't listen to these people.
He gets mad when you say that. It's a body of water.
Don't listen to
I'm
these
so
people.
sorry. The pond.
No, I don't have anything like that.
Apologies.
In my backyard, there's no body of water in my backyard.
Not what I heard, courtside Kenny. That's not what I heard.
Can't listen to the media. Don't listen to the media.
Did Abby leave before all of this happened?
No, she's upstairs.
Oh.
No, and also I have to tell you, didn't care. Did not care one bit that we were being terrorized.
You low-key need like a turkey defense system now or something because they're gonna keep coming back.
Can somebody Google that? Is that a thing?
The turkey might call for a human defense system because they live there.
The fact that it was comfortable enough to drop the egg there, it's like, yeah, this is my spot.
That's crazy.
You know what that makes her? Bad mother.
Well, the egg
dropped it on the concrete. It looked like
the egg is broken. Like that's the other thing. Like
So, honey, you saw her just drop the egg?
Yeah. Okay, we're coming back, Katie. Hang on. All right, we have been discussing the great turkey takeover during the entire commercial break. Katie from the Wake Up Call is kind enough to join us in this 3:00 hour that has gone straight to hell. But it's not about the turkey that has invaded our backyard or our pool or potentially laid an egg. We're not really entirely sure, but this is about
it laid an egg.
Well, I do have footage if we ever need it of you chasing the turkey away. So I didn't realize that was there, but it's there. We have it.
We have an egg discussion to be had.
Okay.
Okay. Let me start by saying I love you very much.
Okay. Okay.
You're the love of my life.
Uh-huh.
No other partner has ever said, "What can I do for Easter?" I said, maybe get some eggs and we could put candy in them.
Mm-hmm.
All make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
We
And you
talked
said-
about this.
And you said, babe, yes, absolutely. Stepdaddy D-Lo in effect.
Okay.
The package came today.
Okay.
Do you know what you ordered?
Dior Jordans.
I didn't order. No, I guess
Okay.
I don't.
I would like to I'd like to tell you what you ordered. You ordered 500 plastic eggs. And this is not even half the box.
Hey, this is like when Jeff Bezos tries to go grocery shopping.
That's a lot.
It keeps going.
Yeah.
No, we're doing fine. There's a whole half a box here that I haven't even unpacked yet.
Oh, well.
Oh.
All right.
Well. Okay, just how many do you think we need?
One of those bags.
We got it.
Half of a bag.
We're done. One bag. That's maybe 30. When I opened the box, first of all, when the box came, I need everybody to know the boxes never stop coming to Casa de Katie, also known as D'Lo's Mansion. Okay. I said, babe, can I open these boxes? He said, yes, honey, of course. I open the box and I see 500 pieces. I said, well, surely that can't be right because we have 2 underage children that we are doing Easter for. No. You said you're going to get candy for all of these.
Well, that's
did the candy not
pieces
arrive?
of candy and maybe $100 in ones because sometimes you put money in them.
How many eggs did you think you were buying?
I don't know. I just needed eggs to get here by tomorrow or Saturday.
Also, there's another box that just says Happy Easter Jubilee.
No, those are the eggs with the stuffed animals in them.
Okay.
We already cooking.
So we got the stuffed animals and then the egg. We got those eggs we can put the candy in.
So I have to tell you, I already put that package away. It's not that.
What is it?
Sir.
Well,
I don't know. You tell me what it is.
We're gonna find out.
Okay, it's the candy. It's the candy. Guys, it's the candy.
Well, what did you put away?
Well, no, I think she put away.
No,
the
go
eggs
ahead,
with
explain
stuffed
it.
animals in it. Well, I bought eggs with stuffed animals in it because I thought we'd put I didn't realize I ordered 500 plastic eggs.
You didn't realize like $200 for 500 eggs was a little weird, maybe.
Also, the kids have already dyed eggs, so there are already what's 24 times 2? 48?
Yep.
48 already pre-dyed regular eggs, not to be confused with the turkey eggs.
Do we hide the real eggs too? We don't hide those.
Yeah. No, we don't do anything. The Easter Bunny does it.
Good point. It's a good point.
Yep.
Yeah.
We leave it out. We leave it all out.
Yep.
And then at roughly 4 a.m. or something, the Easter Bunny comes and puts the eggs out. And some of them are harder to find because some people are 11 and some people are 4. And then they collect them.
That is dedication. That is great parenting. Because you say at 4 a.m. you go hide these eggs. No, at about, well, I shouldn't say no, but I'll say in some other households, hey, you guys go upstairs for 30 minutes. At about 2 p.m. Go upstairs for 30 minutes. We'll call you when it's time to come back down. And then
We are in our household, we're awake for he is awake for at least 3 hours before any other human opens their eyes and acknowledges that this is a world.
I have great news though. We probably never need to buy plastic Easter eggs again. Do you need plastic Easter eggs? Because I have some.
I don't think so. Oh, well, I think they already got them, else I would.
Okay. Well,
Else I would,
look,
but,
we have them moving forward.
Yes,
So-
we do. We do. Oh, there's a whole other half a box. Babe, I love it.
Just go to Kohl's and go to the little Amazon returns.
No. Go to dlo.com.
Yeah, what if we brand them?
No,
D'Lo and Casey Easter eggs.
D'Lo and Casey Easter eggs. Look, they were purple ones. We could call them like the eggs. All right. There's gold ones. We could call those the KC eggs.
We do have those. Yes.
Yeah, we could make this work. We'll figure out. We'll figure out. This is what do I tell you? Don't put me in charge of this stuff. Don't put me in
You
charge
do
of food
okay.
orders
In
or
fairness, you
Amazon
do say
orders.
stop letting me order things,
That's right.
and I keep letting
Now,
you order things. That's my
so
fault.
15 minutes later, who's to blame?
It's always me.
That's right.
But who's the cutest?
Me.
No, it's
You
also
are.
me.
Yes, it is also you. Thank you.
Where's the
Bye.
turkey?
Thank you for
Where is the
thank you
turkey?
for fending off the turkey. Click
Where's
the
the
link
turkey?
again.
I'll punch that bitch.
Oh,
Click the link
Oh.
again if the turkey comes back so we can watch you chase it.
I'm not gonna let anybody do that.
Well,
Do not post that.
okay.
Damien, I
Content.
swear to God, do not post that. I'm in a bathing suit. Do not let people watch me chase a turkey.
Mm. All right. I will see you shortly.
Okay, I love you.
Okay. Love you back.
Bye.
All right. Great. 500 plastic.
No, I got a question now. KC, just talking to you.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's
good.
good? What's good?
What is richer? Having your Jordans or unknowingly buying 500 plastic Easter eggs?
I think
whatever.
I think it's the Easter eggs, big dog. To be honest with you, I mean, it's just like it's whatever. Like
Stuff like that. If I go to
just
Party
whatever,
City, I
bro.
gotta grab 30 Easter
Yeah,
eggs.
it's just like whatever. Here, man. Just
You
take
low key
the
hit,
car, bro.
add to cart,
Yeah,
buy,
take the car. I
got
don't
it done.
care. I'm not even reading what.
Yeah.
What? Don't read
Easter
the
eggs?
price. Nothing. Just whatever. Here, bro. Get out of my face so I can move on to other rich things that I'm doing. Here.
I'm telling you, it's like when Jeff Bezos, I'm sure, goes grocery shopping or something. Like, oh, let me buy 30 apples. This
Hey,
is what people do, right?
You think D-Lo's gonna go into space?
Maybe he's gonna fake going into space. I don't think we know how real that is.
Well,
She's still listening. I'm getting in trouble because I didn't say I love you too. So you can still hear me. I love you too. I won't put you back on camera because you're not dressed appropriately. But maybe I thought it said 50.
Maybe that sounds right.
But I ordered it with a bunch of other stuff. That's why I wasn't paying attention. Like I ordered it. Like I had to get a new coffee maker. I'm almost this close to finally getting the new air fryer.
oh man, yeah, come on, man. Get the air fryer where you can make
to get
steak.
the new air fryer. Oh, what a mess.
Delivery Joe just tweeted us. Maybe we do like a 24/7 cam on that egg if it hatches.
No, y'all aren't listening. The egg is broken. It's
done?
not
We can't
gonna
tape it up.
hatch.
We can't tape it up.
No, if there was something in there, it's dead.
Damn.
Hey,
Murder was committed in D'Lo's backyard.
I'm trying to see something here. I mean, the guy just, yeah, he just ordered just like here, eggs, click 4 or 5 times here, whatever, get away, because there's no 500 eggs here. There's no 500. He clearly just put them in
No,
the cart.
that's not
He
true.
clearly just
You
put them in the cart. And was like,
quantity of-
here,
yeah.
4 times. Here, just go.
You
Get
pick a
away.
quantity of 10 or something then for 50 Easter eggs.
There's no.
That's so
oh,
rich. He just said,
man.
here,
Yeah, run it up.
get away.
Run it up.
I've got other rich things to do.
That can't possibly be what happened.
They have a 210 piece Easter egg.
That's an odd number. It's a weird number. Why is it 210, not 200?
They have a 150. This is even worse. A 144. What's that all about?
Yeah, what is that? 12 times 12?
Might be.
Oh, dozen by dozen, I guess.
Yeah, no.
Hey, there we
that
go.
actually makes
We do
sense.
math
that
on this
makes
show.
sense.
We do math.
Wow. No, I think it's the Easter egg thing, bro.
Yeah, low-key.
Because there's just so much.
I would get yelled at if I did that in my house. It's like, how could you not be so sure? Like, we can't be wasting money on 500 Easter eggs.
Well, no,
I
I'm
would be
gonna.
going.
Can't we take them back? Can't we just?
Yeah, go to Kohl's.
And then just okay, and then but I still have
But
to
you
get
can't keep
plastic
50 though.
Easter
Yeah.
eggs.
No,
maybe-
you got enough. What do you mean?
But you got to return
Well, I
all
can't
of
take
them.
part of them back.
You keep one bag and take the rest of them.
Yeah, just
back.
tape it up, actually.
That's
You're good.
dishonest.
No, I don't think you ordered a 500 set. I don't see a 500 set. I think you clicked on quantity and said 7.
That's insane.
That's what
That is
happened.
absolutely insane.
It's not dishonesty. It's like driving 70 at a 65 mile an hour speed limit. It's fine. You could always donate.
There's
them,
a
too.
264. That's probably another dozen situation.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, like
maybe
a
you
local
did. Maybe you
YMCA
did.
What
by
about
now.
donate 450
They
plastic
do like Easter egg
eggs to
hunts at like
who?
YMCA's,
that.
Boys and Girls Club, stuff like
You
that.
could
I'm
do
sure.
that.
Yeah.
You could do that.
Help the community.
I think what you did was you said quantity 2 on the 250. That sounds about right.
Why was he buying 250
So what does
Easter
I think
eggs?
it say 25?
Maybe. Maybe so.
D'Lo's financial person. You sure you want to buy 500 Easter eggs?
Oh, here's a 400 piece. Well, I don't. Maybe you don't want to answer. How much did you pay? You don't know.
He does. I told you he doesn't know. He's just like Easter eggs. Cool. Add to cart. Buy now. Whatever.
My bad. I don't even know why I asked that question. Just here. I asked because there is a 400 piece set. That's for $46.
Angelo's right. I'm afraid to check my order history. I don't even want to know what it is.
You're set for life.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah.
You are good.
I mean, the youngest is 4. That's a lot of Easters coming up where,
Let me
like,
see. Let me see. Hold on. Because let's just.
I would love to know how the Tooth Fairy works in your house.
Let me.
I don't know how the Tooth Fairy works.
So I'm saying, like, well, Easter works.
I don't know how any of this works.
Lose the tooth at Dame's house, you might wake up with $200.
Well, I think this is about right. I think you're good. Because
Okay.
maybe my math and maybe the age is off, but I just did 14 years.
Okay.
I did 30 Easters.
Okay.
Over the next, or 30 eggs.
Okay.
Over the next 14 years. That puts you at 420.
Over the next 14 years, which is she going?
I thought she was 4.
She is. So she going to go
18.
Easter egg hunting at 17?
She's going to have to now.
You better Easter egg hunt.
You're going to be Easter egg hunting at 44.
Morgan, your college tuition is in one of those. You might want to.
Yeah, what if you find it,
you go to college. If you don't, oh well.
If not, the turkey got it. Oh man.
Yeah. So
right.
yeah, just I mean, sure.
So I think
Keep 'em
I think what we do is we pack up the 500 pack of eggs, return it, and then go where do you Target?
Kohl's.
How do you not know
No.
where to get Easter eggs, bro?
Where
I
to
need
get
to get ones for this weekend.
Oh man, go to Dollar Tree, bro.
Go to Target, Dollar Tree.
Yeah, go to Dollar Tree.
Walmart. Winkle, I'm sure, has them.
I really
Save-Mart.
don't like the way either of you are talking.
No, I don't think I could ever like make a rich joke about Casey again, like going forward.
Yeah, man, go to Dollar Tree, man. Go to Dollar Tree to get Easter eggs and Easter cards.
Maybe we turn this into content. later.
Cards.
Yeah, happy Easter.
Okay. Cards are a waste.
This guy spent
Have you
$90
got-
million
yeah.
on Easter eggs and won't get a card.
Have you gotten the Easter egg, the Easter basket?
That's tomorrow morning.
Okay. Just do content from now on. Maybe this summer, like D-Lo tries to buy regular things.
Scout, that's a good point. Yeah, or no, who said that? Iggy? Who said it? Where that? Oh no, it was Brian. Like D-Lo would be caught dead in a Dollar Tree. It's a good point.
That still do his Winco.
That's a good point. What's the cheapest store you go to?
My mission in life is to never step into a store. Just what I need is from Amazon. And if I have to go to a store, it's a grocery store. I ain't been to a Target, and I think since we were driving to Lodi and had to go to the bathroom.
See, I'm old school with that, man. I'll go into a store. And you know
I
what?
don't like going into.
Another thing that I won't do as well is I'm not gonna go to the self-checkout.
See, no, well, that's
wait,
fine.
why?
Don't be going to.
Because man, they taking jobs away.
Well, no, go to self-checkout if you got 2 things. If you got 20 things in your cart, stop going to self-checkout.
A little 17-year-old Stacy who's just trying to have a little job. She can't have it no more because we don't need you. We got self-checkout.
You know why Stacy's always going to have a job? Because someone's always going to buy alcohol, and you can't check out alcohol at the self-checkout line.
They usually get like a self-checkout watcher now too.
Well, if it comes between Stacy and Keisha, one of them got to go. They ain't got enough room for both of them.
Well, I know which one out of those 2 it is.
So I ain't going to self-checkout. I know. I ain't
good
going to
for you.
self-checkout, man.
Self-checkout's fine.
My goal is to
I get
not
it.
go to the
Yeah.
store.
I get it. Stop going to self-checkout with 20 things. All right, because you don't want to talk to nobody. Go get your ass in line.
You get 20 things.
Yeah.
And at some point, it's not going to work. You're going to need
You
assistance.
scan 8 different vegetables
Yeah,
and
you're
like
gonna
all the
need
stuff you're cooking for dinner tonight, and then the rest of the week's
You
groceries.
hit the
like,
button,
yeah.
the light comes on. I need assistance. Like, all right.
Oh, I hate that. I scanned some cough medicine. It's like, oh, no, you can't. Sorry, wait for an assistant. Well, that defeats the whole goddamn purpose. Jesus.
Oh, man. Well, I guess D-Lo's never stepping in the store anymore.
Well, I am tomorrow.
You buying 500 Easter eggs is crazier than a turkey laying an egg at your house.
That's a
I
crazy.
can't believe
It's a crazy Friday at the Barling compound.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine when the tooth fairy rolls through that place.
Oh man.
Wow, I just got $1,000 for my tooth.
Or it'll be like,
Is that too? Hey, Dave's
500.
Dave's gonna be like, is that enough?
What is this? 500.
I'm figuring out kids at the age of 44. Like I almost said, no, we're putting. I almost forgot the Easter Bunny does this stuff. Like mid conversation, I just stopped talking.
You're trying. That's all that matters.
Man. Chronicles of a failed would-be parent. Y'all want content.
You get what you get, and don't throw a fit.
See, look, at least someone in this, at least someone out here has my back.
Oh, we got your back. We just
Proud of stepdad vibes,
it
though.
is.
It'll be a memory. Like, remember that time when D'Lo ordered 500 eggs?
It's a core memory.
I guess
Yeah,
so.
Leezy's got it.
Yeah, now it's documented.
The price of plastic eggs just went up because of D'Lo.
No.
Yeah, man. I don't know what if you don't want it, well, you got time. You can order. Amazon might have it by tonight.
Have what?
You want some new eggs.
I'm not doing that again. I'll go in the store for this.
No, just
I'm not
pay attention when you press quantity.
No, I'm sorry. When am I going to do that?
Hey,
Is it when I'm doing this show or when I'm doing the next show? Because when I'm doing the next show, I got to do 50 other things for Complex while we're doing that one.
No, well, look, I'm gonna tell you this. It needs to be studied how you can order anything from Amazon and it'll be there in 12 hours.
Oh, yeah.
How is that possible? How is that possible?
Bezos has a lot of money and controls a lot of things.
I can order an elbow guard for baseball, a batter. I'll get it by tomorrow morning.
I'll look it up
7
right
a.m.
now. What do you think the weirdest thing we could, not weirdest, but just no way, see if it'll come in tomorrow. I'll look it up
Tomorrow,
on
like
Amazon.
you could probably still hit the 5 to 10 window. Like if we get in there within the next like 12 minutes, we can get into the 5 to 10 window.
Let me see. What can a Yankees hat. A Yankees hat.
Oh, you
Can
get
I
a
get
I've
Yankees
been a Red
hat
Sox one,
easy.
yeah, sorry.
No.
How
That
does
one only-
no, okay.
That one only comes in before October.
Oh, what? Why?
Wow.
Why?
Wow.
Don't be disrespectful, bro.
Let's see if I can get Lakers championship shirt for Kenny.
Don't get nothing for me.
Let's see what it says. Can I get one here? Oh, now. Soonest is Monday. I can get a fake Kobe Bryant jersey
by tomorrow.
7 to 11.
How?
I don't
How,
know,
bro. How? So just at the warehouse in Rockland, they just got fake Kobe jerseys in there. How?
I guess.
Nah, this needs to be studied, bro.
A fake autographed Luka Doncic jersey. I'm like, what do you even do these? Like, who orders this stuff? Amazon is crazy.
It's crazy, man. It's a crazy situation.
Who said if you lose a tooth at D'Lo's house, you get off-whites? I'm demanding to know who said that. Oh, man. This show
They lose a tooth at D'Lo's house. Oh, high top Dior's. What do I look like?
You know what? All of this is still better than talking about that basketball team.
Oh, man. And we'll be talking about them a lot, man.
Yep.
When do you think people were talking about not the official announcement that Scott Perry is the general manager? Is there a rule behind that? Because I don't know.
Hasn't been made, right?
No, it hasn't.
Right.
It hasn't been made. Is there a rule or something? Like, did New Orleans announce officially Joe Dumars yet? Or do you have to?
You think they news dump it on a playoff game?
Question.
I don't think the NBA would want it on a play in playoff.
Well, you just
So
told
I got
Josh stuff during the
Pelicans
finals,
officially hired Joe Dumars. So yeah,
I don't know.
Man, I'd imagine just do it this weekend or something.
and I don't like that.
Sunday.
It doesn't look
Easter.
like
It would be Monday or
not to rehash this, but Is Scott gonna give a press conference?
Well,
because
Kyle,
normally Monty would talk.
I don't know where Kyle heard this from, but Kyle Renata says press conference is supposed to be on Tuesday.
For Scott? Or for
well, that's a good point. It might be for Joe.
Okay, because I just checked my email. Maybe I'm not invited.
Well, isn't that what did you hear the story or the report, I guess, that Monty refused to do a press conference
After
Mike Brown?
No.
Because it supposedly wasn't his idea, right?
Yeah.
Well, it makes sense. Like it all that
He should have been fired.
That completely checks out.
At that point, he should have been. Well, they still have the trade deadline, but
For not doing the press conference?
yeah, and refusing to do it.
Yeah.
Well, all right, man. Or to your point, should have been fired the day after the trade deadline.
Yeah, right.
I get Monty not wanting to do it, I guess. But,
What's your job?
But it wasn't like you're going to take the heat for what your owner wanted to do.
That's your job.
If you really want to do it, hey, whose idea was it to fire Mike? It was
There's
Vivek.
that too, yeah.
Yeah, you say that, or you go do your job.
I told you, I don't know that he was fired for being horrible or bad. Like he was fired because he doesn't have a backbone, or that's not why he was fired. He should have been fired because he doesn't have a backbone.
Couldn't make deals because of Vivek. Couldn't make deals because of Wes. Couldn't make deals because Mike.
You literally can't do anything.
Yeah. Like at some point,
let's approach this from a more positive standpoint, Monty. You tell me, what can you do? Don't say draft dog because you drafted a player who couldn't play for 6 months.
You only draft players that are 29.
I was talking about with Kyle yesterday. So like for 3 years or whatever, like you just couldn't be the GM. It was everyone else and not you. Like you just couldn't do anything, I guess. That's what you're telling me.
This goes back to what I always say, that it was everybody else's fault. Article was ready to go. Bro, you couldn't get nothing
every time.
done. You couldn't handle it. You're the one that put, we were talking about this earlier, you put all these stupid first-round positions on a Kevin Huerter trade, and that's done as much damage as anything to this franchise.
Kevin Huerter's played a half season with his new basketball team, and we might finally pay off that deal this year.
You got fired, and we're still waiting to know if we got to hold on to that pick or not.
Bro,
the player
you didn't even get to see the deal through.
The player you set all the parameters for is gone, and so are you, and we're still paying for it. Monty is essentially Vlade Part 2. You're paying for Vlade deals for years.
When I really sat down, because I know I defended Monty, and I still believe he did make some good moves. He did find some good ball players, but I'm kind of
one of them plays for the Pacers.
When I think about it, I'm more on your guys' side. This guy stunk. This guy was like, when I really kind of thought about it, like this guy was no good. And once again, he'll go ahead and he'll blame it on somebody else. All right, whatever, dog. Whatever.
Yeah, real quick too with the GM stuff. Mark Haynes, shout out Kyle Renata for tagging us. Mark Haynes tweeted that the introductory press conference for Scott Perry is tentatively scheduled for Tuesday.
Okay,
it's a tough word. Right
there. It's definitely tentative because there's nothing in our email about it.
Yeah.
Or we're not invited to it.
Well, he's got sources though.
Both of which are possible.
My boy Mark got sources.
He does. I was looking for Mark the other day. Was he? I saw his videos. I didn't see him.
He was there. Him and Jeremiah were there with me and Lania when Monty got fired.
Well,
and
shout out Jeremiah. That's my guy.
Yeah, and Alvin came hustling across the court with his ear to the phone. I said, "Oh,
well."
I said, "Oh," and then that's when Jake comes out of the tunnel. Oh my God! Did you hear?
The best part about that is it's Jake, and you know he probably delivered that message with such great enthusiasm. Hoffa asked a great question. What lasts longer, the Kings pick to the Hawks or D'Lo using all 500 plastic eggs? No.
Kings or D'Lo will use all those eggs before we get the provisions off that.
You know what angers me the most about all those eggs? The amount of space they would take up.
Yeah. Like
that's why it's got to go back. No.
Oh,
we
just
tried
there.
to like keep them
in a box.
No, but where am I going to put it?
Just leave them here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, that's a good. Yeah.
Bring them here.
Doesn't Katie and them have a box of stuff in their studio?
No, they do.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be.
That would be no.
Wait,
no.
What are we cooking? What are we cooking? What are we cooking?
What's the game? The
Undelivered.
Yeah.
How could I turn this all into something that would piss Gavin off?
If they have a box that's closed, you just take out all the stuff they have in there and replace it with 500 Easter eggs.
Oh, that's a.
When he goes like, oh yeah, let's play a little game right now. Blah blah blah. Wait, there's 500 Easter eggs.
Or do like the NBA players and put it in his car.
Oh yeah, hey, let's just
Okay.
All right, hey,
Okay.
Fill the car up.
Hey, buy 500 more.
Hey,
Buy 500 more.
I do it. I do it. Yeah, now
Here,
we're
Rook.
cooking. Now we're cooking.
Welcome to the league,
Here,
Rook.
here, kid.
Oh man.
Yeah, now we're cooking.
Yeah.
Okay. Fill Gavin's car with plastic Easter eggs.
We have a Monty defender. Dirk says Keon was a huge win for Monty. It was. It
Yep.
was. That was a huge find for Monty. And I
Monty's
think-
not an idiot.
No.
Like he didn't like miss on every single thing that he did.
No. He just missed on a lot. He did. Like,
No,
and
I know
like,
that he
I
did.
like Monty. I like
I'm
Monty.
aware he did.
And Keon is one that I'll talk about.
Seeing I single, Kenny.
Man.
Keon, I see the vision
So-
of who Devin Carter
so-
might be. Like I see it.
Let me ask the tough questions. Because you know what I didn't see this year? I didn't see none of you hoes circulating our draft day video around.
Which one?
The
Keegan
number
one?
4
Oh,
overall
yeah,
pick
yeah.
in the draft, the Sacramento Kings select Keegan Murray. Oh, no one had a reaction to that draft day video this year.
Should have took Shaden.
Oh, no one is as comfortable in the idea that Keegan is so much better than Jaden Ivey, than Shaden Sharp. Oh, that comfort level has gone to hell, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, you're right.
All right.
You own it. So,
All right.
yeah, Monty, he just didn't do a good job. He didn't do a good job. He
hit
traded. He traded for Sabonis.
That was the hit, right?
I'm gonna give that as a hit. I'm gonna give it as a hit.
Let me ask. Let me ask a follow up to that. My confidence level is really high on this, but we don't know it for certain. It's hindsight, I get it. Is it a hit, knowing Indiana asked for De'Aaron, and you said, "How about Tyrese instead?" Again, that's not 100% confirmed. We can say it with a strong level of confidence. Not saying it, just our opinion on this is strong. Is it still a hit where we are today? If Indiana said, "Hey, we'd like to trade DeMontis Sabonis for De'Aaron Fox."
My first thought is no, it's not a hit.
And I got a question on it being a hit today too.
Go with it.
You traded for Sabonis. Tim and Fox were supposed to take you like to new heights and stuff like that. On April 18th today, we've all realized, yeah, Sabonis is not that guy. Are we sure that's a hit?
That's a fair question. That's a fair question.
Sabonis was
But
not
there's
not
also-
franchised and all that. Like we know that now in hindsight.
And in the church, in the chat, Dirk, he says that's not true. Indiana did not want Fox.
You're right. I'm gonna trust Dirk.
Yeah,
I'm gonna trust Dirk over what we've been told.
Dirk, I think you're a noob. So we don't just.
There's nothing wrong with being a noob. Just for the record.
I'm just. He might be new to the game, so I'm just
Mhm.
let you know we don't just be talking, bro. We don't just be talking. That's all I'm gonna say. We don't just say anything just to say anything, and unless you know the same people or you know higher people than we do, which you may, I don't know who you are, but we don't just be talking. That's
To
all
be
I'm saying.
clear, we heard this years ago and never touched it. Then the right person said it to us, and it was like, really? Ran it past our friend WCW. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Huh. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
All
maybe
right.
it's not a hit. Maybe it's not a hit. I'm trying to be fair to
I don't think, but I don't want to talk about DeMontis Sabonis like he's trash.
It's not that. It's just about you traded him for a reason.
So
and he was supposed to take you somewhere, and you never
All right,
got there.
You're
at
right.
all.
You're right. Let me ask this: is Tyrese a 1?
No.
Okay, Jesse.
He's a 2. He's a 2, I think. I don't know. 2 beat it.
He's not a 1.
Well, who's the 1 on that team?
Siakam. And I don't even
All
know
right.
if Siakam's a 1, but Siakam's their best player.
Yeah, he's not a 1. Tyrese is not a 1. I'll say that. I think he's at least he's a 2 though. I think.
But
so is it that big of a deal?
Here's the thing.
Like they made a better post-trade move with Siakam than Sacramento did.
But here's the deal, and this is why it's tough, because when you talk about you dive into the minutia of it all, I do believe Tyrese would have never did what De'Aaron did.
Yep.
And that's not to say De'Aaron was wrong or nothing like that. I don't think Tyrese would have done that. Tyrese wouldn't have put you in that situation, and I don't think he would have left. He could have went through the same things and would have been just as frustrated or whatever. I think De'Aaron's a better player. I've always thought that. I'm going to continue to think that. But when somebody brought that up, I think it was James or something. I think he's right on that. I don't think Tyrese would have done that. Could be wrong. That's just a hunch. Though.
What do we think the franchise would be in a different position if Tyrese was here with Domas? I mean, God, that's hard. I mean, obviously he'd still be here.
I'll say no, because then I got to count on Monty to make moves that he just never did to begin with. Who's to say Mike Brown tells him no or something or whatever? Like, is Monty McNair going to change who he is as a GM or his philosophies and stuff like that? Like, maybe in theory you'd think, yeah, like hopefully, but you made a move, and I don't even hate the Sabonis trade and keeping Fox. Like, you just, like Dame said, never did anything after that.
Mm-hmm.
Who's to say they don't do anything after Tyrese and Sabonis too?
That's fair too. Rich Wright, I don't think he's a noob. He just know me.
Oh, Rich definitely isn't.
You don't know that, KC. 7+ years wears on you. How many times have I said I don't know if he would have or not? I'm not saying anything is fact. I'm telling you, I don't believe Tyrese would have left.
Oh, okay.
So the fact is, you don't know that, KC. I said I don't know that.
What? Will you stop yelling at everybody?
People don't be listening, man. They just say whatever, man. Instead of typing, just listen. Hit the 10-second back button real quick to make sure you heard what you thought you heard.
Y'all are doing just fine. We appreciate you so much. Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
I completely forgot we're airing the Ice Cube interview on the other station, which means we're okay. Complex, we're fine. I know Complex is listening. We're fine, Complex. We'd be better off talking about turkeys right now. Complex would understand our conversation about turkeys. He has no idea what we're discussing right now as it pertains to De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, and Tyrese Halliburton.
Me and Kyle tried getting Complex to talk about sports the other day.
How'd that
Kyle,
go?
it went how you'd think.
Yep.
So Kyle, he needs to have Complex on the Insiders, like a couple-minute Complex does sports, like Friday segment or something. Just give something like Complex something to watch and have him describe it. It's hilarious.
Complex will not watch it.
For content.
He'll be the first to tell you people were texting him like, all right, 5 minutes. So he knew when to turn on the Super Bowl halftime performance because he wasn't going to watch. He wasn't going to watch the Super Bowl. Good callback here by Soren. You losers aren't invited to my turkey drive.
D-Lo's got his own turkey drive now.
I do.
Tie it all together. These Kings are not invited to Jazz's next turkey drive, I'm sure.
But the turkeys are. The actual turkeys are invited.
That was really for Marvin Bagley that time. Marvin was still here.
She called it 12:02. Or Jesse didn't know what to do. Like, hey, Jazz is on the phone. Like, you better put it through.
She don't even like the Kings.
It was apparent that day. Goodness gracious.
Oh, man.
Well, I guess we got a whole off season ahead of us, man. We can talk about LaMelo and Zion and Ja and our Lord and Savior, Mason Plumlee. Shout out to Leezy. Great work today, Leezy. Shout out to Eddie, Kyle, James, all for joining us. Shout out to Katie from the Wake Up Call, to the turkeys and to the 500 eggs. We appreciate y'all so much for being with us. We appreciate you for being with us this season. Obviously, we ain't going nowhere. We're daily. We are here every single day, whether there are Kings news are happening or not. Our show isn't short because we don't have anything to talk about. We're here for 4 hours every single day. And now we're headed to the fun part of the job. We're going to flip over to 102.5 Flashback Friday if y'all want to come hang out. If not, we'll see you here Monday, beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes.
All right, y'all. We have to run. We have to flip all the switches. Because Complex, you're gonna be a couple minutes late. That's my bad. I should have deleted one more song. We'll see y'all tomorrow, man. Have a great weekend. Tasha said, have a great weekend, Chetty out.